Kazhou whispered to himself. The needle was not only thin, but also imperceptible to the naked eye. Certainly, Li Kazhou was no exception. He discerned its existence through intense spiritual awareness. Li Kazhou understood something. From this moment on, Yihan's expression revealed that although his deception was not on par with Wu Qidan's, it possessed the same resistance to absorption, and the greater the power he borrowed, the stronger his resistance became. In Li Kazhou's understanding, this should be a method of enhancing tensile strength. In his previous life, he had encountered someone knowledgeable about the golden needle intersection. Thus, although he did not grasp the principles, he was aware of the method's efficacy. Yihan chuckled a few times. After a while, he appeared somewhat improved, and no longer did he exhibit the same arrogance. He did not demand anyone to engage in battle. Yihan remarked that his mouth was parched, his tongue dry, yet in his eyes, Li Kazhou always wore a serene smile, indifferent to his insults, sarcasm, and cold indifference. Observing that the other party was impervious to his provocations, he seemed to concede a bit. You are a worthless individual, pretending to be a paragon of virtue, yet now my heart trembles with fear of death, as I dare not emerge. Then grant me a memory. Later, when you see me, remember to keep your distance to avoid tainting my eyes. The individual concluded with, Yihan, your mouth is as filthy as a latrine. It finished now, you vile creature. The Baojian sect's great Bai, a land of gentlemen, dares to utter filthy words, slapping oneself 1,000 times. Otherwise, today you shall be judged for the grave sin of disrespect towards the sect master. As a judge, Sikong Shu spoke, and Li Kazhou immediately seized the topic, fully expressing himself. Shouting and angered, Li Kazhou directly disregarded this. Gazing at Yihan on the stage, smiling as he said, I did not wish to commence so early, but you have much filth to utter. The crux is that this old dog is merely an observer. If you cannot see them, let us proceed this way. Very well. Allow me to extend my goodwill and send you off in advance. Li Kazhou pointed at Sang Mahuai, causing the brows of Sikong Shu to tremble in agitation. What? Are you truly intent on engaging in combat with me? Yihan was taken aback, even filled with a wild exhilaration. He had previously asserted that his tongue was dry, having never witnessed the voice of his opponent. Today, he faced defeat due to his aggressive tactics, yet he had never anticipated such a turn of events. Ultimately, he found himself at a turning point. At that moment, a great commotion ensued. Had Li Kazhou lost his mind? Was he genuinely prepared to confront Yihan? Not long ago, this individual had merely vanquished Lu Jiaming. Indeed, his nearly invincible strength lay in the refinement of qi. However formidable he was during the qi refining period, he could not contend with a rival as powerful as Yihan, let alone the formidable presence of Zhaoyang. Apart from the chilling winds, no one believed Li Kazhou could endure it on the Taiji platform. Feng Taiji furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing Kazhou's words and spoke. This is an entirely unequal contest. There is no sense in proceeding. Ji Yutsangtian chuckled and remarked, My lord, that is what he asserts. Yet every individual harbors their own aspirations. If this person insists on taking the stage, abiding by the established rules, I see no reason to hinder him. Why? Feng Taiji suddenly appeared astonished. How could the boy's swordsmanship possibly change in such a manner? His statement left Gu Tsangtian taken aback, prompting him to glance around. And soon his expression shifted subtly. Indeed, this was astonishing. The boy's danfu had been shattered, which seemed reasonable as this life could not refine qi. But what of the sword, the typically reticent Situ Dalian? A master of alchemy suddenly interjected, to my knowledge. His danfu has yet to recover. This feeble sword spirit does not originate from danfu, nor does it wander through the meridians. What? Is such a peculiar phenomenon possible? Feng Taiji and Gu Tsangtian were rendered speechless in their astonishment. Nevertheless, the frailty of this sword energy, according to the standards of our generation of qi refiners, should belong to the first tier of the qi refining domain. If this were indeed his true strength, engaging in battle with Yihan would render him incapable of matching his opponent. Feng Taiji muttered to himself, gazing at Li Kazhou standing on the platform, and inquired loudly, Li Kazhou, are you certain you wish to engage in combat with Yihan? You must comprehend that upon stepping onto the sword platform, life and death hang in the balance. Today, I have witnessed your nascent sword spirit. It is time for you to diligently hone your skills. You ought not to contend with your unparalleled rival. Li Kazhou clasped his hands in a slight bow and replied, Master, you ought to inquire of the Han people. I perceive his pallor, as though he is feeble, forced to feign resilience against overwhelming odds. I fear his endurance is lacking. With just one sword, I could end his life. Understand my blade. If it strikes heavily, it bruises, and to show mercy would be exceedingly difficult. Upon hearing this, Feng Taiji's brows knitted together, his expression remaining solemn and silent. Lao Tian, beside him, chuckled and said, "What a madcap child. Very well, since you possess such confidence, let us proceed with what you desire today. Victory or defeat rests with the individual, while life and death are determined by fate. What a fool. Today, I shall witness how this rascal meets his demise." Gu Su, amidst the crowd, bore a sinister smile, resembling one poised for a grand act of vengeance. Chao Kuan suddenly whispered beside him, "Brother, this creature does not appear to be a fool. If he were that foolish, I would have dispatched him several times over. Is there no ulterior motive behind his actions?" Gu Yin coldly chuckled. Chapter 59. Tactics. Can Li Kazhou survive under the arrogant and icy sword of Yihan? This is the outcome that the entire realm yearns for. When Li Kazhou beheld Yihan, this imbecile, he truly wished to rely on the power of 3 swords to end his own life. He was too lethargic to wield the sword in his hand, and thus he immediately let out a roar. Break. The sky was clear, and thunder rumbled ominously. His command post crumbled, and even he could not approach within 100 paces. What? No way. Yihan was startled, and chaos erupted throughout the arena. Yihan's swordsmanship was renowned as the 3 feet of 100 refined steel, although this was merely 30% of his true power. It was indeed formidable. Only those of the mid-stage Ningdan could wield such might. Observing Yihan's ghastly expression, Li Kazhou gently remarked, "Too weak. With your strength, how could I possibly fell you with my sword?" Yihan's eyes were filled with frost. His heart was utterly shaken. He sought to slay him, for Li Kazhou's strength surpassed all his expectations. "You can thwart my ascension as a swordsman, Li Kazhou. You truly astonish me. Is it less than you anticipated? You originally hoped to join the ranks of the 7 swords through your own strength, yet the truth is, without cheating, no one would emerge victorious today. You will ultimately face complete failure. Nonsense. No matter what you utter today, you shall not leave the sword platform alive. Die for me. Yihan possessed his own identity, although Ao Han's swordsmanship had yet to be fully unleashed. This time, his technique had reached 9/10 mastery, deftly evading the intimidation of his opponent's words. Another white movement. Break. Li Kazhou roared in fury. Then came another tempest. 90% of the sword's strength was rendered futile. After being shattered once more, it collapsed in midair, still failing to approach the 10-level steps before him. Impossible. Yihan shouted and howled, nearly simultaneously with everyone present. How could this be? The tempestuous Tai Chi and the fierce winds brought forth by the ancient granary transformed their surroundings in unprecedented ways. These two were the fiercest of swordsmen. Naturally, they perceived that Yihan's recent swordplay had nearly exhausted itself. Under such a martial spirit, early-stage Ningdan masters would perish for a lifetime. Yet here stood Li Kazhou, unmoving, and his sword had never been drawn, only a roar, sweeping everything away. What kind of sound technique is this? Why is it so potent? It seems there is no such method of practice in Jianzhong. The elders of the inner sect sat at the far end, keenly aware of the arts of Jianzhong. Such vocal techniques, though rare, were clearly not of Li Kazhou's origin. How could this creature be so robust? As the judge, Sikong Shu's expression shifted repeatedly. Indeed, he practiced a technique known as the sound wave breaking divine roar. However, his approach was to assault the soul of a person when they were unprepared, which could not be compared to Li Kazhou's roar, akin to a thunderstorm amidst drought. Standing upon the stage of swords, Yihan was utterly astonished. He continuously muttered the word impossible, resembling a tormented spirit. Yihan's visage contorted with disbelief. In the past, when Li Kazhou was still a swordsman, Yihan could only gaze up with a heart full of envy when the opposing side was cast aside. He believed he could finally step into that realm, yet who would have thought that even with the other side forsaken, he remained incapable of assisting it, particularly upon hearing that the opponent had only exerted a mere 3/10 of their strength while fending off 90% of the lethal blades. He descended into utter madness. Seizing the opportunity to press his attack, Li Kazhou opened his mouth and declared, "Yihan, you may achieve this today, but not due to the assistance of the old dog Yizi, who has clandestinely altered the days. You aim to pilfer various precious elixirs, do you not? Relying on the accumulation of Lingdan's restoration is ultimately illusory. In the realm of Ningdan, you stand at the very bottom of my sword clan, dreaming foolishly of conquering 7 blades. Beast, should you continue to spew such nonsense, I will slay you." Hearing the opponent's revelations, he was mercilessly belittled by the sword demon curse. At last, Yihan unleashed his trump card. The spectators below were astounded by Li Kazhou's formidable prowess. Suddenly, they witnessed Yi Han's old skills being resurrected. Once more, the two masters employed the sword incantations of consecutive victories. Their eyes sparkled with fervor as they shouted loudly. "We must vanquish this beast." Gu Su, Chao Kuan, and Su Ling were horrified by Li Kazhou's terrifying strength. The thought of becoming lifelong enemies with such a figure sent chills down their spines. Hoping fervently for Yi Han's success with a single strike, "Your current power can scarcely rival my sword," Li Kazhou proclaimed as the black sword in his hand unveiled the dragon by sword. The blades surged forth like tumultuous waves, parting the air. This, upon witnessing Li Kazhou's swordplay, Feng Taiji and Gu Songtian were rendered speechless, rising to their feet, their eyes brimming with dread. Prosperity did a lifetime of collapse. The incantations of your Han people's sword spells are as frigid as frost, giving birth to the grand spirit of the sword, while the dual forces sculpted by the dragon's sword spirit manifest colossal might. Akin to pebbles and boulders, as the heavens suddenly crumble, and the dragon's sword, a tempest of spirit, remains as unyielding as bamboo. Impossible as he beheld the collapse of the sword incantation he depended upon. Yi Han's eyes widened in terror, and he cried out in horror. Bang! Poof! This time, even with precious garments and talismans, they could not provide complete protection. The sword swept through, blood gushed forth, and he collapsed, sprawled in a pool of blood 10 paces away, spewing forth crimson like a fountain. Suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. All eyes were fixed upon the figure standing proudly upon the stage, mouth agape in sheer disbelief. At that moment, a long and narrow dragon-shaped scar appeared upon the sword stage. This is Ji Songtian, observing the dragon form etched into the ground, spoke with a quiver in his voice, as though witnessing something truly extraordinary. Is this the legendary dragon by sword spirit? Feng Taiji mused aloud. Just then, a voice rang out. Halt! It was Sikong Shu who spoke. He beheld Yi Han sprawled on the ground. Intervening to prevent Li Kazhou from committing further acts of murder, he hastily opened his mouth and shouted in indignation. Li Kazhou, you have won this battle. Yi Han offered no resistance. Should you dare to take another life, you will be defying the established rules of the Lord, and you shall face execution. Li Kazhou cast a dark glance at the old man, poised to utter a retort when, suddenly, Yi Han, who should not have been on the ground, had been brutally struck down by a ferocious carp, and in the blink of an eye, he was pierced by a sword. Li Kazhou, do not provoke me. Now, an intense struggle is on the verge of conclusion. Yi Han poses no threat to you. Sikong Shu did not prevent Yi Han from falling, but rather, he opened his mouth to hinder Li Kazhou, eyeing his stance, clearly intending to obstruct him. Old dog, get lost. Li Kazhou was truly enraged. It was evident that he had set the stage to create a refuge for Yi Han. His heart was deeply moved, and upon hearing the command to leave, it struck him like a bolt from the blue. Before unleashing his dragon's roar, he had exerted only 50% of his strength, confronted by the dawn that barred his path. He spared no effort, exhausting even 10% of his power. Mad beast! How dare you? Sikong Shu never imagined that Li Kazhou would dare to act against him. He was now the referee, unarmed, and moreover, once the dragon's roar was unleashed, it could not be halted. Once it took effect, he would retreat fiercely, wielding his finger as a sword to defend himself. As this individual moved aside, Yi Han had already sealed his fate. He was dead. Yi Han's countenance darkened. He wielded an obscure vertical sword technique, pitting his body against blades, merging sword with sword. Particularly, this individual's sword energy was more than doubled compared to before. What a formidable sword! Li Kazhou was destined to perish. Ji Zonglong, watching from the stage, suddenly gained clarity, his voice faltering for the first time. Be careful. Meanwhile, somewhere within the crowd, a chilling wind swept through, leaving a face pale with terror as a voice cried out. Only two disciples profoundly sensed the might of Yi Han's sword. Its power was nearly that of a master at the peak of Ning Dan bastard. Let me die. Yi Han's face broke into a cold smile, as if he envisioned the bloody scene that would ensue. At that moment, Li Kazhou seized his left arm with a fierce pickaxe, the sword accompanied by a howling gale. Chapter 60. Stunned silence. The audience fell silent. The fate of Yi Han, shrouded in uncertainty, and the ragged, bald Sikong Shu, collapsed on the ground, left all disciples aghast and speechless. How formidable! Is this truly the Li Kazhou who was vanquished in Denver? Finally, someone stammered a question. Why Yi Han had no room for resistance in his grasp. and the individual struggled to swallow his words, as others coldly remarked, "Elder Sikong, he is an intersect elder, having attained such immense strength at the pinnacle of Ningdan. Yet he finds himself in this dire predicament. Impossible! How could such a waste possess such formidable power?" The astonishment in Gu Zonglong's eyes lingered for a long while, his face etched with disbelief. In contrast to the shock of this man, some wept in despair. Jiu Su, Chao Kuan, and others stood motionless, gazing into the near distance, as cold as withered leaves, feeling as though they were ensnared in a dream. Rather than reality, that moment, the tempestuous winds brought by the typhoon chilled the air, and a relieved smile graced his face. On the stage, Sikong Shu wore a troubled expression, bowing towards the elevated platform. "The audacity of this little beast who dares to kill me is still insufficient. If he can ascend by his own power, he shall not command my respect. I propose we seize him immediately and execute him on the spot." Emulating his methods, Li Kuzhou wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a cold smile playing upon his lips. "Old dog, you should know that a wicked man often voices grievances. You see only what I have done to you. Yet why do you not reveal what I have endured at your hands?" Sikong Shu's eyes were icy. "It is you who flouts the law, brazenly challenging the rules. Spare me your nonsense, old dog. Just now, you openly obstructed my initiation, affording Ihan an opportunity to orchestrate my demise. Do you believe that others remain oblivious to your actions? Will the Lord be swayed by your foolish words?" Wukong trembled at dawn that Li Kuzhou addressed the lofty platform. "My lord, as the arbiter of this assembly, Sikong Shu has brazenly disrupted the contest, wantonly trampling the rules. He ought to be stripped of his position, subjected to 1,000 blades for correction. Little beast, you are excessively malicious." Sikong Shu's voice was frigid. Li Kuzhou, undaunted, retorted, "Old dog, one may act with impunity, yet must pay the price. Your disturbance is genuine. Prepare to meet your fate. At an opportune moment, Gu Songtian interjected, "As the father of my Jianzhong, Sikong Shu has devoted decades of effort and contribution to my Jianzhong. His conviction is no trivial matter. It will surely chill the hearts of the elders within." Upon hearing this man's words, Li Kuzhou felt an ominous secret stirring within him. The greatest critique of Feng Taiji was his benevolence and softness. He spoke kindly to evoke old sentiments, yet faltered when voicing harsh truths. Gu Songtian clearly struck at his own vital point, presenting a card of affection that he sought to leverage past virtues to offset current shortcomings. He also relocated dozens of elders from within, making it exceedingly difficult for Feng Taiji to convict Sikong Shu for his transgressions again. Before the winds could disperse the Taiji, Gu Songtian remarked, "Just now, I observed that although old Sikong was suspected of disrupting the contest, it was also to protect his disciple, safeguarding my talents." Feng Taiji nodded slightly. "Elder Gu's words hold merit. Elder Sikong got subordinates." Sikong Shu's eyes reflected no fear. He understood he would not face punishment today. "Your actions have severely disrupted the rules of the sword platform. You can no longer serve as an arbiter. You shall be released, bearing 7 days of punishment." There was not a shred of regret in Sikong Shu's eyes. He acquiesced to the penalty, casting a sidelong glance in his peripheral vision. He caught sight of Li Kuzhou, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. Very well, Feng Taiji was quite pleased with his own demeanor. "The first question is, when your Dan robe was torn, how did you cultivate such a spirit of the sword?" Li Kuzhou recognized this as a pivotal inquiry and devised a strategy, stating, "Not long ago, his disciple had just accomplished the feat of mastering a sword's essence, a remarkable achievement bestowed upon him by a mysterious figure. Observing his disciple's unusually robust physique, the enigmatic individual proclaimed his intention to grant his disciple a reincarnation. He imparted an unprecedented method to his pupil. Upon awakening, the disciple found within him the soul of a sword, the sword essence. This was indeed an unprecedented phenomenon." In response to Feng Taiji's inquiry, Li Kuzhou candidly remarked, "The spirit of my sword practice is not referred to as Longbi. The beast is audacious. Do you think we were blind during our wait? Do you believe you can conceal it? Come, assist me in subduing this malevolent creature and cast it into the water prison for torment." Old Tian bellowed in anger. "Stop." Feng Taiji raised his hand, halting the commotion. Jiu Songtian's expression darkened in silence. Feng Taiji turned to Li Kuzhou and inquired, "From whence did your method of cultivating sword souls originate? Furthermore, you claim your sword soul is not named Longbi. What title does it bear?" Li Kuzhou replied, "This sword is called Long Ao, and it was bestowed upon me by a mysterious elder. That is mere nonsense. You, dog, Do you think a mysterious elder is a credible source in the realm of sect leaders? Master, if this individual is not subjected to severe punishment, he will never speak the truth that I propose that imprison the old dog. Li Kaizhou interrupted Si Kongshu's discourse. I have yet to finish speaking. You behave like a eunuch. Unable to withstand the exploitation of this matter, do you believe you are the only intelligent individual in this chamber? As Li Kaizhou shouted and scolded, Si Kongshu's brows twitched. Oh, who is the person you mentioned? And where is he now? Feng Taiji appeared invigorated, while Songtian beside him seemed eager. Li Kaizhou conceded that he had nothing to hide and calmly stated, previously, I was punished for disrespecting my elder, Si Kongshu, and was then confined in the water prison. There, I encountered an elderly man clad in a yellow robe, with whom I engaged in discussion. He indicated that my physique was suitable for practicing his sword techniques, and thus I inherited the Long Tao sword techniques from him. As he recounted this, both Feng Taiji and Gu Songtian's expressions shifted dramatically. The elder's identity was well known to them, yet it was entwined with the secrets of their sect. Even they were unworthy of meeting him. Their expressions changed swiftly. Ultimately, Feng Taiji resumed his usual demeanor, his smile even brighter than before. Well, this suffices to clarify matters. The battle of the seven swords should not be postponed. Let us continue our fight. Si Kongshu was dismissed, with another elder from within stepping in to replace him. Li Kaizhou stood proudly on the podium. The audience, including Yihan, was oblivious to who had taken him away for treatment. The new referee surveyed the assembled disciples and proclaimed, Li Kaizhou has triumphed over Yihan in the last match, and the battle continues. The entire room fell silent, with no one daring to act further. The last time Li Kaizhou defeated Yihan, even the inner sect's elder Si Kongshu had been bold enough to challenge him. Witnessing Si Kongshu's demeanor revealed the terror of the sword god. Those who doubted their capabilities did not even dare to step onto the stage to confront him. Astonishingly, Li Kaizhou could scarcely be regarded as a mere man. Can a single individual possess such formidable physical strength? In the battle of the Earth Sword a month ago, and again a month later, who could possibly defeat Yihan? Remarkable, a month prior, this person's stamina was merely at the 9th level of refined natural energy. How long has it been? Even Ning Dan's mid-level Yihan was no match for him. This person is indeed an anomaly. Apart from one individual, none could contend further. Ultimately, this person adopted Yihan's strategy, which was sufficient to compel all masters of Ning Dan's mid-stage to capitulate. Li Kaizhou had just engaged in his first battle, particularly with that axe he wielded, furiously slaying Si Kongshu. He completely dominated the entire assembly of Ning Dan's masters. Even the so-called sword head, a master of Ning Dan, lacked the courage to partake in the initial skirmish. Of course, rather than a deficiency of courage, it was more a lack of necessity to fight, for the contest of the sword, in the eyes of all, was essentially akin to an artifact from the ancient Songlong bag, even if someone were to seize power. They ultimately paid a bloody price to garner Li Kaizhou's support, only to be swept aside by the ancient Songlong. Should they suffer injuries due to a bloody struggle with Li Kaizhou, it would undoubtedly affect the forthcoming clash between Sword Number 2 and Sword Number 7, which, fundamentally, would be unpleasant, and naturally, no one would desire to seize power. Li Kaizhou, understanding the sentiments of these individuals, inexplicably chuckled and remarked, I did not anticipate that this sword could be so easily acquired. Merely to defeat a cold leaf, thus he tucked the sword into his pocket. Since no one wishes to engage in combat, I shall not yield. What a daydream. Li Kaizhou, you are utterly inept. My Valley's hidden dragon has yet to emerge. Dare you call it righteousness? Upon Li Kaizhou's words igniting fervor, Gu Songlong increasingly emerged. This individual was born proud and unyielding. With a single movement, a burst of white fire erupted beneath his feet, accompanied by a shout, swift enough to ensnare onlookers. Chapter 61. Surging waves. Gu Songlong demonstrated the mid-grade sword of Zhongshuan and the F8 Songhai dragon sword with the finesse of hurling ham. Li Kaizhou wielded the supreme might of the Longbi sword, employing techniques of tasting swords and drawing the magical axe in Xinxia. One moment, they simultaneously struck a banner and a drum upon the stage. Gu Songlong's body moved like lightning, flitting back and forth like the wind, while Li Kaizhou's form was as solid as stone, his sword akin to surging waves. The impression conveyed was that Gu Songlong dared to be clever but not strong. This scene stirred the hearts of the disciples. How could it be? Li Kaizhou successfully parried Gu Songlong's sword. Observing this situation, the outcome remained uncertain. This person is indeed an oddity. A month ago, he merely triumphed over Lu Jianming. Yet a month later, he vanquished Songlong in the Valley of Sword Prince No. 2. No one could possibly believe this. Impossible. How could such a being be so robust? This is absolutely inconceivable. Previously, I was unaware of who had taken Yi Han away for treatment. At this moment, Gu Su and Chao Kuan stood upon the stage, elevated above the ground, observing the battle unfolding before them, utterly astonished by the general soliloquy. As for Gu Su and Chao Kuan, the more they watched, the more they could perceive Yi Han's dire predicament, as if they glimpsed their own unfortunate fates in the near future. In their eyes, Li Kazhou had reached an unparalleled level. Gu Su and Chao Kuan exchanged a glance, both comprehending the unspoken understanding between them. In essence, they must tread into the darkness one by one, binding themselves tightly to Yi Han's chariot. Behind Yi Han stood Gu Songlong, battling upon the stage, and further behind him was Gu Kangdan, an elder of the inner sect. Within this intricate web of relationships, it was only through this course of action that they could evade retribution from Li Kazhou. Otherwise, they dared not fathom their future. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, Gu Fong stood alone, the wind chilling him to the bone, his sword-wielding hand devoid of any trace of blood. Deep within his heart, he naturally hoped for Li Kazhou's victory. After all, this pertained to her engagement. Should Li Kazhou triumph, he would not need to make a decision to refuse. Even if this outcome was one she wholeheartedly accepted. At that moment, Gu Songlong felt an increasing coldness on the sword platform, as his opponent emanated an invisible, yet terrifying sword energy that deterred him from advancing a single step closer. Each strike from the other swords felt as though he were plummeting into an abyss. As if he had endured a life of near-death experiences, he realized that this was a consequence of the opponent's formidable swordsmanship. Was this the dragon's sword spirit? If I possessed this blade, I could vanquish the creatures before me without needing a second strike. This sword would surely secure my victory over Gu Songlong. The more powerful Li Kazhou became, the more insatiable Gu Songlong's ambition grew, his heart roaring with fervor. Yet, in that moment, Li Kazhou did not relent. Accustomed to fully harnessing the dragon's roar, he found it impossible to resist the opponent's lethal techniques. Now, he could engage in battle on equal footing with this individual, solely because the dragon's sword was sufficiently potent. Otherwise, his subtle swordplay with the demon axe would struggle against the opponent's seasoned prowess. Though this method of killing was formidable, it did not vastly surpass his dragon's roar. And since the onset of the war, he had essentially succumbed to the impoverishment of Guizhou's donkeys. Gu Songlong appeared to perceive his predicament, erupting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Is this truly your endeavor? If this is all you offer, allow me to reveal just how miserably you shall fail. Gu Songlong truly possessed a counterattack. What he left behind could not be compared to the previous water sword curse. Li Kazhou seemed to have lost his skills in Guizhou. Would he emerge victorious or face defeat next? Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, Gu Songlong's lethal tactics reached a critical point. The dragon commanded the waters. With a resounding voice, Gu Songlong raised his cup, manipulating the air to control his sword, departing with it firmly in hand. Indeed, the duel commenced. Witnessing this spectacle, some spectators shouted in astonishment. Swordplay differed from flying daggers. It could not traverse hundreds of miles in an instant or even reach a few hundred steps. Yet, its power far surpassed that of ordinary flying daggers. This was an unequivocal sword of death, brimming with a myriad of techniques, regardless of the presence of an enemy. Once the sword was released, its essence transformed into a white horn that struck down from the sky, embodying the true meaning of this blade. Such tactics birthed a profound concept of swordsmanship. The towering Tai Chi figure trembled, astonished. Ha ha, my son carries my genuine lineage, endowed with extraordinary talent. And in this year, with this lethal sword, does the master still believe this boy has a chance of victory? Impossible. Gazing down from the elevated platform, Song Tiangu widened his eyes and abruptly stood upright. The eyes of Feng Taiji gleamed with intensity. The sword energy of the six realms, in its second dimension, manifested as a dragon-shaped sword aura. This child, amidst the trials of his perilous existence, had undergone a transformation in his sword energy. Li Kazhou's treasured sword, infused with the ferocity of a dragon spirit, truly morphed into a dragoness roar, as the sword spirit surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, brazenly colliding with Bai Jiao. Boom! Bai Jiao collapsed with a thunderous crash, the hidden sword spiraling outward in cascading circles. The sword in the hands of the sword master represented half of a person's life. The supremacy of swordsmanship lies in its absoluteness, for if the sword is relinquished, the adversary may not be slain, thus leaving oneself vulnerable to demise. That Gu Songlong's white horn was severed, his sword shattered, and his strength depleted. Yet, Li Kazhou's second sword had already arrived, still embodying the dragon-shaped sword spirit. No to Gu Songlong, lost in the exhilaration of impending victory. soon found himself engulfed in despair, transformed into a mere specter of his former self. "Stop it, you vile beast." At that moment, a resounding crash echoed. However, it was already too late. The dragon-shaped sword spirit had been vanquished. Puff. Puff. Both spat blood. Jiut Songlong was pierced by the dragon sword, while Li Kuzhou suffered from an unexpected onslaught of ambrosial intoxication. His loud exclamations, laced with the reverberations of anguish, suggested that if one were to carve a cone from his heart, blood and air would surge forth, inevitably resulting in internal injuries. Yet, even so, the extent of his injuries paled in comparison to Gu Songlong's. Witnessing the state of this man, bloodied and battered, with a once handsome visage now obscured by the chaos, one could only discern his breath from the rising and falling of his chest. It was evident. One lay prostrate while the other stood tall. Jiut Songlong was defeated, someone muttered in disbelief. The tides of battle shifted so swiftly that the spectators were left in stunned silence. In the final moments, they had been cheering for Gu Songlong's triumph. Moments later, they beheld the man, gravely wounded, devoid of the strength to continue the fight. Just moments prior. Was that truly a dragon-shaped sword? There was no mistake. This dragon-shaped sword spirit was familiar to them. Tianjiao Lu Jiaming had once wielded it. The two dragon-shaped sword spirits were nearly identical, undeniably a manifestation of the second subtlety of sword energy. Yet, Li Kuzhou's performance diverged significantly from Lu Jiaming's vigorous display at that time. Was the second realm of swordsmanship genuinely that formidable? Had a single sword shattered Gu Songlong's lethal strike? Dragon cleaving water. In the crowd, Chao Kuan and Gu Su witnessed Gu Songlong, gravely injured, collapsing upon the stage, his complexion pale, legs trembling, sinking to the ground. The two rushed to support Yi Han, momentarily stumbling, only to falter again. Yet, in that moment, he felt no pain. The scene before him completely captivated his attention. Li Kuzhou, the wind blew coldly as she softly uttered the name of the figure standing on the stage, her eyes, never having been so serene, brimmed with excitement and in her fervor, her cheeks flushed crimson. Bang! Tian Guzong captured the scene in a fervent rage, his face contorted with anger. He pointed at Li Kuzhou, his trembling finger trembling, as he bellowed fiercely. "You little beast, how audacious!" The little beast, Yu Guzong Tian Li Chu Ci, is impoverished, momentarily rendered speechless. Li Kuzhou, possessing a rational demeanor, is unwaveringly just. "I am aware that Gu Chonglong is the offspring of Gu Chonglong. Yet every contest bears its gains and losses. Perhaps the elder merely incites your dwelling to ignite, while forbidding others from lighting a flame. I merely wish to express that the masters of the world, akin to clouds, are elevated by the elder, yet above you reside the swordsman. Your might and dominion cannot safeguard this individual's life." Little beast, what do you imply? Do you believe I have interfered in your altercation? Old Tian's gaze is frigid. Li Kuzhou offers a slight smile. "Would you? I not only recognize thousands of disciples, but also dozens of intersect elders, and even the elders themselves are blameless. Why not inquire further into this matter?" Guzong Tian Chi trembles all over. Li Kuzhou no longer pays him heed. He gazes at the wind, practicing Tai Chi, slightly bowing his hands. "Lord, if you're correct, this battle ought to be claimed by his disciples." Ha ha ha. The Wind Tai Chi appears quite pleased, laughing thrice and nodding. Chapter 62. Difficult to mend. The time has come. Li Kuzhou, choose the sword incantation and step forth from the sword pavilion. The elder's voice, guarding the 6th floor of the sword pavilion, suddenly resonates. Li Kuzhou dares not delay. In his eyes, the elder resembles a shroud of mist, evidently unfathomable. He retrieves the treasured sword tome and approaches the exit. The Kunlun broken sword incantation. The elder received the proffered tome with a slight frown, muttering to himself. He raised his gaze to Li Kuzhou, a brilliant light gleaming in his eyes. "This sword incantation has been chosen for 30 years. Unexpectedly, you are unable to select other formidable sword incantations, but can only opt for this one that is difficult to mend." Li Kuzhou, having heard of someone choosing it in the past, inquired of the elder, what became of that individual from 30 years ago. He spoke with a curious expression. He perished, the elder remarked casually, producing a martial arts book from seemingly nowhere. "You have acquired the first half. For the latter half, you ought to be aware of the rules of my sword teachings. If you dare to impart the sword incantation without authorization before entering the Yuan dynasty, what purpose does it serve?" Li Sukatang of Guizhou Industrial nodded. After the elder spoke, he appeared to recall something, malevolently chuckling. "Those who do not believe in malevolence, who do not wield this sword and incantation, whose lifespan is the longest." Li Kuzhou remained silent. He took 2 sword tomes and descended from the sword pavilion. The elder observed his departing figure, suddenly squinting his eyes, murmuring in a voice he had only heard before, "The broken sword Kunlun swordsman. Will the sword incantation truly be enacted?" On the first level of the sword pavilion. He had just conducted a swift investigation regarding this news, the results of which left his heart utterly chilled in his eyes. The forsaken Li Kaizhou had truly earned the title of swordsman, and no one knew of his engagement, rendering him feel akin to a heart that had ceased to beat. Following a wave of despair, a final flicker of hope remained within his heart. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he beheld that figure emerging from beneath his blade, the individual hastily rising, resembling a sorrowful spectre, Li Jianshou. A sudden, sorrowful wail reverberated through Li Kaizhou, startling him. Upon witnessing the elderly man approach, he swiftly brandished his sword, supporting the elder as they took 10 steps together. "Zhao Yi, what has befallen your family? Why do you suffer so?" Shui Yi, feigning a pitiful display, wept profusely, his face streaked with tears and snot. Before the youth, there were no eyes. A dog cannot spit forth its ivory to my words have offended the blade. I miss it so dearly that I await its descent to bow an apology. The elder, clearly overwhelmed, lowered his voice and knelt to prostrate himself. Li Kaizhou extended his sword, just as the elder's knee was lifted. "What?" Shui Yi exclaimed, elated. Li Jianshou, can you truly forgive both the young and the old? Li Kaizhou replied with a calm demeanor. I harbor little animosity towards you. It is neither a matter of forgiveness nor condemnation. Remember your responsibilities in the future. The dog's eyes may perceive the flaws of men, but do not repeat such actions. Undoubtedly, it is the head of the sword of Exishan. By this very measure, the name of the sword is justly earned, far surpassing that of the ancient Songlong. He spoke with deep admiration when, all of a sudden, a chilling silhouette caught his attention, prompting an instinctive turn of his head. Before him was a visage flushed with crimson, devoid of any semblance of vitality. He was unaware of when the spirit of the ancient Songlong usually manifested behind him. Li Kaizhou disregarded the figure, instead focusing on the arrival of Songlong, offering a slight smile. Is it the son of Songlong? He was wounded at my hands. The dragon still lives, and the tiger yet breathes. It is merely a matter of time. Gu Changlong's countenance darkened ominously. Li Kaizhou, do not let pride consume you. How did you manage to sway me? Have you counted your own worth? You were merely fortunate this time. Next, I shall see what you truly require. He refrained from further verbosity, trampling upon Zhao Yi's claws as he meandered through the sword pavilion. The sound of bone snapping was evident beneath his feet, yet the elder displayed no reaction. Remaining alive, Li Kaizhou exited the sword pavilion. He encountered an individual approaching him. Brotherly, the ancestor has commanded that all 7 sword disciples who received bounties gather at Ziyun Temple. The elders have pressing matters to attend to, considering the urgent needs of the populace in the utilization of the precious rising treasure sword. The expressions of the remaining 6, aside from Li Kaizhou, shifted subtly. One could surmise that the president was aware of the emergence of this artifact, and the forces led by the glazed moonsword sect could not possibly be ignorant. However, those who seized the moment would certainly not be caught off guard. They would surely strive to excel. A bloody massacre was destined to unfold. The wind whispered coldly yet tenderly. Father, it is said that to reach Daofeng Cave, one must first traverse the Black Mountain, then ascend the mist-shrouded valley, territories belonging to the old monsters. She expressed her concerns without elaboration. These were indeed the fears of the people. You see, the Black Mountain, Cloud Valley, and Blade Edge Tunnel are renowned as the 3 most perilous locations within the territory of Zuanfeng's treasure sword. Those who venture there meet with death 9 times over, and moreover, it is rumored that demons and malevolent spirits abound. Feng Taiji slightly nodded and said, this is not mere legend. The ancient monsters of the Black Mountain and the Cloudy Valley indeed exist. However, there is no need for concern. Though these creatures are formidable, they have never dared to venture out lightly. I have forged a blood pact with the elders of Jinwu. The individuals from the Yuan dynasty could never undertake such significant repairs. They would have no reason to do so. Should they dare to infringe upon it, both the Black Mountain and the Cloudy Valley would cease to exist. Upon hearing Feng Taiji unveil this secret, the 6 of them collectively sighed in relief. They now understood, to some extent, the reason for being dispatched to the Blade Wind Tunnel. They must traverse the Black Mountain, which could not tolerate the birth of profound origins. They could only set forth after the swordsmanship of the Ningdan period had been perfected. The wind chilled. Feng Taiji inquired further, since this pertains to the Ningdan War, Would it not be more advantageous if I were to send the elders who have achieved great success in Ningdan? Although we are still youthful, most of us are at least at the mid-level of Ningdan. If we excel in Ningdan, participating in the First World War would be exceedingly difficult. Feng Taiji responded. This is precisely what I am about to discuss. The creation of the infant ascendant sword occurs within the depths of the blade wind tunnel, where the stronger the wind, the more perilous the entry. Achieving success there is unlikely to surpass that of the mid-level Ningdan. Everyone present had never ventured into the Dao wind tunnel. They were well aware that the tunnel harbored peculiarities. However, one must not approach this journey with negligence. According to my information, the Liuli Yu sword sect should have received news through various channels. Even if it is merely superficial, they would dispatch their master. What other forces might lie behind it remains uncertain. One by one, the six nodded solemnly. Observing their demeanor, Feng Taiji remarked, with opportunity comes danger. Whether you slay your enemies or acquire natural resources and wealth, it will belong to you upon your safe return. Everyone may visit the sword pavilion to select a mid-tier sword incantation for practice. Additionally, each of you will receive a four-legged sword weapon. Upon hearing this reward, aside from the biting cold wind in Likijo, several others exhibited bright eyes filled with uncontainable enthusiasm. Feng Taiji continued, the Dao Wind Tunnel may not be the most perilous. The gravest threat lies in the Dao Peak Tunnel, as these two locations are the most dangerous. The Black Mountain and the Cloudy Valley. We must contend not only with the demons residing there, but also remain vigilant against ambushes and atrocities from the enemy's higher echelons. Ji Yuntian coldly nodded, adding, however, there is no need for concern. My emperor will ensure that 2 elders from Ningdan accompany you. Upon hearing this, some among the 6 finally felt a sense of relief. Suddenly, Likijo asked, Master, I wish to know when the precious sword will be born. When shall we embark? It is estimated that there remains approximately a month. But to ensure safety, you must arrive there 5 days in advance. Li Tsuenjo nodded, feeling quite assured. In addition to forging the Phoenix Stand, he had also attempted the Kunlun broken sword incantation and the gambling method of throwing ham. If he can achieve something in a month, this perilous adventure will undoubtedly culminate in success. Feng Taiji pondered for a considerable time before suddenly declaring, I grant you 3 years. After 3 years, if your modifications meet my satisfaction, I shall entrust you with the cold reality of life. However, should you fail to progress or remain unsatisfactory at that time, you in that frigid existence shall remain stagnant. Although Likijo had constructed his marriage upon the foundation laid by Feng Taiji, which made him somewhat discontent, he could still comprehend the sentiment. After all, no father in this world would willingly marry off his daughter to someone incapable of shouldering the costs of construction. For in this world, without the power to rise above others, one is destined to be overshadowed. At that point, your life is no longer your own, let alone that of the woman beside you. Feng Taiji continued, remember, you have only been married to Li Han for 3 years. In 3 years, I will either entrust her to you or allow her to remain alone. Likijo nodded resolutely. Very well. In 3 years, I shall marry her when I possess a method superior to all my rivals. Regarding this matter, Feng Taiji chose not to elaborate further and sternly stated, aside from this, I have another crucial question for you. Likijo mused internally. Inquire of the master. The disciple knows everything. It pertains to your swordsmanship. Previously, you mentioned your sword is named Long Ao. If I am not mistaken, you merely wish to obscure your true intentions. You should be well aware of the name of this sword. Drawing a dragon upon the ground. In today's world, what sword spirit is as enigmatic as the legendary dragon sword spirit? As for Feng Taiji, Likijo no longer concealed much and nodded slightly. The Lord resembles a deity. I have not concealed this from my master, but due to the mixed voices of the people at that time, coupled with the unavoidable prying of Gutsong, it inevitably spread, leading to disciples of the world pursuing and ultimately meeting their demise. Feng Taiji nodded. You are correct. Now let me ask you, from whom did you learn your swordsmanship? And how did you practice it? Hui Zhongzhu, a disciple of the source of sword energy, had not lied at that time. This indeed was the predecessor of the water prison passed down to his disciples, who revered him as their teacher without concealing their master. For one could not teach without honoring the master. A biography. Feng Taiji furrowed his brow. Likijo nodded. The spirit of the Longbi sword is not cultivated. It is transmitted through generations. In this world, only one person practices this pulse. One dies, and another inherits. Otherwise, the world would not only hear its name, but also witness its disappearance. The wind swept through. Taiji fell into a prolonged silence. Likijo also ceased his discourse. Although he understood that chivalrous individuals were inherently noble, even the noblest could not resist the allure of greed, much like the original tin-faced chivalrous beard. As long as the interests were substantial, the chivalrous would take risks. Thus, he likely contemplated that Feng Taiji must indeed covet the spirit of the Longbi sword, for the spirit of the Longbi sword is the fifth rarest in the world. Li Kuzhou pondered. If Feng Taiji gazes at me with that frigid demeanor and refuses to offer me a covert advantage, then I shall mirror his icy expression, biding my time to present him with a significant opportunity in the future. The opportunity he envisioned was, of course, the purple sword concealed within the Qiankuan sleeve that it was inscribed by the ancestors of Ziji, who had amassed a wealth of experience through practice, surpassing nearly all riches in the world. After a prolonged silence, Feng Taiji finally broke the stillness, his voice resonating with suppressed fury. I am already aware of this matter. You wish to cease its dissemination. Very well, you may depart. Following a month of meticulous preparation, the Blade Edge Tunnel was set to host a grand event. Li Kuzhou remained taciturn as he exited. Feng Taiji observed him leave, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Pondering what this signified, Li Kuzhou stepped out of the hall. He noticed a woman by a faux lake and a willow pavilion. The air was brisk, and he could feel his own eyes slightly widening, his body responding in kind. He seemed eager to escape his current emotions. Li Kuzhou approached directly. Lang, are you waiting for me? He inquired candidly. He had never grasped the concept of pretense, responding with calmness. He spoke to me about our marriage. Upon hearing this, the woman's body tensed abruptly. She endeavored to steady her voice. I disdain such a utilitarian arrangement. If you lose today, I have another stipulation. Is that not the essence of the valley where dragons are concealed? Li Kuzhou smiled broadly. A splendid idea. 5 days later, immense wings cloaked the sky as a soaring falcon emerged from Zijijian. The falcon soared through the clouds, carrying 9 individuals upon its back. Among them were 7 who, merely a month prior, had resolved to appoint Li Kuzhou as the leader of the 7 swords of Ziji. Before these 7 stood 2 elders, namely Ning Dan Eryi, tasked with protecting them and guiding them into the Blade Edge Tunnel. At that moment, Li Kuzhou's expression darkened, not due to the presence of the elders, but rather because of a certain individual who stood before him. The path of his adversary had narrowed, whether by coincidence or design. Si Kongshu had become one of the elder leaders of the group. He bore an irreconcilable grudge against this man. And in the eyes of all, they dared to trip him upon the stage. Now that the emperor was distant, this individual could not harm him, be it in shadow or light. His countenance was grim. Yet inwardly, he chuckled coldly. Si Kongshu has become one of the foremost leaders. The Barn advises against surprise. The aim may be to rid themselves of me during this journey, yet you remain woefully naive. Halfway through, you shall accomplish nothing against me. Li Kuzhou appeared to have a revelation, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Black Mountain loomed ahead, the territory of that ancient monstrosity. Demonic soldiers patrolled the skies. We were to land at the mountain's base and proceed on foot. Awaiting Black Mountain was the penultimate murky valley, and at its end lay the Daofeng Tunnel, our destination and the primary route of our undertaking. The speaker was not Si Kongshu, but rather another elder. Li Kuzhou retained a vague recollection of him, only remembering his surname, Sun, while his given name eluded him. Foolish, letting you know the peril. Is this truly perilous? Si Kongshu's frigid reprimand reverberated through the air. Shui had forgotten the weight of the years etched upon his visage. Once a paragon of excellence during the Jinzhong era, he had, on this occasion, bravely attained the honor of the 4 swords. Although he presently lacked the prowess of the esteemed Si Kongshu, amidst the constellation of stars that cradled the moon during the Jianzhong period, his standing was not significantly inferior to that of his peers. Upon hearing that the adversary relied on age to sell their experience, a momentary stillness graced his countenance. An elder by the surname Sun assumed the role of mediator. Indeed, the perils of Heishan were beyond mere verbal description. Yet in my perspective, the true danger lay not in the mountain itself, but within humanity. This land, rife with burning, plundering, and killing, was a veritable treasure trove, drawing together the most ferocious bandits upon the fields of the precious swords, alongside those who roamed freely, unabashedly revealing their true natures. Furthermore, the monstrosities of Heishan were not inherently malevolent. Rather, they were numerous creatures that resorted to cannibalism in their quest for expediency, for the higher the sword, the greater the advantages it conferred upon them. Shui Yongyan nodded in agreement. The immeasurable distance stretched before them, even from the clouds. The mountain's terminus remained elusive to the eyes of the gathered multitude. Dark clouds loomed ominously above the mountain. What formidable demons, Li Kuzhou whispered. The remaining 6 of the 7 swords beheld the dreadful black clouds. their faces adorned with solemnity that it resembled a mere cloud. Yet it was far from innocuous. To some extent, it was the manifestation of demonic forces distorting the very fabric of heaven and earth. The elder son, upon witnessing the black clouds, exhibited a flicker of trepidation in his eyes. It was said that the ancient monstrosities of Heishan conjured these shadows, obscuring the sky from the swordsmen who dared not harden their blades against it. The seven, upon hearing this, felt an innate understanding. Why could they not control the falcon's flight? For it bore a striking resemblance to self-destruction. Behold, within the ominous clouds that a sudden scream pierced the air. It is a demonic warrior. Old Sun gazed intently, silently affirming, in no wonder even the most skilled swordsmen hesitated to traverse their path. This dense cloud was a veritable pit of death. Li Kaizhou pondered in confusion. The demonic warrior was not a demon per se, but rather a specter. Such entities were those devoured by the ancient fiend. For the old sorcerer, these phantoms served as the lethal instruments akin to the swords wielded by the adept swordsman. Observe this multitude, vast and innumerable. Once ensnared within, the outcome would be as chilling as the fall of autumn leaves. Sikangsha rendered a calm assessment. He cast a glance at Li Kaizhou and declared, "What I seek this time is a pathfinder, not a scapegoat. For Yi Han is the weakest among you. He cannot assume the role of the vanguard." Li Kaizhou was acutely aware of the elder's intentions. It was evident that he wished for him to take the lead. Indeed, the elder feigned contemplation before stating, "Li Kaizhou, as the foremost sword of this endeavor, it is your duty among the seven to forge this path." He fixed a cold gaze upon him, his expression unmistakably laced with menace. As the wind stirred, upon hearing these words, Li's brow furrowed ever so slightly. He contemplated voicing a retort, yet upon observing the unchanging demeanor etched upon Li's face, he refrained from speaking. Jiu Songlong stood beside him, joyfully exclaiming, "Li Kaizhou, you have yet to pave the way. Since you have captured Sword One, this is precisely what Sword One ought to do. Had I seized Jianji yesterday, I would not have sought the elder's counsel. I would have stood up earnestly." Jiu Songlong spoke of justice, yet he inherently understood that he could not take the lead. Li Kaizhou fell silent for a moment and replied, "In that case, very well. However, danger is invariably proportionate to benefit. If I were to encounter any treasure before me, would you not desire a share?" In that moment, he recognized he had no alternative for him. It was of little consequence. He was entitled to venture forth alone. Oh, how pitiable it is, dear one. As if I had never beheld treasure in Songlong Valley. You may speak candidly. Rest assured, you shall reap a genuine reward. For you are both impoverished and resentful, with no competition to contend with. Do not speak nonsense. It is late. Hurry into the mountains. Sikong Shu appeared impatient. Shouting at him, Li Kaizhou said nothing. He mentioned the Black Sword and proceeded to the Black Mountain. The sky over Black Mountain was shrouded in dark clouds, casting the landscape into a twilight hue, rendering it most conducive for ambushes. As Li Kaizhou stepped upon the fallen leaves of the jungle, a crisp crack echoed underfoot as he journeyed deeper into the mountains. The environment within was eerily tranquil, akin to the solitude of the entire mountain, yet his spirit was 1,000 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. And his senses were exceptionally acute. He could distinctly perceive the presence trailing behind him, waiting 100 meters away with a group of 8. This was the entirety of the morning. There were no dangers along the route. Just as Li Kaizhou had anticipated, the expanse of Black Mountain stretched for tens of thousands of miles. He was now outside its confines. In this area, resources were scarce, and the treasures of heaven and earth were nearly non-existent. No one would linger here. No demons would inhabit this place. That afternoon, Li Kaizhou stumbled upon a severed limb and a sorrowful corpse, which ultimately signified that he had entered the periphery of Black Mountain, where bloodshed was frequent. Why? Suddenly, his visage shifted slightly as he turned to gaze into the depths of the forest. In the direction visible to his naked eye, the wind ceased, and the trees stood still. Yet under his keen perception, there was a subtle undulation in that direction. According to his intuition, the origin of the sword should be several thousand meters away from his current location. The sword was becoming increasingly distinct. Someone was charging towards this direction. I was not a particularly curious individual, but upon realizing that Sikong Shu was right behind him, he envisioned him as someone casting stones to inquire about the path, hoping to find some task for the other. The approaching individuals were swift, and it was not a solitary figure. Li Kaizhou halted to catch his breath, only to hear the sound of something soaring through the air. At that moment, an elderly man with a white beard came into view. "Come, I shall block this claw." The old man's complexion was pale, his face bearing a resolute expression of impending death. Under his protection stood 4 individuals. 2 men and 2 women. At that moment, they all appeared fearful and despondent. Why? What was the reason? Li Kuzhou observed one of the women among the 4 frowning, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in her eyes. This woman was, in fact, Li Yunxian in his mind, a man adorned with a mask and clad in barbaric attire, wielding a long sword, pursued him relentlessly. The elderly man with a white beard was evidently injured. Acknowledging that escape was futile on this day, he raised his sword and struck him down. The sound echoed ominously from within. 2 men and 2 women gazed at the gravely wounded elder Jianfu, who had been unable to rise for half the day. His face had turned pallid, and he understood that today marked the end of his life. Li Yunxia glanced at Li Kuzhou and remarked, "Li Maden, the world is full of surprises. I did not expect we would not perish together today." Li Kuzhou smiled and replied, "If you wish to die here, you may do so at ease. But I shall not accompany you." Li Yunxia scoffed, "Fool, the murderer before us is not even one of my elders at the Sword Manor. Do you truly believe you have a chance to escape?" Li Kuzhou, disinterested in her taunts, observed their pursuer instead. He noticed a pouch, embroidered in the shape of a ball, hanging from the man's waist, adorned with bells that occasionally chimed softly. "Lock the demon back." "Are you from the Tangzhou Club?" he inquired, raising an eyebrow. The Tangzhou Alliance, renowned among the 2 major organizations of the world, lacked the external reputation of the Tangzhou chivalry. Mischief gleamed in the murderer's eyes, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. "You little demon, you possess a few eyes, but they are insufficient for your survival. However, I can grant you a chance. Under my command, you 5 ants may scatter, and I shall hunt you down one by one." This should have been an opportunity for a few to survive, yet none, including Li Yunxia, displayed any semblance of hope. No one understood better than they did the terrifying nature of the murderer's physical prowess. Even if the 4 could not cover all angles, they would surely become corpses ambushed in their tracks. The man fixed his gaze upon Li Kuzhou, his eyes brimming with mockery. "Little brat. Cherish the opportunity one provide. It is your sole chance for survival. I shall count to 3 and see how far you can run." Li Kuzhou, growing impatient, retorted, "This is the first time I have encountered someone as dull as you. Since you do not wish for me to leave, you must engage in something with me. So hurry up and refrain from fabricating matters. Count your mother." The man, incensed by these words, spat angrily, "I know nothing of dead dogs. I shall first slay your dog, and you shall die." Enraged by Li Kuzhou's provocations, the murderer drew forth a sword, a blade crafted from shark fin, intent on striking him down mid-air. In an instant, Li Kuzhou thrust his sword forward, fiercely unsheathing it to confront his assailant. The dragon-shaped sword cleaved through the earth, slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. "What? No way." The murderer's fierce gaze was replaced by terror. The bombardment of the dragon wall and the dragon god reached a fever pitch, and the once mighty shark fin sword shattered as if made of paper, instantly withering and decaying. It plummeted, erupting, and as the blood mist cascaded forth, a great basin of violent blood was formed, the man seemingly weightless as he soared away, colliding with 3 trees before collapsing onto the ground. His vitality was tenacious, even as he approached his final breath. He fell to the earth, struggling to shake his head, and before him appeared a vivid depiction of a dragon. Li Kuzhou brandished his sword, and a dragon's image materialized upon the ground. The bandit, bloodied and wide-eyed, gasped in astonishment. The dragon. He was eager to articulate his thoughts, but as he lowered his gaze, those who had opened their eyes met their demise. "I forgot to mention, my style is known as exorcism." Li Kuzhou's voice remained as monotonous as ever. Yet, the notorious figure referred to as the grand criminal by Li Yunxia could no longer be heard. In the distance, 4 individuals stood transfixed, unable to move their heads for even a moment. In that final instant, they pursued the murderer, who was neither able to ascend to the heavens nor descend to the earth. In the next heartbeat, he would materialize before them. The grotesque man was entangled in the scene, leaving them feeling as though they were caught in a dream. Li Kuzhou lifted his sword, choosing not to engage further with the 4. Instead, he approached the lifeless form of the bandit. At that moment, the 4 regained their senses. One of them swiftly bowed his head, exclaiming, "I had no idea, before I possessed sight, that it was my elder brother in the swordsmanship realm, Wu Feng, from the Great Prosperity Sword House, who had stood in for 3 masters and siblings, and I am grateful he saved my life." Just then, Li arrived before him, leaping with his sword to secure the demon pouch to his waist. He opened the door to peer inside. The 4 dared not depart without Li Kuzhou's permission, instead observing him with utmost reverence. Li Yunxia was taken aback, her focus shattered, her mouth agape, at a loss for words. Li examined the man's lock pouch, aptly named for capturing demonic entities, a standard among members of the same ship association. He shook his pouch, revealing a fist-sized yellow sword orb. Witnessing this, a leader clad in a gray robe swiftly raised an eye and a hand to consecrate the sword orb. Death! The sword orb glimmered against the grotesque man's neck. The anticipated severed head did not occur. The orb was merely shattered by a phantom. The leader, drenched in cold sweat, lost his former arrogance, gazing despondently at the six. Rendered speechless. 6 phantoms. Indeed, witnessing this marvel firsthand is truly astounding. On this side, seated beside Li Kazhou, the wind was frigid, and the voice was hushed. Li Kazhou nodded, stating, "It is said that this technique has been passed down for over a millennium. Its origin remains untraceable. Yet these 6 are indeed among the first in history to undergo training. Is this ghostly figure truly invincible? Observe the individual in the center." The wind whispered, chilled. "That person dons a cloak. What is there to conceal?" Li inquired. "Tea is a woman." The wind replied, "A woman. How can you be so certain?" Li Kazhou expressed surprise. The wind grew colder, preparing to speak before finally murmuring, "Matters of women are naturally known only to women. You would not comprehend." Li Kazhou rubbed his nose, bewildered. The wind's face turned starkly serious. "This woman's identity is indeed peculiar. These 6 grotesque individuals, as far as I know, have toiled for 10 years at Crow Ridge, leaving not a single trace. Moreover, despite their unsightly appearances, their conduct is remarkably chivalrous. They seldom engage in conflict for profit. They are truly diligent individuals. This enigmatic figure may invite them to become guardians." Observing the respectful demeanor of the 6, it is evident that their relocation is not driven by mere curiosity. Li Kazhou nodded and remarked, "The absence of any sword-like power around this mysterious individual clearly suggests that it is not a matter of martial prowess, indicating that their purpose for being here is not to accompany us." The wind was frigid as he slightly inclined his head. "Regarding that matter, our knowledge is rather scant. Only a few major factions are privy to this information. The individual named Yuan Shun from the White Dove Tower might be aligned with us. Yet it is improbable that these 6 possess any awareness of this news." Li Kazhou nodded, intending to speak, when he suddenly felt a yawn creeping up his back. Turning his head slightly, he beheld the ghastly visage of Sikong Shu, selecting individuals for consumption. "What a vile creature! Just moments ago, Yuan Shun of the White Dove Tower witnessed me awaiting their entrance and instigated chaos and bloodshed. Was it your beast that incited their ire?" His voice was low, yet everyone listened intently. Li Kazhou nonchalantly replied, "I have already clarified the preceding matters. When these people saw me entering alone, they presumed I was a solitary wanderer intent on murder and plundering wealth. Naturally, I refrained from revealing any vulnerabilities. They claimed that not only were their comrades present, but also skilled elders like Elder Sikong. They had heard that the elder's name was akin to that of a dog. Furthermore, they stated that upon your arrival, they would eagerly anticipate your demise." His voice fell. He pushed the door open. Sikong Shu's fury reached its zenith. He yearned to verify the veracity of Li Kazhou's words, yet he could not inquire further, for Yuan Shen's White Dove Tower faction exhibited an arrogance that far surpassed theirs. To confront him directly would result in humiliation, should Li Kazhou's assertions prove true, as it would be akin to inviting a slap to his face. Most critically, he currently lacked the strength to vanquish his adversary. There was no room for him to vent his grievances. "You beast, do not let me discover that you are toying with me, deliberately causing me trouble, or else that for the ultimate objective of this journey, I shall be compelled to obliterate you with impartiality." Sikong Shu's eyes burned with intensity, his teeth clenched in rage. He was now eager to rid himself of Li Kazhou, yet deep down, he understood that he was merely a specter among the deceased. He possessed an irreplaceable role. He could take lives at will, but he could not traverse the Blade's tunnel. Li Kazhou had now forgotten the threat posed by this individual. His prior actions were deliberate, aimed at providing Sikong Shu with a task, as Sikong Shu had a long journey ahead. Along the way, he remained ever vigilant, but the presence of this individual caused him to feel somewhat restrained, prompting him to find a place to awaken this person. Suddenly, the audience fell silent, an eerie calm enveloping the atmosphere. As midnight approached, everyone closed their eyes to breathe. Li Kazhou continued to practice his cloud dragon dining method, as usual. At this juncture, he shattered the position of Danfu, transforming the dragon energy into a peculiar dragon, its size remaining unchanged, yet it gradually solidified, exhibiting a faint semblance of life in the dead of night. The air was thick with anticipation. What on earth is this? No, this is indeed strange. Li Kaijo did not begin from scratch. His soul was millions of times more potent than that of an ordinary individual. Though he could not see through it all, he was evidently convinced that everything around him was inexplicable and surreal. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on 6 grotesque figures in another corner, who, rather than safeguarding the enigmatic figure draped in a cloak at their center, turned a blind eye to the merciless destruction of a 3-foot-tall statue. Instead, they surveyed their surroundings as if anticipating an assault from all sides. At that moment, as the two factions joined hands, the statue was finally shattered into fragments, no longer capable of inflicting harm. Before they could even exhale in relief, a resounding chime pierced the air. Thus, the populace remained on high alert. It was this very bell that had resurrected the statue. Ah! A mournful scream echoed, this time emanating from the direction of Jianzhong. The crowd gasped in horror as they beheld the pallid corpse sprawled upon the ground. Behind the disciple of Jianzhong, the disciple eerily rose to his feet. He appeared unresponsive, pierced by a pale and merciless hand with claws that penetrated his heart. Then, the scream resounded once more, this time from the vicinity of Yuanchan Beigo U. An almost identical scene unfolded. As a long-awaited Ningdan sword, restored, was suddenly thrust behind a corpse, its claws piercing through the lifeless body. Alas, the corpse on the ground was still alive. Once there, the body scattered, rising unsteadily. Li Kaijo cast another glance at the 6 jesters. At this moment, the 6 appeared somewhat restless, crawling with their faces toward the ground, ostensibly to protect the figure in the center, yet merely retreating without launching an attack. How peculiar! How could a dead man stand again? Li Kaijo seemed to have a revelation, abruptly closing his eyes. His brows flickered in the dim light, revealing the eyes of his soul that in the gaze of his spirit. The world became pale that moment. In his vision, the corpses on the ground remained just that, indistinguishably wielding their swords like towering peaks. He even witnessed Yi Han extracting a sword from the vest of the Jianzhong disciple, who had witnessed his own body standing on the ground, his claws penetrating through it. This was not magic. For the first time, Li Kaijo encountered such a dreadful illusion, and now he began to grasp why these 6 jesters had not performed their roles from start to finish. Suddenly, Li Kaijo's expression altered dramatically. Another disciple of Jianzhong collapsed to the ground. This time, no one struck him down. He fell of his own accord. His visage was almost indistinguishable from that of the corpse on the ground. His complexion was pale, devoid of any trace of blood. What manner of fiend is this? Li Kaijo's spirit sought answers. Just then, a shadow slipped from the disciple's garments, scurrying across the ground like a rat. Under his watchful gaze, the shadow entered the body of a master in the later stages of Ningdan within the Whitebone Tower. In merely a dozen breaths, the master began to wield his sword with increasingly sluggish movements, ultimately collapsing, his face pale and lifeless, just like the previously fallen Jianzhong disciple. Li Kaijo, fixated on a specter the size of a rat. This time, the entity charged toward him. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, as if gathering strength. Just as the thing leapt towards him, the sword suddenly emerged at a single, decisive strike. That was the Kunlun broken sword charm. Thick as a thumb, the sword stretched 7 feet long. It was as sturdy as a lengthy rope, capable of piercing through. The sprite leaped over, hurriedly kicking its legs in midair, attempting to evade, yet this entity was devoid of any leverage, making it impossible to escape the blade and dagger of Li Kaijo. I shall slay you, and see what becomes of it. Just as Li Kaijo contemplated the demise of this being, an odd voice suddenly emanated from the peculiar soul. Dare you to seize the moment to kill me? I shall take your life. Beast. Unfazed by the ferocity, Sakangshu abruptly swung his sword towards Li Kaijo. Not only this individual, but nearly everyone, alongside the wind and chill, employed lethal tactics against him, manifesting a blend of fear and fury. Each person's murderous strategy converged upon the path traversed by the Kunlun broken sword incantation, which coincided almost simultaneously with Li Kaijo's own sword incantation. Sigh. The incantation that traversed the mountains to slay cattle obliterated the decayed and withered creatures in its wake. First, the sword spirit of the ancient was extinguished, followed by the sword pearl. This must be an illusion. Do not resist, Sakangshu commanded. Following the earlier scene, everyone inwardly recognized that the enemy before them was likely their own comrade. The assassination of Guoran by Yi Hanbei lingered vividly in their minds. In truth, no one from Jianzhong dared to act further, paralyzed by the fear of inflicting harm upon one another. Several faces turned pale. Their grip on the swords became rigid, devoid of any trace of blood, yet they dared not swing them recklessly. Alas, A blood-soaked grapevine, akin to a life-threatening spear, descended upon the crowd. Some were uncertain of its reality, but instinctively chose to evade the life-threatening bloodvine. Yet, should the bloodvine be cunning, it would align the weakest leaves in a line that no, that why Yi Hanfeng cried out. As Xueteng passed by him, amidst Yi Hanfeng's mournful wails, one of his arms withered at a visible pace, instantly decaying like a corpse. This is real. Witnessing this scene, the fear of the three souls was resurrected. Rendering Sakangshu's commands utterly ineffective, the surviving swordsman once again wielded his sword, desperately resisting the blood-soaked grapevines that had already been worn and slain. That demonic fox will take my life. Li Kezhou's heart sank. His 5-foot sword, like a wheel of wind, repelled attacks from all directions. Nearly all present on the battlefield, with their instruments of murder, directed their assaults towards him, leaving him wounded in numerous places. Yet, a glimmer of joy remained. For there was another conscious individual besides himself, the 6 grotesque figures. These 6 seemed to comprehend that once Li Kezhou fell, they would be next. Thus they joined the fray to thwart the assassination of their leader clad in a gray robe. Sharing a portion of the burden, but this was merely a drop in the ocean. The siege from Sakangshu and Lord Sun rendered him adrift throughout his life, facing death at every turn. Sigh. Just as he spilled blood before him, a sword pierced through his dragon's roar, slicing his chest and leaving a trail of vicious blood. Stop! You fools are besieging me, Li Kezhou shouted. Yet, if those surrounding him succumbed to the devil's despair, they could scarcely hear his utterances. They were merely engulfed in the world they beheld, resisting the allure of blood vines. Alas, would I perish today amidst the illusions of beasts? Li Kezhou's heart sank. At that moment, a foul stench assailed him. The movements of the people slowed, and their eyes gradually returned to clarity. The bloodlines had vanished, and everything resumed its former state. Just now, or was it merely an illusion? Uncle Si Kong beheld the scene before him, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. How does it smell? Why is it so foul? Some individuals blushed, stifling the urge to vomit. Suddenly, the sanguine figure turned and gazed at the door. At the entrance, a skunk, the size of a yellow dog, presented its rear to the inside, evidently the source of the odor, liberating the people from their hallucinations. The skunk turned around, boasting a long white mustache, lustrous fur, and a pair of pea-green eyes, fixated on the stone statue. At that moment, a pocket fox, the size of a mouse, cautiously peeked out from behind the statue. Then, a voice rang out. Old Yellow Weasel. You and I have never clashed by this river. Do you dare to disrupt my virtuous conduct today? The weasel's mouth opened and closed. A voice reminiscent of an elderly woman exclaimed, Fantasy Fox. These are the individuals I wish to save. Grant the old man a face today, and what manner of life shall I afford them? I shall receive a substantial reward tomorrow. What if I do not honor you? The fox's voice was icy. I beg your pardon for the elder's offense. You ought to be aware of your capabilities. Your enchanting chime may conquer all beings, yet it holds no sway over my skunk. I wish to converse with you. This is also to preserve the general's dignity. Well spoken, listening to your tone. Without General Snake, how dare you address me thus? Do you think I fear you? The yellow weasel said nothing. Rising to stand upright like a human, extending its furry paw with 3 scythe-like claws. Scythe-clawed weasel, Si Kong whispered. Upon hearing this name, Li Kezhou suddenly realized the scythe-clawed mongoose was an aberration within this creature's bloodline. Upon maturing, it could command the winds. The blades of the scythe-clawed mongoose were sharper than most swords in the world. At that moment, the weasel brandished its claws, the 3 scythe blades cutting through the air. Whoosh! The Threezhong statue was cleaved into 3 sections. The devil fox was terrified by an exhilarating specter. Chapter 65. The Cold Wind. The eggplant is a spiritual herb, bearing black fruits the size of soybeans. Its properties are akin to the first healing secret elixir, Hushang Dan, crafted by great alchemists. Once consumed, the fruit would soon restore vitality. The astonishment it evoked in Si Kong was due to the herb's remarkable abilities. Besides its miraculous healing properties, its most significant function was the instantaneous restoration of treasured swords. This was nearly a remedy for boundless continuity. As long as such a substance existed, swords would be eternally resilient, never fearing fatigue. Any powerful sword spell that expended vast amounts of energy could be executed without restraint. In this perilous Black Mountain, it is undoubtedly a particularly precious find. Li Kezhou held it in his hands, meticulously counting 0.12 black fruits, each the size of a soybean, hung from this nightshade plant. He carelessly selected one and popped it into his mouth. This fruit was sweet and delicious solely in taste, prompting a desire to consume it quickly. Indeed, Solanum nigrum is well known. Were it not for the presence of others, he would have uttered an admiring sigh. Under the eager gazes of several Jinzhong individuals nearby, he plucked 3 more and handed them over to the biting wind. Cold. He pocketed these 3 for future needs. The woman glanced at him with delight, accepting without refusal, and thus let go of all that had transpired. What brought her joy was not the nightshade fruit, but rather the treasure of Li Kazhou, which she had not forgotten. Enraged, Li Kazhou stuffed the remaining fruits into his sleeve. In that moment, the expressions of the Jinzhong people underwent a dramatic transformation. The face of Si Kongshu darkened. He opened his mouth and shouted in anger, "Li Kazhou, during the First World War, I awaited a substantial consumption, only to have you swiftly extract the nightshade plant, claiming the remainder of our average profits. Such audacity. We belong to Jinzhong. Without me, do you think you can enter this black mountain and have the opportunity to obtain this nightshade herb? Leave at once. Or today, you shall not exit this ancient temple." I Kongshu's face was furious. His eyes filled with greed. Li Kazhou, seated cross-legged, closed his eyes and gasped, "Do not dream. Without a doubt, I saved the skunk kits. And they often expressed their gratitude. What are you doing? Let us go to a place where you can cool off. Beast, you are breaking the law." I Kongshu was beside himself with rage. If I recall correctly, before ascending the mountain, we agreed that any treasure before me was mine, not yours. At that time, Gu Zonglong and Yi Han had responded most fervently, indicating no objections. You consented at that moment. Now, seeing the fruit in my hands, do you intend to slap yourself in the face? Si Kongshu's expression was menacing, his brows twitching. Just then, one of the 6 grotesques approached face to face. The individual slightly bowed, whispering, "Today, I will be able to escape danger and gain the honor of my friends. Today, I owe a favor to 6 friends. In the future, I shall employ my 6 friends, and I shall never refuse." Li Kazhou smiled and replied, "Very well. It befits the 6 heroes noble named I in this single statement. We can discern that the 6 chivalrous souls are courageous and valiant, 1,000 times superior to some treacherous wolves. Some individuals, ungrateful for my life-saving assistance, seek to seize my spiritual herb, which is more despicable than beasts." The grotesque glanced at Si Kongshu, whose face resembled the bottom of a pot, nodded, and remarked, "This friend emerges from the mud, untainted. Truly remarkable that I have other pressing matters to attend to, so I bid farewell to this one. After my friends and I traverse the world, we must climb the Crow Ridge, ensuring that the 6 of us become friends with all landlords." The 6 remained silent, having spoken but 2 words to Li Kazhou from beginning to end. After bidding farewell, they escorted the cloaked mysterious man out of the ancient temple. Li Kazhou observed their departure, his visage suffused with admiration. Some individuals may not possess striking appearances, yet they embody chivalry, while others, resembling hounds, are imbued with filth and unparalleled contrast. After a soliloquy, he resumed his kneeling position. Inhaling deeply. Wukong's ascent to the 5 Buddhas in the heavens. He was no fool. He naturally perceived the situation. The adversary pointed accusingly at Sang Mahuai, uttering not a word beyond that. "You rascal." The leader of the Yuanshan by family suddenly opened his mouth. "In the past, you disrespected me. Now I await your intervention to save my life, and I am prepared to forgive all grievances in one stroke. Depart." Upon finishing his statement, the captain waved his hand and exited alongside the disabled general. The group from Yuanshan Baigo village suffered significant losses. Li Kazhou, your lack of respect towards your elders is egregious, repeatedly contravening their decisions. I possess the authority to end your life here today. Si Kongshu had contemplated killing him long ago, yet previously entangled, he deemed the other party still had utility in his eyes, making it unwise to sever ties prematurely. However, the continued disrespect rendered him intolerant. The words spewed forth akin to a foul and hardened stone, and he could no longer endure, ultimately reaching a decision to take a life. Stop. The wind grew increasingly frigid. As Gu Zonglong witnessed Li Kazhou finally preparing to issue a decree. He remarked, "Coldness, that insatiable beast, claims the spiritual essence of all, yet neglects the resolve of the elders. No one can save him. Today, you stand aside, lest you inadvertently suffer harm." Ihan appeared exhilarated, quickly interjecting, "How splendid. This barrier will surely vanish today. The cold is too biting. You have received the 3 magical fruits bestowed by the beast, of course to safeguard them, yet it is irate today, and none can rescue it. Evil, die." Si Kongshu bellowed, unsheathing his sword with fervor. "I shall depart today. No one can impede me. Li Kujo's expression turned cold and grim, his ire fully ignited by the unfolding events. Do not shy away from boasting. Observe how you fare beneath my blade. I Kong Shu brandished a sword radiating a life-threatening brilliance, vast as the sky and earth. This magnificently showcased his prowess as a master of Ningdan. And this individual, should he strike, would surely kill, manifestly lacking a left hand. The wind was chilling and fearsome. Just as she prepared to wield her sword to intervene, a figure swiftly positioned itself before her. The one tossing the ham was Gu Zonglong. Cold. Today, no one can save him. You are the last person I wish to be associated with in this life. You had better not provoke me. The wind grew colder, enveloping the ancient temple in a shroud of white frost. There, Li Kazhou faced the brilliance of the sword, gripping the hilt tightly, making the blade feel as though it weighed 1,000,000 times more. In the fleeting moment of the sword's light and his form, he suddenly swung the sword. This scoundrel would finally meet his end. Yihan's expression was one of fervor, yet this excitement was almost ephemeral. After a while, her countenance stiffened. No, that it cannot be. His eyes widened, his face a tableau of disbelief. He cried out in anguish. He beheld Li Kazhou's sword dancing, a long, refined strand of swordsmanship unfurling aside at a piercing scream. The immense gleam of Si Kong Shu's sword confronted this lengthy strand. The jarring sound of a fracture evoked a profound sense of sorrow and trembling. Impossible. How could this beast thwart my utmost potential? Si Kong Shu believed he would be captured, yet he was astonished to find that his sword was equally matched against that of his adversary. These two remarkably simplistic swords continued to clash against one another. Ultimately, with a resounding hiccup, the immense sword light was cleaved in twain, then abruptly shattered. The Kunlun broken sword incantation transformed into a lengthy, severed sword-breathing cord, remaining in a state of fragmented bamboo. Si Kong Shu huddled into a ball, bracing his sword against the onslaught. This individual vanquished the sword's incantation using the blade itself, but was immediately met with a thunderous command in his ears. Leave. The dragon roared in unison, producing a crackling sound akin to thunder and drought under clear skies. Wielding a ferocious blade amidst calamity, Si Kong Shu appeared to be struck by a formidable force. Losing control and toppling backward. Prosperity. Cold. I shall forge my own path. You ought to exercise caution, lest you be dragged along by such a fool. Without uttering a word, Li Kazhou had already vanished through the fissured exit. The wind blew coldly as he watched his departure. He turned his gaze towards a spot 100 paces away. The entire scene morphed into a Tibetan dragon. Her eyes brimmed with violence. You had best pray for his safety. Yihan stared vacantly at this spectacle. The ancient Tibetan dragon had been frozen into an icicle, while Si Kong Shu lay buried beneath mud and stones, his head short-circuited. Was the cold wind not the sword's third strike? Why could we not engage in a game of stocks amidst the dragon's grasp? Li Kazhou, was it not luck that vanquished the dragon? Why could even Si Kong Shu not assist him? A barrage of inquiries enveloped his icy crown. Wow, the buried dawn of Saigon suddenly emerged from the ground, disheveled and in disarray. This creature shall endure forever. His face was smeared with grime, revealing a row of yellowed teeth as he gritted them. Howling in a frenzy, suddenly, he hung his head, glaring furiously at the old sun. The old sun, from beginning to end, remained indifferent before the divine, utterly unrelated to its appearance. Sun, what were you just doing? Why did you not prevent this beast from fleeing? The expressionless Li Kazhou murmured to himself as he walked away, observing a fleeting figure racing towards its demise in this direction, seemingly having spotted Li Kazhou, accelerating by a third. Why? Li Kazhou stared in astonishment at his feet. Approaching was a recently departed weasel cub. The small weasel stood upright like a human, clinging tightly to him. Its face was fraught with anxiety, ceaselessly circling around him. The weasel is a spiritual creature, possessing a keen ability to discern individuals. Clearly, the little weasel had come specifically to seek his assistance. Li Kazhou instinctively recognized that this small weasel was imploring for his help, having once been rescued and granted spiritual herbs. He did not ponder too deeply. He lifted his leg to pursue it. The man and a snow-white ferret traversed thousands of meters. The cacophony of fierce combat reverberated in Li Kazhou's ears. Then, the targets of the battle came into his view. To his surprise, one was an old weasel, while the other was a monk clad in yellow silk. The llama wielded 2 golden wheels, both lateral and vertical, possessing extraordinary power. Upon the arrival of Li Kazhou, he was greeted by the resounding shouts of the llama. Today, the Dharma King shall slay demons and witness my golden fairy. Cold laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. The monks erupted into raucous laughter. Monk, Cease this. In the throes of Li Kizhou's charge, he unsheathed his sword and vanquished the fiends. The blade, akin to a dragon's wave, shattered the earth, leaving a trail of carnage in its wake. The voices of the monks resonated like drums, conjuring an invisible force. The thunderous boom echoed. The wrathful aura of the dragon wall sword was momentarily stifled by the monk's celestial drum thunder. From whence did they come? This sovereign of law stands against malevolence. When you impede me, do you ally with this monstrosity? The monk inquired furiously upon sighting Li Kizhou. His celestial drumstone was among his finest creations. Typically, once unleashed, it would obliterate any opponent. Yet, the formidable child of the sword deity effortlessly countered it. However, as he glanced to the ground, his expression shifted dramatically. The sword had advanced, revealing a dragon upon the earth. Hesitant to act recklessly, he hastily summoned the reincarnation of gold. The golden wheel spun rapidly upon the weasel, soaring away. This gravely injured weasel was utterly deprived of breath, unable to lift its head to gaze upon the approaching young weasel. Its cry was both sorrowful and shrill. Enraged, Li Kizhou's countenance darkened. Did the monk's stench ever harm you? The monk conducted a Buddhist rite. Mido Buddha, all are deemed guilty under this sovereign of law. Standing against the wicked. I perceive you are human. I urge you to lay down your blade and attain Buddhahood upon the earth. I require no blade. I possess none to relinquish. Today, I shall slay you. Monster, to avenge the mongoose. Mido Buddha, the sovereign of law, is merciful. I implore you one final time to let go. Next/blade.at last. The monk's voice morphed, resonating with grandeur, as if imbued with an exhilarating power. Upon hearing the final 4 words, Li Kizhou shook his head, suddenly overwhelmed by a profound dizziness. He grasped his soul tightly. Earth. Just as the monk continued his fervent exhortation, Li Kizhou bellowed. Silence. His voice thundered, shattering the monk's Zen chant. He beheld a tide of disintegration, felled by his fierce sword. What a tremendous sound. How could I disrupt my soul's Zen? The monk waved his hand, 2 sword wheels whirling, slaughtering left and right. As the dragon in front roared and cracked, Li Kizhou's heart sank. This is perilous. This monk's cultivation must have attained the pinnacle of Nindan, but I am now sufficiently strong. Chapter 66. A sense of unease. The golden fairy spun incessantly before the monks, yet fissures remained. The pharaoh feigned an unusual demeanor. Today, within his heart, he sought to obliterate the 2 golden artifacts. Mida Buddha, since you lack the final authority, this sovereign of law shall escort you away. He extended a finger, and the golden wheel cleaved through the air. The golden wheel in Li Kizhou's eyes drew ever closer. He endured the cycle of life and death on the front lines, capable of transmitting any force his body could muster. Yet, the spirit and soul of the sword could not aid him in extricating himself from his predicament. In his despair, suddenly, he reached for his Danfu, that untamable dragon, intact yet suddenly restless. No wind stirred around him, yet a terrifying wave surged forth, with a resounding collapse. The 6 golden beads on the ground shattered into fragments. At the moment the golden wheel reached its zenith, Li Kizhou regained his freedom. However, at this juncture, he was not permitted to evade or diminish the power of his sword. This blade transcended mere swordsmanship. It was a dense, purple cloud. An extraordinary dragon erupted from the mist. The head of this peculiar dragon was astonishing, its body nearly invisible in comparison. The golden wheel, descending from the rift in the sky, was cleaved against the head of this strange dragon, the sound echoing like a sword slicing through steel. In the final moment, the golden wheel, shattered like bamboo, soared into the heavens. What malevolence is this? The monk's countenance turned pale, his voice lost to anguished tears. In that last moment before crossing the road, the monk felt a profound despair. No, the heavens roared like thunder, shattering. He lost his golden wheel. The law ancestor collapsed, leaving him with no choice but to invoke the Zen sound once more. Yet this time, it bore no effect. His Zen sound entered the dragon's maw without stirring a ripple. His eyes, once bright, were now shrouded in darkness, swallowed and vanished. Stunned by the unfolding spectacle, a peculiar dragon liberated Li Kizhou. The scene he beheld stood in stark contrast to that of the monk. He watched as the wicked dragon consumed the monk in one gulp, transforming into a black hole that swiftly vanished. Where have the dragon and the monster gone? After murmuring to himself, he hastily examined his empty Danfu. Where the strange dragon had just disappeared, a wisp of purple gas slowly materializing. This purple gas was the essence of celestial mist emanating from the ancestors of the sea. Clearly, everything was to start anew. Step by step, from dragon to the unfamiliar dragon, the cloud dragon feasting technique. What manner of breathing technique is this? Why nurture such a bizarre dragon? This strange dragon devoured the monstrous monk. Its whereabouts now a mystery as it morphed into a black hole. Li Kezhou sensed that the cloud dragon nourishment technique he inherited from his master in a previous life was decidedly unusual. Such an event had never transpired before. He turned to glance at the old weasel, which had already consumed its fill. Only the young weasel continued to weep incessantly. He approached slowly. The monster ought to have perished long ago. You saved my life and bestowed upon me the nightshade. I have avenged you. Little weasel, do not lament. Although your grandmother is peculiar, she does not embody the ways of a cannibalistic practitioner. In her next life, she may shed the identity of a demon and become an adult. The little weasel sobbed for a while, then looked up at Li Kezhou, rising to its feet, its hands clasped in a gesture of supplication. Li Kezhou, observing its pitiful demeanor, felt a flicker of irritation. One can imagine the existence of demons and the laws governing them, concerning this frail body that struggles to survive in the treacherous Black Mountain, within a mere 1 to 3 minutes. It could easily be devoured by other beasts. He pondered for a moment, and then spoke. You are currently too weak without your grandmother. It will be arduous for you to survive in Black Mountain. If you are willing, follow me for a short while, and once you have acquired the ability for self-protection, I shall not restrain your freedom, allowing you to live the life you desire as a creature of the night. The little weasel raised its head for a moment, and eventually nodded slightly. Upon realizing that it had consented, Li Kezhou ceased further discourse. He buried the old weasel's corpse beneath a mound of earth. For if buried too shallowly, all manner of creatures would easily unearth it to feast upon. The weasel, before its demise, was a prodigy of remarkable power, often consuming the essence of the sun and moon, transforming it into flesh and blood, an invaluable treasure for the beasts. Naturally, it did not wish to see its body torn asunder by other creatures. After completing this task, Li turned to the little weasel perched on his shoulder and said, Since you have chosen to accompany me, I shall assist you in honing your skills to follow my lead. Wait, I have been ensnared in a bag. As Li Kezhou screamed in anguish, he lost 5 fingers. He distinctly felt the softness beneath his feet, akin to standing upon the skin of a demon, and he wielded the dragon sword to strike against the darkness. Boy, do not squander your energy any further. If we are to ascend, we must escape from the heavens above. A voice suddenly emerged from behind Li Kezhou. Who are you? Have you also been captured by the fire ape? Li Kezhou inquired tentatively. Another voice, slightly younger, replied, Well, I am not afraid to inform you. You are in the 49th bag, known as the Eastern Toad. It can accommodate hundreds of individuals, and even if the master of the Yuan is accepted, it cannot be breached. Li Kezhou felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Do you know, then, that the fire ape has merely been captured and not killed? What is the ultimate aim? No one knows. There is not a single living captive to spread the news, but the fire ape, each month in Black Mountain, does not cease to be a bearer of rumors. Unexpectedly today, I await unfortunate tidings from the fire ape's bag. Alas, following the man's sigh, another sound of despair escaped his lips. Li Kezhou remarked, Just now, the fire ape mentioned the word general. This individual is evidently educated. You know what kind of demon that giant transforms into within Black Mountain? After a brief silence, an ancient voice resonated. It is said that beneath the old sorceress of Black Mountain, there exist 4 spirits, each with 8 generals under their command. It remains unknown to which spirit this particular demon belongs. Li Kezhou listened intently. The fire ape evidently possessed the strength of a formidable being. Its loyal generals might only undergo transformations akin to those of the primordial human kingdoms. Even if he found himself in such peril, he still found it difficult to envision a means of survival. The individuals within the bag were wholly awaiting their demise, yet lacked the will for self-destruction. After all, everything ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty. And within every heart lingered a glimmer of hope. Approximately an hour later, those within the space abruptly felt as though the heavens had turned upside down. They lowered their heads, plummeting downward. The moment Li Kezhou glimpsed the light, he beheld the blazing inferno within his eyes. It was a mass of black flames. Despite the considerable distance, he felt an exhilarating sensation. His team was stationed on a rocky cliff less than 10 feet high, where the black flames selected individuals. The black flames were not hot, but rather possessed an eerie chill. In this month alone, 49 individuals had successfully completed the selection, each meticulously chosen. Please consult the general. The fire ape, having heard the announcement, turned to gaze upon them. Before them loomed a wall of darkness, shimmering and uneven. As the crowd looked up, most of them crouched in trepidation, their eyes not on the wall but on the belly of a monstrous creature. Towering at 6 feet, with eyes resembling a basin's mouth, adorned with spines and fangs, utterly terrifying. It was a colossal black toad. The toad's eyes sparkled with black flames as it stood high, overlooking the crowd below, and proclaimed with a booming voice, "Cast it into the fire pit to feed the ancestral flame. It is of no consequence." Among those still standing, half heard the verdict, while the majority, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the ground. None of the selected were particularly lowly. They were primarily at the Ningdan stage, and thus their insight was extraordinary, allowing them to perceive the horror of the black flames beneath the cliff at a glance. That fire, it was undoubtedly the legendary fire of death, a consuming force of malevolent spirit, capable of annihilating gods and souls, leaving no chance for reincarnation. An elderly man with a goatee appeared despondent and cried out loudly. The man ignited the flames, causing the others to pale in terror. "Don't go near." Li Kuzhou observed a small weasel darting into his sleeve, suddenly leaping forth towards the great toad. His heart raced. The little weasel approached the toad, bowing its head. The toad seemed taken aback upon seeing the weasel. "Poor little creature, why did you not come with your grandmother?" Upon hearing these words, Li Kuzhou sighed with relief. He could hardly fathom that the great toad, at least the embodiment of Yuan's birthplace, recognized this small weasel. A glimmer of hope stirred within him. The weasel bowed again and emitted a series of chirps. Surrounding the toad, a wave of suppressed fury erupted. The old weasel is dead. There was a note of shock and sorrow in the toad's voice. The weasel was bound by a so-called oath, which meant that in the event of its demise, the impact would be profound, and most crucially, its cultivation would not advance a single inch. Upon hearing the toad's words, Li suddenly understood. This so-called oath was, in fact, a vow made by humans through the forging of their swords. For Jianxiu, no one wished to endure such constraints in a life of less than 9 years, let alone contemplate their own path of cultivation. He pondered quietly and ultimately nodded. Firstly, before such a formidable toad, he had no room to negotiate. Secondly, it meant nothing to him. He had not cultivated qi. This so-called oath might bear no significance for him. Most importantly, since he had promised to bring the weasel with him in the future, he was determined to nurture it until it was strong enough. When he later sculpted the spirit of wind and bone, his strength only grew more formidable, for he could not bear to witness the peril that threatened the snow marten. Upon hearing the other party's promise so readily given, the great toad felt a twinge of compassion. This marked the first occasion that Li Kuzhou had unleashed a torrent of invective upon the demons. The entire process remained shrouded in ambiguity, entirely under the control of the great toad. He feared not the toad, for he had now ascended to a position of power. Should the devil find himself at a disadvantage, such troubles would be entirely unnecessary. When the spirit blood of the skunk intertwined with Li Kuzhou's blood of the sun, a peculiar rune materialized, signaling the conclusion of the oath. In the depths of darkness, Li Kuzhou sensed an indescribable shackle upon him, now seemingly ajar yet still harboring the potential to close. This was a sensation steeped in darkness, beyond the capacity of language to articulate. "Very well, I bear a curse upon me, and my youngest son shall follow you." He exhaled with a measure of relief. "I have long been in the company of that old yellow weasel. For his heir, the opportunity to depart from Black Mountain may not necessarily be a misfortune. I shall dispatch someone to escort you forthwith. The elders are far too slow." Li Kuzhou was in a hurry. "Child, are you still preoccupied?" Li Kuzhou's compliance to the great toad stemmed not only from the latter's actions, but also from deeper motivations. Do not conceal your predecessor. Recently, the younger generation has been practicing a method of life-saving. Should they wish to succeed, they must employ ground fire to assist them. Upon witnessing the black flames, they yearn to practice with it for a time. Once this method is perfected, their life skills will increase tenfold. "Boy, how audacious of you! That fire is the flame of my ancestors from Black Mountain that I am tasked with guarding the fire pit. Outsiders who dare approach even a step shall meet with a most untimely demise. Their bodies left unwhole and their souls extinguished. How dare you suggest that you wish to taint the flames of my forebears?" The great toad was engulfed in flames, seemingly on the verge of a great fury. Li Kuzhou hastily interjected, "Your predecessors have misconstrued matters. They named the fire as a means to incinerate to death. If one perseveres, they shall never perish. How could I muster the audacity to surveil it? I merely wish to practice with the aid of the blazing fire that consumes earthly souls." The toad fell silent, ultimately conceding, "Very well, let us see the face of the deceased, old yellow weasel." Today, I shall make an exception, but I shall keep a vigilant watch over you. Should there be any change, do not hold my ruthlessness against me that I protect the name of my ancestors. Any misstep shall find its roots in the grounds unburied. Li Kuzhou was elated, nodding in affirmation. Fear not for your predecessors. I must adhere to the rules. His heart brimmed with excitement, for he had long sought a place to uncover the source of fire, to absorb the flames, and refine his fire-throwing technique. Unexpectedly, fate had led him to this cavern that could devour spiritual fire. Moreover, the fire that trembled upon the earth, particularly the spiritual earth fire it consumed, was of the highest caliber. Should he harness his flames and put his fire-throwing to practice, his speed would far surpass that of the ancient. The so-called journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, a transformation of the infinite into a finite stride. Thus, a journey of 1,000 miles can be condensed into a mere 10,000 steps. Such is the marvel of this method. This technique is not difficult to practice. One might even describe it as simple and rudimentary. The true challenge lies in discovering the correct method of practice. As Li Kuzhou is well aware, the number of versions circulating in the world does not exceed 10,000. Among them, Chapter 67 speaks of the ebb and flow of fire, gathering until it vanishes within the body. Li Kuzhou awoke from his closed-eyed slumber, slowly rising to his feet, the black flames beneath him flickering as people vanished from sight, only to reappear 100 steps away. The swiftness of the moving flames was astonishing. Having undergone initial training, Li Kuzhou experienced all of this with a sense of elation. Now he walked in such a manner that, should he encounter danger, even if defeated, he could come and go with ease. Thank you, esteemed predecessors. I have completed my training, which has troubled me for so long that I shall no longer be a burden to you. It is time for me to depart. The toad said little more than this, directly stating, I shall have the red monkey escort you away. The red monkey, which had gone unseen the previous day, climbed up from the foot of the mountain. This creature, swaying with remarkable speed along the cliffside, resembled a nimble acrobat. The red monkey shook its pouch, and this time, Li Kuzhou did not resist. He understood that even the general of the Black Mountain Fire Cave had to evade the gaze of the populace to allow his passage. After all, there were spirits above them, and even more spirits above those. Departing from the Black Mountain Fire Cave, Li Kuzhou swayed along, his pace swift as he danced with the wind. The speed was such that he could discern no figures, only the flickering of black flames. That he had practiced handshakes and greetings day and night, which had significantly delayed his journey. That he needed to leave Black Mountain as soon as possible and enter the Cloudy Valley. In the past, such a journey would take half a day, but under the nimble swaying of his limbs, amidst the fleeting aroma, a foreboding gorge materialized before him. Rather than a gorge, it resembled a ravine. A small stream meandered through this cloudy valley, where one could see nothing if they looked up or down due to the density of the fog. Upon reaching the valley's entrance, he found a gathering of no fewer than 100 people. Some hesitated, deterred by violence. Others displayed greed, as if they beheld something rare in the world yet were unable to grasp it. That moment, a voice filled with schadenfreude rang out. Did you not claim to traverse Black Mountain with a troop of treasures, employing 30 renowned masters, solely for this opportunity before you? Since the treasure lies within reach, why do you still hesitate? A burly man, his face adorned with a thick beard and towering stature, turned crimson upon hearing this, his ears ringing as he appeared somewhat defenseless. Stop dreaming. I have never heard of anyone retrieving a sword from within, but I have only heard of many who sought to partake, yet perished inside. Upon hearing their opinions, Li Kuzhou could scarcely contain his curiosity, weaving through the crowd to behold what lay before him, obstructing their path. Immediately, he appeared astonished. Before him stretched a vast expanse of marshland, approximately 100 meters long. The swamp writhed, but what truly astounded him was the sight of swords littered throughout the mire. Under his scrutiny, few of these swords were below level 4, and even several level 6 hilts could be seen. Where is this? He unconsciously inquired. A ranger adorned with a battle hat cast a fleeting glance at him and murmured, This is the swamp of the sand-laden martial realm, the very entrance to the murky valley. If you cannot traverse the swordsman's swamp, you shall never reach the Cloudy Valley. Suddenly, the visage of Li Kuzhou materialized. At that moment, he twisted at his chest, from which a small head emerged. Two large, dark green bean-like eyes fixated on the swordsman's swamp for a moment before letting out a low, shrill cry directed at Li Kuzhou. Though Li Kuzhou could not comprehend the words spoken, he found it peculiar, as if the creature had just come into being. Deep down, he sensed this might be the cause of its proclamation. Little Huang, are you referring to Jianmeng? I've heard tales from grandmother about it. The creature, known as Cho Xiao, nodded in affirmation. What else do you know of this place? Li Kaizhou inquired further. Chou Xiu pondered for a moment, uttering a series of incomprehensible phrases, yet Li Kaizhou slightly nodded in understanding. No wonder it is called the Swordsman's Swamp. It is said that if a feather were to fall here, it would descend into an untracked realm. Strangely, only one object remains unfallen, that being the sword. This aptly elucidates why, within a mere 100 meters, swords are densely embedded in the ground. It is no surprise that those who perished within left behind their matched swords. How has this place endured? Some, lacking patience, angrily pose their inquiries. If anyone here possessed knowledge, would they hesitate? Those capable of such feats have long since departed and cannot return. Even if you were told the way, would you be able to follow it? Fool, if the swords inside were so easily grasped, would it have been your turn? The voice of the one who had just received praise was both sardonic and ludicrous. While the sword was indeed remarkable, one should not harbor unrealistic expectations. This old mouse flitting about was no notorious libertine. Such a stealthy approach, if not born of insatiable greed, might yet offer a chance for ascendance. Look, there it is. Suddenly, a shriek erupted, and the crowd turned towards the direction indicated by the speaker. In the very heart of the Swordsman's Swamp, an exquisite swordplay of 7 colors emerged. This sword, a paragon of craftsmanship, was nearly flawless, with a deep blue hexagonal gem embedded at its hilt. From afar, it resembled a monstrous eye, discernible only to those with a modicum of swordsmanship knowledge, revealing the sword's exceptional nature. No one in the crowd knew to whom it belonged, and whispers of its caliber echoed through the throng. In an instant, the atmosphere surged with excitement, and no one dared to cast a greedy glance. Once, the sword hole held but a handful of 6-needle sword holes, yet now, unexpectedly, an 8-needle sword hole had emerged, once again igniting the public's insatiable greed. This sword starkly contrasted with those of my esteemed sword arena. Its handle was nearly non-existent, lacking a mesh. It was not a mere tool, but a flying dagger. The erudite among them instantly recognized the sword's origin. Bird's tail. 8-needle sword. To their astonishment, the long-missing Xia Yanling had perished here. A woman's voice, crisp and melodious, akin to the essence of valleys in spring, drew everyone's attention to its source. It was she. Li Kaizhou's gaze remained transfixed. The figure donned a black cloak, a grand hat obscuring half of her face, with only a vivid red lip and teeth visible. Lost in reverie, the man is, in truth, a mysterious woman. When Li Kaizhou encountered him at the ancient Heiyun temple, 6 grotesque warriors stood guard over her to that moment. These 6 unsightly figures formed a circle, shielding her in the center as they approached slowly. Their presence was striking, and upon seeing them, onlookers immediately speculated about their origins. Would these 6 ever venture to Crow Ridge? How did we arrive here today? It is said that they are the first practitioners of divine skills in millennia. Although some repairs were made in the later stages of Ningdan, 3 or 5 masters of Ningdan remained unable to assist them. Who is the woman they protect? Who could summon the 6 illustrious yet eccentric warriors of the world? These 6 individuals are notoriously peculiar. Ordinary folk scarcely dare to engage them in conversation. Today, they even serve as guardians for the people. It is beyond my imagination. The crux of the matter is that this woman exhibits no signs of swordsmanship, clearly not a practitioner of the blade. Thus, it appears she must possess a distinct identity. Yet this seems implausible. These 6 peculiar chivalrous figures, who are indifferent to power, belong to the renowned ascetics of the world. How could they possibly wish to be dismissed? As 6 figures approached, the crowd erupted into a flurry of chaos, each person jostling to make way. The only one among the grotesque figures who engaged in conversation with Li Kaizhou stepped forward. Striding directly towards him, he approached Li Kaizhou and stated, "On behalf of our esteemed leader, I believe you have just aided us in evading peril, so I wish to assist you through your tribulations. Furthermore, should a friend of ours come across a sword in Sword Country, she may present it to you at this juncture. Your assistance to her and the resulting circumstances will be regarded as concluded." Ah, a cool breath of air. This is no jest. Anren traverses the sword marsh, where she may select any sword at her leisure. It seems this sword marsh is akin to her abode. The day is overcast, with a gentle breeze wafting through. Who is this woman? What misfortunes has this child endured? If this is indeed true, then the 8-needle flying daggers must have befallen this child as possession. The 8-needle flying daggers hold immense value, beyond measured. Li Kaizhou, astonished, gazes at a woman whose only visible feature is her crimson lips peeking from beneath her cloak in the distance. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied, There is no need. I possess my own means of traversing the sword marsh. As for the sword, I have one of my own. While the swords here may be exquisite, they do not suit me. Li Kaizhou spoke sincerely. His physical prowess differed vastly from that of an ordinary person. The sword in his hand weighed just over a kilogram, a mere trifle for him to wield with ease. Upon his arrival, he had resolved to journey to the Cloudy Valley in search of nefarious craftsmen to reshape the Black Calamity. By then, his sword would be restored, allowing him to ascend into the ranks of the 9th level of swordsmanship. The swords here, even the tail feathers of sparrows, were invisible in his eyes. The grotesque figure nodded, opting not to speak further. He bowed and turned to the woman. What? Has he been rejected? The boy's mind must be rusted. The female figure passed through the sword marsh unscathed, vanishing into the dense ghostly fog beyond. Li Kaizhou hesitated no longer. A raging inferno blazed beneath his feet. The crowd erupted in exclamations, scattering as they rushed into sword country. What swift movement! This child is in the sword marsh. Bring forth the ham. This child has ascended to the status of a legendary ham thrower. Alas, the child is too large. Should he hurl the ham with excessive speed? He must find a place to channel his strength. The man is undoubtedly doomed. As anticipated. While this man still drew breath, Li Kaizhou burst into the martial realm, and the man soared 10 feet into the air. As his strength waned, he plummeted from the heavens. Without a doubt, this child succumbed to the weight of pride and agony. He simply rejected the assistance of that woman. Now, he stands on the brink of death. Even if he were to feel remorse now, it is far too late. He lamented, I have always dreamed of throwing ham across the sword marsh, but alas, if you possess excellent leg skills, you shall be buried alongside this man. Amidst the celebratory clamor of calamity, Li Kaizhou collapsed, his treasured sword sweeping downward with a thunderous roar. The malevolent dragon's sword, coupled with the ethereal magic axe and sharp blade, conjured a dreadful aura that wafted through the air, causing others to be propelled forward in a sudden rush. No matter what manner of swordsmanship does this child possess, and why is his strength so formidable? The audience stood in astonishment. The venue was teeming with people, mostly from the Zufeng sword arena, where the sword arts are on the extreme edge. It is inconceivable to wield such brutal strength. That moment, Li Kaizhou traversed Tianzhong in the swamp of swords. Just as the man was about to topple, the treasured sword swung again, producing a tremendous clamor. Quicksand swirled into the air. Others surged forward amidst the waves. The boy's technique was crude, yet none could replicate it. It is no wonder he spurned the woman's goodwill. If he truly crossed the marsh, it would be no great feat. Look at the swords in the marsh. A voice cried out. That instant, countless swords began to tremble violently. Suddenly, the heavens and earth resonated with a profound hum. As 10,000 swords cried out in unison, the sound was that a sword escaped from the quicksand. These swords appeared to be manipulated. Transforming into a colossal curtain, they fell under Li Kaizhou's protective veil. The boy's reckless approach seemed to incite the wrath of Jianming, who sought to eliminate him. He was fiercely combative, attacking the quicksand one after another. Surely enraged by demons, confronted by the myriad swords seeking his demise, he forcefully pivoted mid-air, unleashing a once-in-a-lifetime dragon roar. Prosperity. The curtain of swords was torn asunder, harnessing the airwaves generated by the dragon's roar. Li Kaizhou soared towards the finish line. The entirety of the sword kingdom spanned but 100 meters. Each time he harnessed his might, he soared 10 feet. After several attempts, he reached the terminus, safely landing on the other side. At that moment, the sword kingdom was engulfed in an unexpected uproar. The sword marsh stirred up several feet of quicksand, ensnaring the myriad long swords that had just been scattered by the dragon's roar, transforming into a giant sword 3 feet high, bearing the ominous trend of a landslide, once more pursuing him. Just as Li Kaizhou touched down, the sword loomed menacingly above him. He gripped the sword hilt fiercely, as though gathering strength. When the sword was but a step away, it finally emerged. With a sigh, the 7-foot-tall sword spirit materialized before him, brandishing a blade that emitted a sound akin to tearing fabric, remarkably succinct, appearing from a distance like a true long rope. Yet, unlike the previous occasions when Li Kaizhou executed the Kunlun broken sword incantation, his sword spirit was distinct from that of his thumb. This time, he had grown even thinner by 3 points. Sighing once more, the sword spirit pierced through the tip of the colossal sword, accompanied by the sound of shattering steel, systematically dismantling it and cleaving it into 2 parts before vanishing into thin air. Seizing the moment, Li Kaizhou hurled another ham, as black flames burst forth, streaming into the mist-laden valley. Lo and behold, the colossal sword was cleaved in twain by the sword spirit, seemingly bereft of its supporting power. and it suddenly toppled over, thousands of swords ensnared within the quicksand, cascading down like a rain of blades at that moment. More than half of the swords were severed, their surfaces cloaked in a thick layer of glimmering steel. Chapter 68. A flicker of trepidation in the cloudy valley. The spirits lurking beneath the quicksand were indeed terrifying. Fortunately, my sword incantation was timely and intricate. It would instantly shatter the quicksand swords. Otherwise, escape would not have been so effortless. I am still not sufficiently powerful, but the enhancement of the sword spirit cannot be accomplished overnight. If I wish to elevate my strength within a short span, I can only begin from the outside, hastily seeking out the malevolent craftsman to have my sword reforged. At that time, I shall be able to significantly augment my power, closely aligning it with that of a 9th-grade sword scribe. He walked quietly, his sleeves writhing, peeking out curiously at his surroundings. Nature revealed itself to be a skunk. Following Likajo, the skunk was placed into the sleeve of the cosmos, a remarkable function he had discovered inadvertently. The treasures collected from the ancestors of his progeny not only possessed vast spatial dimensions, but also bore the capability to capture spirits. However, he had not ensnared the skunk. It had practically wandered in freely. The skunk leapt onto his shoulder, twitching its little nose, chattering away at Likajo. Likajo, somewhat astonished, mused, "Oh, how many specters are you sniffing out around here?" The skunk nodded in response. Likajo naturally understood whom the mongoose was referring to. The spirits. Undoubtedly, it pointed to the sword cultivators of the Yuntian Baigulu, whom he had encountered at the ancient Black Cloud Temple. That time, the group had suffered grievously, with half of their number perishing, 2 from the later stages of Ningdan, and 1 from the mid-stage encountering unforeseen calamities. This group had also entered the cloudy valley. A gust of cloudy wind swept through. I inhaled deeply, a slight frown creasing his brow, from one direction. The skunk perched on his shoulder evidently caught a scent. He rose to gaze toward that direction. The wind carried the scent of blood. No ordinary blood. How many had perished in this sanguine atmosphere? Did this bloody essence originate from the same direction as that group? The skunk nodded its head. Likajo spoke softly. He did not wish to gaze further. After all, there is no slaughter without cause in this world. It must be rooted in some benefit. Moreover, given the intense stench of blood, the carnage had clearly been extraordinarily tragic. It was not difficult to imagine that the interests involved must have been vastly different. Resolutely, he decided to follow the bloody wind, guided by the skunk. The cloudy valley was an exceedingly cool place. The phantoms born of the murkiness dared not enter, for the ghostly mist alone was sufficient to induce fatal bleeding. Likajo's physique was extraordinarily robust and domineering, to the extent that his entire form seemed to have morphed into that of a dragon. Wherever he ventured, malevolent deeds were effortlessly averted. In the midst of a dense fog, where visibility scarcely extended 100 paces, Hem trembled after a dozen breaths, ultimately discerning the individual he sought. Contrary to his expectations, Likajo believed that the land was strewn with corpses, yet there was no trace of blood flowing into the river. Standing on the opposite side were 3 figures, one of whom lay concealed in death. The body of Fu evidently belonged to a master from the Yuntian Baigulu, positioned beside a gray-robed leader and another of his masters, accompanied by a woman clad in black. The girl bore a stubborn expression, her displeasure evident as she regarded the 2 men across from her. Most striking to Li was the dagger gripped behind the woman and the crimson sword she wielded. The intense scent of blood he had previously encountered emanated from the blade. The leader, shrouded in darkness, revealed a greedy glint in his eyes. "Little girl, I offer you one final opportunity to relinquish the dagger in my possession. Should I articulate the significance of my words, I shall ensure your survival." The girl remained silent, merely fixing her gaze upon them. This girl may very well be mute, having uttered not a single word from beginning to end. Why engage in futile discourse? Approach her and slay her. Seize the sword. The sole survivor spoke. The gray-robed leader's eyes were fixed on the ground ahead, hesitating momentarily as blood flowed forth and life ebbed away. The girl before him exhibited an unusual demeanor, lacking any semblance of self-restraint. It was astonishing that she could traverse the murky valley, yet she still clutched an exceedingly malevolent blood sword. Moments earlier, the girl had wielded the blood sword, and a flash of crimson light had ensued. His subordinates collapsed, convulsing in their death throes, an occurrence that could not fail to rouse his vigilance at that moment. An incongruous voice suddenly resounded. "Hello, what are you doing?" Likajo had approached silently, and with a sudden roar, he startled the 2 leaders. He hurried forward, causing a slight change in his expression. the leader in gray, in a final moment of recklessness and ferocity, raised a hand and let out a mournful scream. His left hand appeared to have bled dry, withered and frail. Furthermore, the nefarious force draining his blood was not something that could be halted with a single hand. It spread insidiously up his arm. The leader resolutely drew his sword, an arm's length between them, and with a cry of anguish, the man scrambled to his feet, fleeing without uttering a word. Li Kazhou's gaze fell upon the blood sword in the woman's grasp, a chill creeping into his heart. This is undoubtedly an evil sword. In this cloudy valley, only one could forge such a malevolent weapon. Resolute, he advanced towards the woman. Upon noticing Li Kazhou's approach, the girl immediately became alert, slashing the air with the blood sword before her, poised for confrontation. Li Kazhou hastily interjected, "Miss, do not misinterpret my intentions. I am not allied with them. Observe, I have slain one." He gestured towards the individual behind him and above his head. The girl directed her vigilant gaze in the direction he indicated, showing no sign of surprise. She had evidently perceived the individual at the late stage of Ningdan, yet through her discerning observation, she recognized that Xiao Wei had not reached the Ningdan stage. She had effortlessly severed the heads of these masters. As he contemplated this, his eyes grew increasingly vigilant. Li Kazhou, observing the other's wariness, sought to demonstrate his benign intentions by accepting the lethal sword concealed within the cosmic sleeve. With a smile, he remarked, "There is no need for you to be anxious. I hold no significance for you. I merely noticed your predicament and came forth to assist, though I find myself somewhat at a loss. It seems you do not require my help at all." The woman simply stared at him, remaining silent. After a moment of scrutiny, Li Kazhou pondered whether this woman was indeed afflicted with a condition of muteness. As the man had previously insinuated, her silence left him as the sole speaker. Li Kazhou opened the door and stated, "After 9 souls perished in the next somber valley, I am, in fact, in search of one among the 8 great masters of this world, a notorious craftsman of the underworld. I suspect that the girl resembles a hermit residing within the valley. Are you familiar with this individual?" His involvement in the conflict was not driven by a desire for heroism, but rather by the bloodied sword in his grasp. He surmised that this woman might be connected to the malevolent craftsman. Despite entering the gloomy valley, he was unaware of the craftsman's whereabouts. Should he find a guide, his efforts would undoubtedly yield greater results. Upon hearing that Li Kazhou sought the wicked craftsman, the girl's caution lessened, and her eyes began to convey a sense of communication. With a contemplative gaze, she lowered her eyes, as if lost in thought, ultimately relinquishing her sword without uttering a word, before turning to depart. "Why? Where are you going?" Li Kazhou called out as he rushed forward. "I have come here to forge a sword. If the girl knows the location of the malevolent craftsman, she will surely inform me, and I trust she will be grateful in doing so." Regardless of his entreaties, the girl paid him no heed and continued on her path. Li Kazhou, not a fool, followed her for a while. Though she remained silent, she did not deter him from trailing after her. It seemed she was intentionally allowing him to accompany her, which filled him with unexpected delight. After an hour of walking, Li Kazhou's expression suddenly shifted. Be cautious, young lady. Others leapt forward, swords in hand, obstructing her path. At that moment, a grotesque, machine-like corpse appeared before the two. Its body withered and bark-like, equipped with 5 scythe-like claws and razor-sharp teeth curving outward. Marred by numerous wounds that a demon of death, Li Kazhou's demeanor turned grave. A marvel of his former life. He had witnessed such horrors before. Such beings could only arise under the most extreme conditions of darkness and sunlight. This cloudy valley was indeed aptly named. Even corpses and demons could be resurrected. Upon observing the tattered garments of the corpse and the demons, it became evident that those who approached had perished here. Their bodies now transformed into abominations. The corpse demon, sensing fury, exhaled a plume of black gas, its malevolent eyes sweeping the area. Dead, with a thirst for initiation, Li Kazhou resolved to take the lead. It became apparent that the girl's sword, along with its protective capabilities against the undead, had been overlooked. Li Kazhou maintained his composure, albeit with a hint of embarrassment. He wished to offer assistance yet never intended to turn his back on her. The bloodied sword of that woman crossed before her as she pressed onward. The corpses and demons surrounding her were veiled in specters. Soon, they vanished, leaving no trace of bodies or demons in their wake. Li Kazhou followed closely behind, reflecting on how Yunwu Valley was one of the 3 most perilous places. Those who entered, despite possessing the ability to slay demons, dared not do so, for such an act would summon forth even more demons, leading to encirclement, and ultimately, in a few years, they would become one of them. A chilling aura had permeated the valley, and there were a few fools, like the four-holed tree in the ancient Songlong, who might not be easily dragged away by a handful of individuals. No incidents had ever occurred. Li Kazhou sensed the ominous danger of the gloomy valley, his heart laden with unease. There was little to discuss along the way. Under the woman's guidance, he wandered about, sipping tea. Before Li Kazhou, he found himself at a fence built upon the mountainside. There were no houses, only a hollow. Upon reaching the entrance of the fence, he voluntarily halted. The girl still ignored him and entered the cavern alone. After a moment, a low, hoarse voice resonated. "Your courage surpasses your strength. Do you wish for me to forge a sword for you?" It was the raspy voice of an elderly woman. He gripped his sword firmly to maintain balance. "Predecessor, before I slay my heart, please go." Li Kazhou's expression darkened. He had never bowed to death, let alone to blades. Since he was not permitted to speak further, he deemed it unnecessary to utter any more idle words. He slightly arched his hand. "It seems that the destiny of your sword and mine has yet to intertwine. Under these circumstances, the younger generation bids you farewell." Just as Li Kazhou turned to leave, a cacophony of mocking laughter erupted from the cave. "Ha, child, with your words, you will no longer need my sword. Had I departed 10 years ago, I might have acquiesced to your request, but now, unlike before, I no longer forge swords for anyone." Li Kazhou nodded in understanding that he refrained from further speech and turned to depart. Yet, after taking only a few steps, a group of individuals approached. Initially, they appeared through the mist, but soon, they were fully visible to him. Why had they returned? Li Kazhou felt a twinge of surprise. 6 peculiar men escorted the mysterious woman clad in a black cloak. They neither rushed forward nor slowed their pace. It became evident that the purpose of this woman's journey was to seek that nefarious craftsman. Just as Li Kazhou's heart began to race, the sound of clear springs echoed through the valley once more. "Boy, since others refuse to forge a sword for you, why not strike a deal with us?" The woman approached Li Kazhou and halted. She gently removed the hat that obscured half her face. That a stunning visage emerged in her eyes. Upon witnessing this nearly flawless face, Li Kazhou could not help but concede that she was a woman more beautiful than the cold winds. If the cold winds still lingered, the beauty would remain. But this woman transcended the world, especially those eyes, deep gray irises. When Li Kazhou gazed into them, a moment of bewilderment washed over him, as if she could perceive the very secrets of his being. A mysterious smile graced the corners of the woman's lips. "If the prince desires a sword, I shall grant him the sword he seeks, fulfilling any demands it may entail, until you are content." "What price must I pay?" Li inquired. 5 years hence, I shall utter a few prophecies to you. Should my prophecies prove erroneous, this blade shall descend upon you in vain. That if my predictions hold true, you shall repay me tenfold for the sword you desire. The woman regarded him thoughtfully. Chapter 69. Winning the World. The Melting Hand. The credit sword maiden beheld the young girl, light as a feather on a gentle breeze. Li Kazhou's black sword melted with ease, her eyes instantly sparkling with delight. "Congratulations, esteemed elder, for such a legacy," the teachers and classmates remarked. "You have discovered a worthy inheritor. The future Huangshuan craftsman may, indeed, conquer the world." The girl melted her sword, placing it into an unusual vessel, and then ventured back into the cavern. Li Kazhou was astonished upon witnessing this method of metallurgy for the first time, yet as his aspirations began to materialize, his heart brimmed with exhilaration. He cast a sidelong glance at the lady, slightly bowing his back, and remarked, "It appears we may not have the opportunity to finalize our transaction." "That in my view," she replied, her enigmatic smile lingering. "It may be premature to declare our dealings concluded." "Do, is that truly possible?" Li Kazhou gazed at her, sensing a depth of understanding that stirred his curiosity. The prince observed her intently. Upon her final utterance, she ceased conversing with him, leaving Li Kazhou perplexed by this enigmatic figure. That he stepped back, approaching the 6 unfamiliar individuals who had gathered, inviting several swordsmen. "Who would have thought we would meet again?" Li Kazhou nearly established a rapport. The 6 remained silent, yet one among them, the archer who had previously saluted Li Kazhou, expressed, "It is indeed unexpected, my friends. To venture into this overcast valley in search of the nefarious craftsman to forge a treasured sword, such audacity is commendable." It was evident that this individual was outrightly rude, yet admiration flickered in his gaze. After all, the notoriety of this malevolent craftsman loomed large, encompassing not only the art of sword forging, but also the temperament for bloodshed. Legends spoke of her, devoid of slaughter, devoid of carnage, only the willingness or unwillingness to take a life. Li Kaijo engaged her in further conversation. Sensing a peculiar similarity that he murmured, "It is quite astonishing that this lady is accompanied by 6 chivalrous souls." Suddenly, Li Guizhou nodded, lowering his voice to inquire, "I wonder who this girl might be." The stranger appeared perplexed. "Did my friend not just hear? If you seek her name, as far as I know, she possesses none. She is merely the bearer of the sword, a woman who holds the credit." Li Kaijo nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries, for it was evident that no more answers would materialize. As for the honorable swordsman, perhaps due to his limited travels, Li Kaijo had never heard of them before. Curiosity sparked within him as he pondered why such an unrefined woman exuded an aura of such vitality. In addition to inviting 6 individuals who had not ascended the mountain for a decade, suggesting they could pave the way for the spirits ensnared in the quicksand, it was equally peculiar to threaten to extort money from the nefarious craftsman, compelling him to forge a unique sword. He awaited in silence the moment of the sword's reforging. After a fragrant waft, suddenly, a plume of dark and searing fire erupted from the well at the cave's mouth. As the inferno blazed forth, Li Kaijo felt a warmth enveloping his body, yet his spirit remained icy. What an extraordinary fire! Li Kaijo mused. He understood that, whether in alchemy or swordsmithing, the most essential element was the earth's fire, which exhibited an array of strange varieties, some endowed with innate peculiar abilities as he had previously witnessed in Black Mountain. The earth fire, known as the fire of death, possessed the magical prowess to consume life and enhance the self. The flames visible to the malevolent craftsman for the forging of blades were undoubtedly not inferior to this deadly fire. It seemed to have heard his musings, and the woman beside the credit sword, with a smile reminiscent of a spring breeze, remarked that this was the conflagration of souls and foul flames, the very essence of the murky valley. The sword forged from this fire was destined to be extraordinary. A voice-studded beam of black light shot forth from the cave, landing upon Li Kaijo's small vessel. Suddenly, it halted, turned, and with a soft thud, fell to the ground. The searing waves forced him to sway backward. He gazed excitedly at the sword, yet in his eyes, he perceived not the sword itself, but a mass of black fire. This fire was not genuine flame, but rather a manifestation of fire. The black fire enveloped the sword, obscuring its form. The burning essence gradually dissipated within the sword's body until it vanished entirely. Finally, the sword's true shape became apparent. He lifted it one by one, examining it horizontally. The sword had undergone a remarkable transformation. The previous black, calamitous form had entirely vanished, with the only similarity being its color. This sword measured 3 feet and 9 inches in length, weighing 1 kilogram, and was as black as ink. Its entire design was both resplendent and sinister. Strangely enough, the 2 edges of the sword were entirely distinct. One side boasted a long blade, while the other bore serrated teeth. Gazing upon it was a sight to behold, reminiscent of a shark's formidable dentition. A splendid sword. Li Kaijo's eyes sparkled, his voice low as he smiled at the cave's entrance, stating, "It seems that my predecessors deemed this sword fated. The younger generation shall not yield." Li's thoughts were astute. The malevolent craftsman, reluctant to forge a sword for him, had resorted to picking up a cheaper option to thwart the woman's success. Yet, this wicked craftsman had inadvertently allowed her to seize the opportunity, carelessly tossing the sword into the searing maelstrom, hoping to witness the other's folly. Little did he anticipate that Li Kaijo would possess such skill. Successfully grasping the sword for himself, the prince was indeed a peculiar swordsman. His hand had been honed to silk, a young woman he had only encountered in books. If he was not mistaken, this must be the silk lost in ancient spirits. Li Kaijo neither refuted nor nodded in acknowledgement, merely fixating on the sword in his hand with unwavering focus. The gaze of the valiant female swordsman fell upon the blade, her lips adorned with an enigmatic smile. The craftsmanship of the notorious 9-pinnacle swordsman is widely acknowledged. Thus, a fine sword, even if I am not a master of the Xiang sword technique, can surely be included among the warriors of the Shenlong sword manual. Can such a sword remain nameless? Li Kaijo nodded thoughtfully. When this sword was forged, it was enveloped in black flames, and from a distance, it resembled the sun and a black star. This blade is named Qixing. The esteemed sword mistress nodded slightly. The name demonic sword Qixing is indeed fitting. I believe it will not be long before this sword, along with its wielder, becomes renowned throughout the world. Li Kaijo smiled gently. Then I shall borrow the auspicious words of the lady. He understood the implication, yet he knew that without such an acknowledgement, he could never possess a sword imbued with the formidable spirit of a tyrant. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him. He looked up at the woman before him and inquired, since the lady has raised this issue. Is there a remedy? The girl had previously mentioned that the transaction between them was uncertain, and it seemed such an outcome was anticipated. Surely she had devised a strategy in her heart? Oh, my lady, but that is of no concern, Li Kaizhou responded, somewhat astonished. Behold, young master. A black sheath materialized in the woman's palm, and she declared, "This is a magical sword box." Upon witnessing this, Li Kaizhou's expression shifted. He could distinctly sense the potency emanating from the sheath. The female swordsman continued, "This sword box is crafted from the heartwood of a 500-year-old boundary tree, with each sheath inlaid with exquisite emerald shells. Made by one of the 8 great masters of the world, candle-braved in terms of value. Even when compared to the qixing in your hand, it surpasses it." Li Kaizhou was taken aback, both materially and in terms of craftsmanship. It was enough to leave one in awe. Moreover, there were rumors of the prince's sword repairs, which likely spoke of the maintenance of fine swords. Naturally, the materials used, as well as the functions of the sword box, would far exceed the simplicity presented before him. If he were to acquire the sheath, the prince's sword would, with the passage of time, wield increasingly unimaginable power. Li scrutinized the sheath in the woman's hand, contemplating his own qixing. Following his departure, he was escorted by a young girl wielding a bloodied sword. He felt immense gratitude towards the girl beside him. Without her, he could not have discovered the retreat of the notorious craftsman today. Let alone escape from the craftsman's encirclement, he would have faced 9 deaths, not to mention the acquisition of such a fine sword. And now, as he prepared to leave, the girl continued to clear a path for him with her bloodied sword, averting countless needless conflicts. While he had been consumed by vengeance and repayment of grace, the girl who guided him to confront the wicked craftsman was now seeing him off. He felt indebted to her and hoped she would accept his gratitude. A simple booklet appeared in Li Kaizhou's hand. It was a skill he had learned from Gu Zonglong regarding the art of throwing ham. The woman looked at him expressionlessly, glancing down at the booklet in his hand, indicating her refusal to accept it. Li Kaizhou beheld the words he had spoken. This method is known as shaking the legs, and through daily refinement, one can traverse thousands of miles. However, the young ladies need not concern themselves. This farming technique is quite unique and can also be practiced without the presence of gas. When a girl is refined through this method, it is undeniably the singular path available to her. Naturally, he perceived that the girl was oblivious to the practice of gas, and he was also aware that the girl had recently been acquainted with blades and swords. She was a hereditary artisan, confined to studying the craft of forging throughout her life. Thus she had given herself to the othered. Li Kaizhou observed her continued refusal to accept. He grasped her hand and pressed it into her own. This method requires honing, which is precisely what the young lady most needs. Once accomplished, its efficacy is immense, whether on the road or elsewhere. Noticing that she did not push him away, Li Kaizhou nodded and remarked, "Indeed, I still do not know that girl's name." As the question escaped his lips, he regretted it, realizing he had made a blunder, for the girl before him was evidently silent. How could she possibly divulge her name to him? His hand gently arched towards the young lady, while his feet remained low and dark. He turned to depart. Suddenly, a voice, innocent and effervescent, rang out from behind him. "My name is Butterfly Garment." Li Kaizhou turned in astonishment. Yet the girl had already turned away. Witnessing her departure, Li Kaizhou murmured to himself, "Strange, she is not mute. She simply does not wish to speak." He gently shook his head, dismissing the thought, and then set off once more. A sorrowful cry pierced the heavens. In his haste, Li Kaizhou abruptly halted in his tracks. A skunk perched upon his shoulder, twitching its small nose, then squeaked. Li Kaizhou was taken aback. "Oh, you say there is the scent of a gray robe ahead. That is quite intriguing." Regarding the earlier scream, it seemed to have emanated from that very individual, the leader of the gray-robed white-bone Yuntian, who was adept at sword-making even before succumbing to his severed arm. The loss of an arm should not greatly impair his combat prowess. Who could possibly eliminate this person? He pondered deeply, yet at that moment, a familiar voice reached his ears. That creature has no idea where to go. It is merely a foggy place. To my eyes, the visibility is only 100 steps. In this overcast valley, it seemed impossible to locate him. It was a woman's voice, which Li Kaizhou recognized distinctly. Clearly, it belonged to a familiar acquaintance of Lumingli. The voice struck Li Kaizhou as somewhat peculiar. He could not help but think, Lumingli is right before us. They must be from the Liu sword sect. They have animals in their possession and are oblivious to their own identities. They cannot possibly be referring to me. Can they? The more he contemplated, the more probable it seemed. The Sun and Moon Sword sect had long harbored animosity towards him, and they had consistently sought to eliminate him. Encountering such a group, he naturally felt no inclination towards mercy. Yet, it was evident that eavesdropping on their movements was certainly not the endeavor of one or two individuals. It was likely the work of a collective of masters of the Liu's swordsmanship. His 9 violet-rod swordsmen had arrived, while 2 of Ningdan's swordsmen had aged, and another swordsman could no longer endure. Chapter 70. Path of the Blade. Li Kezhou was acutely aware that facing the 4 individuals before him, the act of slaying 3 grandmasters of Ningdan was more perilous than ever. His gaze drifted towards the distant crowd. If there remained a glimmer of hope, it lay along this treacherous path of blades. Even if I were to perish today, I must take a few with me. His expression hardened, and he unsheathed his sword. His hand wove the incantation of the Kunlun broken sword, a decree of death. Beware, the sword incantation of this beast is no trifling matter. The man in black, witnessing the unfolding situation, hastily issued a warning. Upon comprehending the potency of the sword technique, thoughts naturally turned to Lu Jianyun, who possessed profound knowledge of swordsmanship. Hardly waiting for the warning, he seized Lu Mingli's wrist, and together they swiftly retreated into the shadows. That a pair of elders, their arms broken and filled with fury, attempted to evade upon hearing the black-clad man's warning, but it was already too late. One man, sword in hand, charged forward to parry, yet his blade was severed as if it were mere paper, producing a sharp clink. The sword shattered into 2 pieces, vanishing between the elder's neck. The elder's eyes widened in shock. Hands clutching his throat, he staggered back 3 steps before collapsing to the ground in a final struggle. Soon after, his eyes closed in death. Simultaneously, a devastating arc of sword light emerged from behind Li Kezhou. Little devil, go to hell. Just as Li Kezhou ended Elder Li Yu's life, the black-clad man's lethally precise tactics arrived at the opportune moment. This individual, a master of the Yuan Tai, seized the moment with impeccable timing. Though his restoration had been suppressed, he was still superior to an ordinary grandmaster of Ningdan. The moment Li Kezhou's sword incantation was unleashed, the black flames beneath his feet ignited. The light from the sword descended, spilling blood across the ground. Others vanished from sight, retreating into the alleys. Alas, the beast has fled. The man in black was left stupefied. Lu Jianyun emerged from the darkness. Until now, he had been poised to counter Li Kezhou's lethal strike. Yet he never anticipated that his opponent would not retreat to the front lines. That he gazed at the howling blade, regret flickering in his eyes. This creature, even in self-destruction, would not bestow the 9-needle sword upon me. Letting him die is far too lenient. The man in black's expression mirrored the darkness of his thoughts. I still cannot believe this child would be so resolute, daring to tread the path of perfection without regard for his own demise. Lu Mingli's face betrayed hesitation. Brother Yun, this path of 10 is truly terrifying. What if Li Jiaozhou survives? Haha. The man in black seemed to have heard the most ludicrous joke in the world, his laughter echoing as he replied, My niece is quite at ease. Anyone who has embarked on the path of perfection should not claim to be your father, for he governs the Liuli Moonsword sect. There is no justification for survival. The death of this man is an unavoidable outcome. Yet tragically, the 9-pint sword in his grasp, Lu Jianyun's face contorted with hatred. The most detestable thing is that I cannot wield his blade. He boasted that among the 36 swordsmen, one had broken his sword outside and was defeated by Li Kezhou. At that moment, many onlookers were present. Once this incident spread, it would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule across the world. His reputation as a swordsman would also be preserved. The figure in black glanced at the spot where Li Kezhou had stood, stained with blood, and remarked, Although this boy possesses an impressive physique, he has been wounded by me. Now, he is surely captivated by the spirit of the sword. Even if he strays from the righteous path, he shall perish from the twisted meridians inflicted by my sword soul. Lu Mingli cast aside her heavy burdens, her face revealing a hint of joy. Among the audience, no one dared to cast another glance. The elder of the Moonlight sect had died with his head uncovered. What a boast! Li Kezhou spat blood. From his left shoulder to his right rib, he bore grievous wounds, blood and flesh in disarray. Though his injuries were severe, the vigorous vitality of his body prevented them from being fatal. The true cause of his bloodshed and internal injury lay in the sharp sword that had penetrated deep into his organs. That he now found himself in a dilemma, caught between internal and external pressures. Ensnared in a situation of impending demise, that he stood at a juncture where the winds converged both vertically and horizontally. Despite his utmost effort to fend off the dragon's blade, the razor-sharp edge still managed to graze him. As the wind swept around him, he swallowed 3 fruits of the nightshade family. Their potent flavor, though intense, gradually dissipated under the incense's lingering aroma, rendering the once fearsome scars and protruding flesh to vanish without a trace. It was time for a hint of incense, a tea this moment. The medicinal potency of the 3 nightshade fruits had diminished, and the wounds inflicted by the blade could not be mended amidst the devastation. Li Kazhou attempted to counter the actual blade's gust with his sword energy. The dragon's shield sword protected him, while others seemed cloaked in armor. From all directions, the swords converged, producing a cacophony of slicing sounds. Yet, at this point, they could no longer inflict any harm upon him, not even the slightest. He closed his eyes, awakening with a surge of excitement. This was indeed a fortuitous moment. The power of the sword had increased by at least 30. Equivalent to consuming 6 wind elixirs. As a blessed red elixir, it required at least 3 years for refinement. The price of a single pill ranged from $1 million at the very least. Now, a brief moment of incense had been sufficient. This equated to the effects of consuming 6 elixirs valued at $6 million. This underscored the significance of such pills for him, but he rose, shielded by his sword, cautiously advancing step by step. This time, he had scarcely taken 5 steps when the sharp blade was swept aside by the wind, causing his skin to bleed anew. He ceased consuming the solanum fruits. Again, he closed his eyes and knelt. Employing his breathing technique, he drew the innate sword energy from the blade. Time passed minute by minute. If someone had been present, they would have clearly observed that his skin, initially bloodied, gradually healed, the shield of his sword solidifying as it withstood the gusts of the blade from all sides until no further harm could befall him, a process that lasted a full hour. By the time others stood again, his sword had grown stronger, elevated once more. He appeared resolute, pressing onward, until at last, even Li Kazhou himself could not discern how long he had traversed this treacherous path. As he rose once more, his entire being was enveloped in the essence of swordsmanship, robust and strikingly evident to the naked eye. From a distance, he appeared to be shrouded in a translucent cocoon. A sword cocoon? Could this be the legendary sword cocoon? Li Kazhou's eyes sparkled with excitement. The sword cocoon represents a distinct realm beyond the 6 levels of swordsmanship, epitomizing the transition from substantiality to the utmost refinement. It is independent of one's physical training, embodying a pure essence and accumulation of skill. Regarding my formidable defensive capabilities, should I encounter that man in black from the Liu family again, he would be utterly incapable of severing me with such power. Just observe the might of my sword, and behold its true potential. In a surge of inspiration, he leapt, grasping the hilt of his sword, regulating his breath, and suddenly emerged from within the blade. A chilling smile adorned his face. A towering black lamp, 7 feet high, ignited abruptly. The dark luminescence pierced through all barriers ahead, vanishing into the surrounding shadows. Upon witnessing this sword, Li Kazhou's eyes gleamed with realization. This was the authentic Kunlun Broken Sword incantation. Chronicled within the esteemed Sword Chronicle, the original fire cord had long dissipated after more than 10 accumulations. Judging by the radiance of the black sword, its spirit evidently possessed a form akin to light. And now it was nearly equivalent to the manifestation of a grandmaster at the pinnacle of Ningdan, solely in the spiritual form of the sword. Truly, a blessing in disguise. Had I not been intercepted, I would never have easily ventured into such dire straits, nor would my swordsmanship have undergone such a transformation. Suddenly, his spirit waned. Was there someone else? Could it be that swordsman? Li Kazhou appeared stupefied. In a moment of whimsy, he had been wielding a sword before him. Never once anticipating that the swordsman stood right in front of him, it came as no surprise that he had undoubtedly endured a calamity devoid of illusion. Having been struck from behind by his own sword, a scaled swordsman, indeed remarkable, had traversed such a distance, yet he should not be too far from me. Unable to hear his voice, I remained puzzled as to why this swordsman would venture here. Risking the peril of 9 deaths, he lifted the cocoon and pressed onward. Currently, his cocoon remained in its infancy, and his defensive capabilities had significantly augmented. Having taken dozens of strides, the cocoon trembled with each movement. At that moment, 100 steps ahead, the silhouette of the swordsman emerged. Li Kazhou spotted him. The swordsman also fixed his gaze upon Li Kazhou as he approached. The swordsman regarded him with piercing eyes, seemingly in a state of palpable astonishment. You youngsters truly possess discerning eyes. This swordsman appeared reluctant to delve into tales of his exploits, instead turning the conversation forward, stating, I have observed you for quite some time. If I am not mistaken, your sword bone should have reached its limits. Upon hearing this, Li Kazhou's heart swelled with pride. Indeed, as the other party had noted, his sword bone had absorbed the innate sword spirit. As he progressed, his pace gradually slowed. Moments ago, he sensed he was encountering a bottleneck. The acceleration of the sword soul's enhancement had begun to prove challenging. Should we persist in this manner, the next 10 steps, where the sword corpse resides, would inevitably become his terminus. Advancing another step was inconceivable. Otherwise, the corpse would be irrevocably severed here. His visage remained unchanged as he spoke. Since our predecessors are present here, even taking the time to observe our younger generation, it must signify the limits of our existence. The sword corpse interjected. Limits are non-existent. Yet I am aware that today, relying on this body is imperishable, rendering me incapable of reaching the places I yearn to go. The elders have meticulously devised a rigid sword body over a century. I am curious to know the ultimate purpose of this endeavor. Li Kazhou, too, heeded the words of the sword corpse, acknowledging that its presence and discourse must indeed serve a final objective. Upon hearing the mention of destinations, he speculated internally that this individual evidently sought to converse with him. The intentions of this person were not surprising. He would soon uncover the truth. Indeed, the sword corpse proclaimed, "Little demon, although you and I wield our hands in tandem, the other party embodies peace. Since you have sincerely inquired, I too shall reveal to you that at the terminus of this path lies a concealed place, the origin of this wind tunnel's existence, and the source of the wind here." Before Li could pose further questions, the sword corpse continued. The so-called source is, in fact, Baekwon. If you have perused a few ancient texts, you must have heard of it. Pray, enlighten me with further details. Li Kazhou's countenance remained tranquil, yet his heart surged with turmoil as he contemplated a legendary name, Jinquan, one of the 5 treasures of the world. Upon uttering this name, the sword corpse's voice grew fervent. Li inhaled deeply. The truth of this legendary place had never circulated through myth. No one was privy to its reality. Yet, unexpectedly, this place truly existed and was strikingly close to him. Regaining his composure, he remarked, "Beneath the primrose lies a venomous serpent. Without the guardianship of benevolent spirits, such treasures would be unattainable. The boy has reservations. Indeed, the Blade Edge Tunnel is acclaimed as one of the 3 great malevolent spirits, alongside the old fiend of Black Mountain and the ancient specter of the Shadow Valley. This Blade Edge Tunnel, too, possesses formidable life-controlling powers. One may refer to it as the master of the Blade Edge Tunnel." Upon hearing this, Li Kazhou's expression fell. Were the predecessors mocking him? To be compared with the ancient monstrosities of Black Mountain and Shadow Valley was a perilous endeavor. Wouldn't it be tantamount to self-destruction for you and me to breach the door? Boy, are you not aware whether the rulers of these 3 treacherous realms have forged pacts with the ancient great powers? Black Mountain is accessible, the Cloudy Valley may be traversed, and the Blade Edge Wind Tunnel is also enterable. Provided the contenders can surmount the obstacles of the Blade Wind Tunnel and encounter its master, they shall receive a gift of spring water. What? Li Kazhou's eyes flickered slightly as he inquired. Previously, has anyone ever attained it? Indeed, the sword corpse affirmed. He is the saint who bullied Frost. It is said that during his time, Jiansheng not only reached the pinnacle of Ningdan, but also, due to such fortuity, later became Jiansheng and Jiansheng Jianyuan, one of the 4 holy sites in the Shunlan Jianji region. Li Kazhou pondered for a moment before finally addressing the sword corpse before him. Now that the elders have spoken, having expounded for quite some time, I believe the younger generation ought to offer some assistance. Do you not think? You are quite astute. Straight to the point. Your sword's essence is utterly astonishing. Do you comprehend why the bullying Frost swordsman is able to survive in this desolate land? Li Kazhou shook his head in a coordinated manner. It is no secret, for the Frost Sword Saint, much akin to yourself, though not born with an innate sword essence, lived a legendary life as a sword spirit, possessing the inherent spirit of the blade that bolsters his cultivation. Li Kazhou remarked. As the ancients wisely stated, success is achieved through realization. A voice emanated from the skeletal figures encircling Li Kazhou, infused with palpable excitement. "Where is your sword corpse?" Li Kazhou inquired, gazing at the immobile sword body. It matters not. To me, it is merely a vessel. The old ghost's words deepened Li Kazhou's suspicion. Peculiar, Li Kazhou muttered to himself, momentarily perplexed by the enigma at hand. Yet, he knew he could only advance one step at a time. Indeed, as the old ghost asserted, his protective cocoon had gained substantial stability with this murky support. In Li Kazhou's perception, the sword spirit was embedded within the cocoon, initially shielded by it. then becoming muddied and dulled, rendering it incapable of posing a threat. As he traversed, he pondered, the old ghost's noxious aura is remarkable. Yet it appears to function solely when tethered to a certain power. Old ghost, are you not using me as a mere blade? With a sense of trepidation, he hastened forward over 100 meters. Gradually, a phantom materialized before him. There was no path ahead. At the end of the exit lay a vast melting cavern, basked in sunlight, from which an angry sword surged forth. The breeze whipping across the ground evidently originated from the melting cave. Boy, quickly, we are here, Jianquan urged, the voice tinged with urgency. Li Kaizhou, half trusting yet half skeptical, proceeded cautiously. Upon stepping out of the cave and confronting the biting cold wind, he felt a surge of clarity. It was not a melting cavern, but a deep valley adorned with vibrant clouds above and swirling mists below, a glimmering spring of pure white light faintly visible. Why? Li Kaizhou's expression shifted slightly. His gaze fixed ahead, in the fog-laden spring. A wondrous figure faintly emerged, a woman with her back to him. The mist cloaked most of her form, yet he could distinctly discern a peculiar radiance and long silver hair adorning her corpse-like figure. Most astonishing of all were the dragonfly wings sprouting from her back. The barefooted woman stepped forth from the spring, surrounded by numerous armed figures converging from all directions, enveloping her. This scene resembled a beautiful woman emerging from a bath, draped in exquisite silk. Who is this? Li Kaizhou stammered, his throat dry. A glimmer of cold light materialized. Before the sword light could reach him, Li Kaizhou felt a chilling sensation envelop his entire being. The inch of sword light reached its zenith, now poised to pierce through by any means. Before he could utter a word, the murky essence from the sword cocoon suddenly detached from his body. Coalescing in midair to form a skeletal figure, a beam of black light erupted from his mouth, confronting the radiance of white. The two lights collided in silence, and the woman's sword was insidiously eroded by the dark glow. Old devil, you are not devoid of heart. The lesson you learned last time seems to have not lingered long enough in your memory. Do you dare to approach my sword sanctuary? The woman's voice resonated like a silver bell, fluttering its wings as she hovered in the air. The voice of the old fiend echoed from the skull. As long as it endures, my clouded ancestor shall never relinquish the sword spring of Jinling. You have resided here for countless years, evading numerous calamities. It is only fair that others be afforded this opportunity, lest it be deemed too greedy. I am unafraid to inform you of my peril. You must lend me Jianquan for 3 days. Otherwise, should I perish, I will drag you into the underworld with me. The woman slightly furrowed her brow. Old ghost, you and I are fated to be a pair. You ought to know this well. This is my dwelling. If I were to grant you the sword spring, I would be sullied by your presence. From that moment forth, not only would the sword spring vanish, but I too would become naught but ashes. Very well. If you refuse to lend it, you shall witness my demise by theft, and I shall ensure your suffering in return. That I have spent a century dealing with you, finally distilling this murky spirit. Today, I shall taint your soul and see you rend it apart. The skeleton roared furiously in the air, while the woman confronted it with her luminous sword, both parties resolutely unyielding. Their conflict immediately igniting. On one side loomed the oppressive winds and tainted air, on the other, the razor-sharp blade of the sword. As the two clashed in an incomprehensible struggle, that moment, the people of Lichizhu exclaimed, "Damn the devil! I did not slay you before, but now that I face that old witch, do you dare to act against me? Today, I shall first slay your mutt." The half-space was cleaved into two murky skeletons, evolving into one that resisted the woman's blade while the other howled downward. Lichizhu dared not relent, and the sword energy of Longbi surged forth once more. The sword rolled like a dragon wave, and upon contact, the skeleton disintegrated like smoke, instantly dissipating into the sky. Yet, as the sword energy faded, the murkiness returned, and the skeleton reappeared. Foolish little demon, my ancestral methods, can your mere ant withstand them? Today, I shall consume your soul, ensuring you shall never transcend your existence. The skeleton then whistled again. Seeing its own bones cleaved at the crown, Lichizhu instinctively recoiled and let out a dragon's roar. The collapsing force struck the skull, producing a sizzling sound akin to water entering a hot oil pan. What is this? Long Qi, you wretched human demon. How can there be Long Qi within you? The voice of the old fiend bore a hint of astonishment. The dragon energy is one of the most formidable divine forces in the universe. The entirety of the shadowy devil's power stemmed from the gloom. Dragon energy was among the least welcomed forces in his life. As Lichizhu observed the noise and murkiness in the air beginning to transform into smoke, he was elated. He could scarcely fathom that even his Kunlun broken sword curse could not dispel this murkiness. Conversely, the original roar of the 7 evil dragons proved remarkably effective. Just as the might of the dragon's roar subsided, the skeleton surged forth from the smoke, its gaping maw revealing a black vortex. Softly enticing. I was instantly engulfed by the sensation that his very soul was being wrenched from him. As mortality loomed ominously. In this critical moment of life and death, a sudden buzzing emanated from the sword's core. The brows of Li Kaizhou shimmered with a dark luminescence. Above him, a rift in the sky began to slowly unfurl, transforming into an enigmatic and peculiar vertical eye. What is this? The old demon cried out in disbelief. Li Kaizhou's gaze sharpened as he confronted the specter. The old ghost has ensnared me in a web. A dark thread burst forth from Li Kaizhou's soul, weaving across the entire realm in an intricate lattice, ultimately evolving into a colossal spider's web that enveloped his skull within a pocket of darkness. The old demon screamed in terror. What kind of power is this? Panic resonated for the first time in his voice. This magical net was the result of silken strands entwining the very essence of souls. Ata loss for how to proceed, Li Kaizhou, in that moment of forceful deprivation, received a blessing of the spirit, suddenly comprehending a wondrous ability, as if awakening a dormant strength within him, igniting the general's latent potential. The clouded air above was ensnared by the magical web, unable to escape, seemingly being absorbed. The murky atmosphere began to dissipate rapidly, until even its skeletal form could no longer be sustained. At this juncture, Li Kaizhou was equally astounded. He distinctly felt that as this turbidity was siphoned by the magical net, the power of his spiritual threads appeared to amplify, while the long stagnant strength of his soul began to stir, gradually ascending. The voice of the mud demon grew fainter until it ultimately vanished. The murky gas within the magical web was completely consumed. Meanwhile, on the other side, another stream of muddy essence, engaged in a struggle with a woman, reached its conclusion. A woman was seen exploring a portrait, from which a vapor erupted beneath the sword, transforming into a gaseous blade that collided with the murk before dissipating. Yet, before the woman could exhale in relief, as the vapor clashed with the murk, a drop of black water coalesced, seemingly with intent, shooting directly into the sword's spring. The woman's countenance changed dramatically. "Stop! Don't let him sully the sword," she cried in a pale panic. Although she and the clouded old demon were both born of spirit, they represented two starkly opposing entities. She embodied the purest essence of the sword, while the old demon was the epitome of murkiness. This droplet of shadowy essence was inherently bound to her, all shrouded in cloudiness. Li Kaizhou understood clearly that although the spirit of this sword appeared youthful and beautiful, barely in her 20s, she was imbued with the essence of existence, having endured for millennia. Otherwise, entering the realm of the sword would have been impossible. As he contemplated the woman's cultivation, he knocked once more and mused. The sword's chamber is indeed extraordinary. Even the mightiest of men would find their strength suppressed to the level of a consummate Ningden. However, for the girl, this poses a considerable peril. If any harm were to befall her, it would summon a host of formidable Ningden masters. Though the girl is strong, competing with her bare hands would surely be no simple task. The woman revealed a colorless smile. As long as the sword's spring endures, regardless of how many individuals arrive or how many geometries have been cultivated, I shall slay him. He shall never live again. Moreover, she gazed at Li Kaizhou and declared, the knife-shaped wind tunnel cannot be traversed without contemplation. Only within the murky depths of the old demon can one access my sword cave. Upon hearing her words, Li Kaizhou, with the image of the sword's spring in his heart, instantly extinguished it in its cradle. He candidly remarked, the existence of the 5 sources of the sword mentioned in myths is truly astonishing. For many of the younger generation have heard of this sword spring. After appreciating her words, he turned and said, legend has it that in my youth, I ventured into the sword spring. Dare I inquire if the sword-aged maiden possesses such a thing? The pixie's eyes sparkled like stars as she looked at him and gently replied, you individuals love to beat around the bush. What you wish to ask is not about this person, but rather about those who come here, whether they can drink from the fountain of the sword spring. Li Kaizhou, unfazed yet calm, nodded in agreement. The girl's words ring true. The spring of swordsmanship has arrived. And the younger generation resonates like thunder in the ears. It is fortunate that they have come here, and naturally, they must inquire further. Jinling slightly nodded and said, regarding the rumors you are aware of, I can inform you that they are untrue. For the waters of the sword spring cannot be taken away. Li Kaizhou was taken aback. Why is that? Jinling remained silent, eyeing the springtime. She touched her finger to a droplet of water. Why? How can this be? Li Kaizhou's face was filled with astonishment. He clearly observed that the water left by the sword spring bore no sword energy, merely the most ordinary spring water. Yet, from within this water, boundless sword essence surged forth, perpetually flowing into the passage, inexhaustible. It was not water that could cleanse swords, but rather the innate sword vein beneath the water. As you know, there are 5 sources of swords in the world. The so-called sword source is, in fact, the sword vein, precisely situated beneath this spring. Li Kaizhou's expression suddenly shifted. Jinling added, thus, you should comprehend how absurd it is to claim you have acquired the spring water. However, despite the waters being unavailable, according to the contract I forged with your kind millennia ago, anyone who has the opportunity to arrive here has a chance to cleanse the remains of the sword spring. Jinling scrutinized him from head to toe, her gaze fleeting. You are a peculiar individual. You were born with sword bones. Entering my sword spring is not so filthy. Step into the sword spring when you have wielded your sword bones. I shall reveal a clear path for you to depart immediately. Your contamination is too severe. In my sword cave, you shall only defile the purity of the sword spirit here. If I wish to enter this sword spring, must I shed my garments? Jinling slightly nodded. Devoid of any emotional fluctuation, Li Kaizhou secretly speculated that the sword spirit, being an innate sprite, likely did not comprehend the nuances between men and women. In her eyes, perhaps men and women were fundamentally indistinguishable. How exhilarating! Li Kaizhou silently exclaimed. The spring of the sword arises from the spirit of the blade, ascending into the air, transforming into a multitude of cutting winds. Yet, when others plunge into the waters, they cannot fathom the sensation of being pierced by 1,000 blades, which evokes only a crisp and numbing feeling, akin to each wound in the body undergoing a baptism. This boundless comfort elicited a reaction from his loins, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. The water of the sword spring is exceptionally clear, and he finds himself perpetually fixated on the sword spirit by the shore. Thus, the entirety of the journey becomes transparent. Before the presence of that exquisite woman, he forcibly set down his burdens. Chapter 72. Vaporization. Everyone believes that the sword cocoon represents the pinnacle of a sword's power. However, only the truly gifted comprehend that beyond the sword cocoon lies an even greater mystery, the vaporization of the sword robe. Such a realm is far too distant for ordinary individuals, scarcely mentioned even in legends, as it is exceedingly rare to witness someone achieve it over centuries. Yet, once attained, the mysterious and potent sword vow shall supersede all, even transcending a vast domain, a chasm of power that cannot be crossed. Were we to proclaim that a Ningdan swordsman cannot breach even the yuan tie of a grand cultivator, it would sound like a fanciful, absurd, and impractical assertion, verging on the ludicrous, yet it indeed exists. In those days, Jian Sheng deceived the frost, clad in a long sword and dragon armor. Yuanzi's master was utterly incapable of inflicting harm upon him. Under the watchful gaze of Sword Ridge, Li Kaizhou's cocoon swelled continuously, as if a being within yearned to break free from its shell. This sword technique intensified and persisted for an extended period. It appeared to have amassed sufficient power, resembling a true sword cocoon. Until, with a burst of light, the cocoon abruptly began to fracture, splitting into several inches. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the sword technique scattered wildly, washing away the waters of the sword spring and sending waves soaring several feet high. The wings of the sword spanned 3 feet. This is the sword wing. The onlookers were taken aback. How could this be? The sword wing does not belong to the realm of human swordsmanship. How could it manifest upon him? This was the privilege of an innate soul born in a historical moment. This child was indeed a vessel of the divine. Yet, such a notion seemed impossible. The sword could not articulate its thoughts. The sword's wings emerged from the cocoon, radiating brilliance. From a distance, it was not merely real but suffused with a metallic white light. This was the ultimate manifestation of the sword's power. Li Kaizhou awakened from his practice. His sword wings unfurling as he emerged, he was astonished, crashing to the ground. Gazing at the sword's wings, beyond the cocoon lay such a kingdom. The defense of this sword was extraordinarily formidable. It granted him the ability to soar briefly through the skies. Li Kaizhou had never anticipated that one day he could glide through the air like an eagle. This signified another meaning following the cocooning of sword energy, known as the condensation of sword energy. Jianling approached, his voice betraying neither anger nor joy. Li Kaijo hurriedly donned his attire, feigning nonchalance as he inquired, "Did he deceive the Frost Swordsman to reach this stage?" Jianling nodded. "Every sword robe is unique. His is markedly different from yours. What he achieved initially was the most ordinary sword armor among humans. However, his sword armor stands at the forefront of its kind. Even if he is a master in another realm, it remains a formidable challenge to penetrate his sword armor's defenses. As for your sword wings, that how intriguing." A glimmer of hope surfaced on Li Kaijo's face. This sword, having been wielded with remarkable agility for countless years, embodies the very essence of legendary blades that in terms of knowledge, it pales in comparison to his at the very least. This so-called sword attire had never before graced my ears. The sword manifests as a pair of wings, unheard of among your kind, save for its sheer power. These wings are destined to possess an air of mystery surpassing that of the sword armor. This sword attire is said to materialize upon the human form, and I have even heard whispers of it. As Li Kaijo's heart stirred, he began to piece together the reasons, more or less. Though he is human, his blood underwent a transformation after the bones were sculpted. Particularly, his sword bones should not manifest within a human, but rather upon the body of an ancient dragon. Guizhou nodded appreciatively, expressing gratitude for such an opportunity. Should this girl prove useful in the future, I shall certainly rise to the occasion. Upon hearing this, Jingling's eyes abruptly ceased their restless movement, a flicker of memory illuminating her gaze. She nodded earnestly, recalling that hundreds of years ago, a child had made a similar promise, ultimately fulfilling it. "I believe you when you say that if one day comes, I shall find you." Guizhou nodded, stating, "While I do not consider myself a virtuous person, I am steadfast in my commitments that in the future, should a girl inquire of me, I shall undoubtedly respond." That he bowed to the woman, without delay, unfurling his sword wings. Taking flight into the cavern, the woman surely watched him depart, a sense of premonition swelling within her heart, reminiscent of those days when he too felt that he would encounter that person again. And they would. Before us stood a dozen individuals, all familiar faces. Only Lu Mingli's Liu-S Swordsman Academy, the esteemed Lu Jianyun of the Jinyu First Family, and the evidently Lu clan-affiliated man in black remained. Additionally, Si Kongshu, Gu Sanlong, and Feng Linghong were present, yet they did not spot Lao Sun and Yi Han. Among these, three peculiar figures donned strange attire, their origins obscured. Some appeared haunted by spirits, while others exuded a melancholic air. It was evident at a glance that they were not to be trifled with. That moment, the wind was frigid, accompanied by a sword's edge. The cold pressed heavily upon the blade. Within 10 paces, no one dared to linger. On the opposing side stood the divine sword, Lu Jianyun. Lu Jianyun, having just emerged from the icy cavern, released Yunmei from her frosty grip, her face a mask of frost. "I shall ask you once more, where has Li Kaijo gone?" The wind howled, her voice as sharp as a blade. In her words, the surrounding chill intensified. Those who stood here were not merely knowledgeable, but possessed profound depth. Yet, in such frigid weather, he trembled uncontrollably. Lu Jianyun, torn between anger and embarrassment, recalled the earlier shock shared by the two. What he could not accept was the woman before him. However, in the latter stages of Ningden, his prolonged struggle against foes had proven unhelpful. First, he was bested by Li Kaijo, and now, confronted by a woman pointing an accusatory finger at him, it rendered him, who prided himself as a chivalrous figure, utterly vexed. With a sullen countenance, he forced a smile and declared, "I have made my position abundantly clear. That wretch showed me no respect. I encountered him on the road and sent him on his way. There is no body left." Beside her, Lu Mingli gazed at the biting cold wind, a flicker of jealousy glimmering in her eyes. They were both daughters of their respective sects, perpetually subjected to comparison. In terms of appearance, they conceded that each was inferior to the other. Yet, in the realm of talent, they remained equals. However, at this moment, as she beheld the frigid sword from her vantage point atop Ningden Mountain, even Master Lu Jianyun was unable to assist her. Deep down, she understood that she had been left behind, her jealousy morphing into resentment. She waved her hand and chuckled. "The wind is indeed cold. Brother Yun says it is not erroneous. The animals are oblivious to the heights of the earth. In the wind tunnel, they fail to restrain themselves, repeatedly provoking and assaulting me, ultimately defeating Brother Yun. Knowing he would perish, he embarked on an absolute path. Do you believe he could still possess a complete corpse there?" "Ha ha ha." She laughed heartily, finding particular delight in the pallor of her opponent's face, which brought her a sense of solace. Uncle Saihol, amidst the cold wind, wore a blissful expression following his vengeance. Suddenly, he interjected, "That child, even if he arrives, will have little impact. He is dead, a gift I bestowed upon him, the ancient Songlong. This man is a burden to live, incessantly harassing my swordsman. He deserves his demise. The wind is cold. Did you hear? Send the elder to say he died unjustly. It seems his death was indeed unfair." Loomingly mocked, her heart soaring with relief, for with Li Kezhou's death, she no longer needed to worry about her opponent's bloodshed, nor the shattering of his alchemical robe, nor the nullification of all he had accomplished at that moment. The expression of the man in black from the Liu family shifted slightly as he abruptly turned around. "Who is it?" Everyone hurriedly glanced aside that a figure with a black sword approached nonchalantly. "Who claimed I am dead?" A bunch of hysterical fools. Li Kezhou's face was light, the gentle breeze caressing him. "What? Impossible." The three individuals beside Loomingly were so startled by Li Kezhou's continued existence that their eyes nearly fell to the ground. Under their terrified gaze, not only was he unscathed, but there wasn't even a hint of injury upon him. How can you still be alive? It is impossible to exist in the realm of the absolute." Wukong appeared fearful, his voice hoarse. Li Kezhou cast a cold glance at him and retorted, "You old dog, you are aware of a malevolent place, yet you have never spoken of it. It seems you harbor ill intentions." He turned his gaze toward the black-clad Liu family member and declared, "Regardless of your lineage, I have already inscribed the enemy's sword. I will return it to you soon." The man in black's countenance darkened. "You are truly significant. As long as you wish to die, you may seek me for vengeance at any time." In the midst of their conversation, the chill on their faces evaporated, and joy was uncontainable. Li Kezhou beheld her smile, and as he surveyed the room, his gaze fell upon an elderly man, frail and grim, whose body swayed precariously. A peculiar smile crept upon his lips. Finally, his eyes rested on the white lotus before him. The sword wolf had perished, leaving only 9 remaining. A group of individuals, having learned of the legendary sword's terror, dared not advance to that moment. The swordsman baby, with an expressionless gaze and devoid of any movement, scanned the crowd. 9 swords sliced through the air to strike him down. As the 9 blades met, the others were swiftly obstructed. Li Kezhou wielded the dragon by sword, yet he did not exert his full strength. He found himself ensnared by the very sword that sought to slay him, showing no urgency to retaliate. The current battlefield dynamics were excessively uncertain. Should we eliminate him, we would not only face the swordsman baby's counterattack, but also be assailed by a throng behind us, with enemies flanking both our abdomen and back. Although his strength was on the rise, even with the sword wings guarding him at a critical juncture, he dared not take risks to TO him. There were always individuals who could not maintain their composure. In their demise, they would secure a greater safety margin. Indeed, the crowd momentarily held back the sword. The valiant artist Liu Jianyun suddenly struck down the sword before him. "The treasured sword baby belongs to my family, the Liu family of Liu Jiazui. Those who wish to seize it should ponder the consequences. This individual, during a robbery, never forgets to intimidate with a mouthful of threats. Yet, for anyone, there exists no straightforward path to this place. Regardless of their training or origins." No one paid heed to his ramblings as they observed him approaching. They employed lethal tactics to obstruct his advance. Boldly, the black-clad men of Liu Jiazui shared an unspoken understanding. Upon seeing Liu Jianyun advance, a sword clashed against another, redirecting to eliminate foes, just as they were about to slay a few. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, they had no choice but to abandon Liu Jianyun and draw their swords in defense. Loomingly, arguably the weakest in the industry, turned pale upon seeing a sword approaching this way. Daring not to resist, he nimbly retreated, confronted by the public's aggression. The man in black, lacking prior conditioning, found himself unable to showcase any prowess. He failed to seize the moment, retreating with bloodied hands. Yet, at the instant this individual was obstructed, Liu Jianyun seized the opportunity to slay Jianing. The slaughter strategy of this sword baby manifested as the radiant light formed by 9 lotus seeds. Now, with 9 swords outside, facing Liu Jianyun, there was simply no room for resistance. The treasured sword baby solely belongs to my Liu family. Liu Jia, your throw of the ham is not as swift as you might imagine. Upon completing his task, Li Kezhou held a treasured sword in his hand. "Beast, put down the sword, my dear." Meanwhile, the the 9 swords, under the control of the young sword, rushed forth to rescue him. The heart was not sufficient to swallow an elephant. Dare you gaze upon this precious sword as it meets its demise for my sake? Suddenly, Li Kaizhou's swordsmanship soared, breaking free from its cocoon. With a belch, he realized that first, Lu Jianyun must slay a sword. Then, the shadows of the 9 swords struck the cocoon, heedless of the past or future. The sword cocoon was as solid as rock. Under both assaults, it showed no signs of yielding. Impossible. Lu Jianyun's eyes widened in disbelief. This sword too was a treasure. Li Kaizhou sensed the extreme sharpness of the 9 swords. In a mindset akin to plucking a goose feather, he exerted great effort to grasp the 9 swords that had settled upon the sword cocoon, each having earned the universe's favor. Sikangshu, the precious sword has now come into my grasp. Assist me in warding them off, or you shall be my sword-wielding sinner, Li Kaizhou declared, shaking the ham. The black flames at his feet flickered and vanished into thin air. In Chapter 73, The Realm, the latter surged forth almost simultaneously. Upon witnessing the cold wind, Li Kaizhou's eyes blinked rapidly as one flapped its wings while the other glided through the air, cradling him. Simultaneously, Lu Mengli was rescued from Lu Jia's dark attire. Suddenly, a loud cry rang out. Li Kaizhou, come save me. Instead of aiding him, Li Kaizhou swung his sword towards him. Sikangshu let out a mournful wail, his voice trailing off as he disappeared beneath the clouds that in the cave. There were 9 individuals, now reduced to 7. The dark-clad members of the Lu family dragged their burdens, while Li Kaizhou's sword wings swept across the sky, cradling the cold wind, leaving only 2. All feet now illuminated by sword light stood vacant. What does this signify? Just having escaped the brink of death, Lu Jianyun beheld Li Kaizhou's flying dagger, his eyes filled with terror. The frigid winds enveloped Li Kaizhou, his heart brimming with sweetness. He gazed at those around him, as if he had connected with his sword, losing the previous chill. Lu Mengli observed the scene, her eyes filled with envy. The land of ancestors. I have emerged from the Blade's Wind cave, while the predecessors have reached their zenith, slaying this obstacle and reaching out to seize it. Without needing a reminder, the dark-skinned man understood naturally, yet he was too late to take action. Daunted primarily by the sight of 2 unfamiliar figures suspended in midair. These 2, one a figure with a hunchback, the other a ghostly presence, seemed as if they had just emerged from a coffin, yet trembled internally. The cultivation of this individual had astonishingly reached the 4th realm of the martial world. As for the other peculiar figure, cloaked in a voluminous robe that concealed his entire being, his body and appearance were obscured. However, from the hidden swords scattered across his form, it was evident that he was meticulously examining his true state. Confronted with such a master, he conceded that should he raise his head, he would be rendered spineless, and even knowing that Jianying was in Li Kaizhou's hands, he dared not move. Suddenly, a man's voice emanated from the black cloak. It is not an easy task for friends to effect repairs. If you depart now, you may yet save your own life. This remark is evidently directed at the elderly figure suffering from kyphosis. The old man, upon hearing it, chuckled raucously, resembling a crow in his mirth. As you wish, exclaimed the individual, raising his hands, from which a dark cloak billowed forth, revealing a dignified middle-aged man with a resolute countenance and a smile upon his lips. Father, Lu Mengli was initially taken aback, followed swiftly by an overwhelming joy. Ha! The middle-aged man merely unveiled his true self, and a wave of celestial laughter ensued. Daily swordsman, Chun Lu Bei. The old man's expression shifted abruptly. From a distance, Li Kaizhou beheld that same authoritative visage. The old coachman, of course, was Crow 9. He pondered that had Crow 9 been present today, he would not find himself in peril. Yet human wisdom pales in comparison to divine insight. The Liuli Mingyue sword sect had personally arrived at the Blade Edge Tunnel. Crow 9's voice resonated solemnly. Lu Bacon, your audacity is truly remarkable. Do you not fear perishing at the hands of the younger generation? Would you willingly embrace risk, sacrificing your lifelong reputation, only to see it extinguished? The middle-aged man replied with a smile. If I do not enter this wind tunnel today, how shall I obtain that rare Lianqing treasure sword? Crow 9's tone turned grave. If I understand you correctly, do you not believe that the sword in this boy's possession is already yours for the taking? His words elicited a fit of prolonged, labored coughing and gasping as Lu Bacon's brows furrowed in impatience. He finally exhaled. Half of my leg rests in the coffin. To be able to instruct the esteemed Jian Zun in the daily sword today, I would die without regret. In that case, I shall ensure your recovery, Lu Bacon declared, Turning to regard the man, a practitioner of swordsmanship merely possessing Ningdan's power, he was almost incapable of withstanding a blow from the master of the Yuan without sustaining injury. Such a notion was one that no one would believe. Yet this scene unfolded before Lu Jianyun's eyes. Impossible. What manner of creature's sword wing is this? How can it thwart me? In that final moment, the sky was still overcast, a gentle breeze blowing, leading him to believe the land sword tiger was captured by bare hands. At that instant, his visage was devoid of any expression but fear. Alas, the land sword tiger was startled and lunged forth to strike. It belonged to the sword light of the Yuan wheel master, chasing through the air. However, regardless of his actions, the mere clash of steel upon steel proved ineffective for Li Kazhou. In this tableau, the eyes of the three individuals behind him widened in astonishment. Lu Mingli's complexion paled. Li Kazhou's formidable power was nothing short of bizarre, completely upending her perception. Previously, the adversary had been cornered by her group into 10 lethal maneuvers, and she assumed the individual had finally succumbed. Yet, unexpectedly, he emerged unscathed. Now, stepping out from the blade edge wind tunnel, in the face of the Yuan-born Master S. Hunt, she believed the opponent had exhausted all means of survival. Yet once again, she was astounded. This person's prowess was such that she could not perceive the onset of the sword wings, yet he flawlessly countered Master Yuanzi's assault, emerging unscathed. The land sword tiger, in its pursuit, was driven to madness. He had never anticipated that a Ningdan sword could render him so utterly helpless, especially the opponent's pair of razor-sharp blades. The force of defense left him trembling with dread, rendering his attempts to kill utterly futile. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, Li Kazhou was enduring profound suffering at that moment. The wings of his sword deity did not disappoint in their defense, but the consumption of his sword spirit reached an astonishing level, nearly 100-fold greater than his sword cocoon, failing to support him in the continuation of this endeavor. Meanwhile, the struggle between Liu Baijian and Yajiu had descended into a stalemate. After all, Yajiu stood on the precipice of death. The zenith of his life had long passed. It was impossible for Yajiu to contend with Liu Baijian, who remained at the peak of his prowess from the very onset of the battle. He had a profound awareness of this, hence he did not directly confront it, but instead employed his spectral body to entangle Liu Baijian, akin to a sticky plaster, preventing him from breaking free. Gradually, Chun Lu Bai began to sense the lingering taste of the struggle. The opponent had not engaged in combat, but rather remained ensnared, evidently creating an opportunity for Li Kazhou to flee when he beheld the other side of the river. Li Kazhou sprinting and pursued by the earth sword, which emitted a tiger-like roar. He was astonished by the sight across the river. Old demon, you are with that child. You, the president of Yanziji, if you wish for that child to escape, you must not underestimate my Liu Baijian. He coldly exclaimed. That sword stood upright, aiming resolutely. Behind him, a full moon shone brightly. Swords were raised one after another. A colossal luminous wheel spanning over 100 meters blanketed one side of the sky. Under such an immense sword incantation, no matter how fearsome the Crow 9 body technique was, it was inescapable. When one was shrouded by the luminous wheel, they would instantly transform into a bloodied figure, as if sliced by countless blades. Upon regaining clarity, Liu Baijian had already become a fleeting light. In hot pursuit of the fleeing Li Kazhou, Yajiu's expression changed dramatically. The current Li Kazhou resembled the reincarnation of his ancestors. Loyal to his lineage, he could not allow harm to befall the other. Without a moment's hesitation, he dragged his severely injured body and relentlessly chased after Liu Baijian. At that moment, Liu Baijian had no interest in engaging him, merely taking a few breaths. In his view, the Li Kazhou who should have perished long ago had not only survived, but was escaping further away. You younger generation, I am Chen Lu Bai, and you wish to escape. This man was indeed a formidable cultivator. The sword light beneath his feet was so swift that it could no longer be described as flying, but rather as a true escape from the heavens. A flash of light, a sound, a crescent-shaped cloud of sword spirit, a sharp blade slicing through the wings of the divine sword. Burp, due to the blades nearly of the power of this sword, if augmented, would chill the air in Li's embrace. Suddenly, he murmured softly, we still have a flicker of life. You may use me as a shield. Rest assured, Liu Bacon would not dare to harm me. He would not dare to inflict injury upon one who has become a sworn enemy of my father. This signifies that he has irrevocably severed ties with my Jianzhong, who is not a fool and would not act recklessly. Li Kazhou's brow furrowed slightly. Accompanied by a woman, he had allowed Liu Bacon to cast him into the realm of rats. Neither in the past nor in the future would he stoop to such a despicable act that, of course, he was also cognizant of the goodwill of the biting wind. He perceived 4 figures confronting him. Their expressions filled with fervor, seemingly dependent upon his countenance as he approached death. A hint of iciness lingered upon his face. He forcefully spread his sword wings, standing vacantly. Crone 9, he exclaimed suddenly. The elderly man, drenched in blood and gravely injured, heard swiftly. The wind was frigid, and her face turned towards him in sudden terror. Yet, before she could utter a word, the old man's sword flickered at his feet, causing the 2 individuals to flee with remarkable speed. The old man's loyalty to his ancestors was an unwavering principle. Throughout, he had not uttered a single word. Dust, from afar, the chilling wind howled, accompanied by cries. Ultimately, that individual seemed to be struck with fear, refraining from pursuing the 2. Crone 9 implied that he had just realized the opponent's strength was inevitably inferior to his own. However, should the adversary resolve to flee, he possessed not even a tenth of confidence that they could be intercepted to him. These 2 bore no intrigue. The treasured sword he sought could only be wielded by Li Keizhou, Liu Jianyun, and Lumingli were no fools. They understood what the biting wind and the cold back represented. None dared to act unilaterally. They could only feign reluctance as they watched the 2 escape. Boy, you have not placed me in your sights. Yet I cannot fathom your unexpected maneuvers time and again, not to mention your formidable defensive sword wings. Even an ancient ghost, as they say, is a master in the realm of reality. That I grow increasingly curious about your true identity. Upon mentioning this, Liu Bacon, Liu Jianyun, and Lu Mingli exchanged glances, their expression shifting slightly. It was evident that both were astounded by the other's ability to command a powerful sword to mend the fabric of reality according to their will. Liu Bacon smiled and nodded. Youngster, you have been slain by my sword. Now you stand without resistance. Even if you have not perished, are you resolved to fight, or will you obediently follow me? Li Keizhou gazed into the biting wind. Observing the 2 vanish. A hint of a cruel smile surfaced upon his pale visage. He cast a cold glance at the 4 and said, Today, I shall depart. Who can prevent my demise, if I choose to leave? Do not say I have not warned you. With that, he waved his sword and strode forth. Not let him escape. That scoundrel is merely posturing. Liu Jianhu shouted urgently. There was no need to remind him. Liu Bacon would not be intimidated by the other's words, let alone the modifications made by the adversary, whom he regarded as less than an ant. I am unaware of the deceased and the living, presenting you with a manner of existence rather than departure. Should you wish to wholeheartedly embrace death, I shall expedite your demise today, sending you off with my sword. Liu Bacon touched his heart. In the final moments, his strength in Chengdu was barely sufficient to make a swift decision. He summoned his power to 50%. This sword, the primary adversary of Yuan Zita Cheng, harbored but one intent: to harbor hatred and indulge in wine. The sword was unleashed with full vigor. The moon, formed by the vapor of clouds and blades, cut forward with its captivating silver sheen. Liu Jianyun, startled by the sword's radiance, exclaimed, This is the first month of the sword and blade. As the clouds emerged, the sword's spirit ascended. Chapter 74. A relentless echo. Father. For a full 9 days, a cacophony of panic and sorrowful cries echoed incessantly. How could this be? Liu Jianyun, pale with fear, retreated further still. His visage was etched with terror. As a master of the Yuan dynasty, Liu Jianhu was far more formidable, trembling all over. Throughout his life, he had witnessed myriad tragic deaths, yet today marked his first encounter with such an extraordinary demise. Most crucially, the deceased was no ordinary individual, but rather a member of the Liuli Mingyue sword sect, renowned for wielding a sword daily, known as Liu Bacon. Such a person, nearly immortal, stood as the mightiest contender. Yet unexpectedly, here lay slain, with no body to be found. Of course, they remained oblivious that not only had bones vanished, but souls had been extinguished as well. Beneath that clouded, demonic water, the soul was tainted and corroded. Father! Ah! Lu Mingli cried out in terror, yet dared not advance another step. It must be a beast. Surely it is he. She stealthily startled her father. In her panic, she muttered to herself, and then grasped at Liu Jianhu as a lifeline, urgently declaring, Uncle Liu, quickly, this creature has suffered severe damage and must be captured before it can tear apart its own body. Lu Mingli's eyes were vacant, as if her soul had fled. Liu Jianyun reassured her. Lu Mei, do not fret. This creature has been gravely wounded twice by Uncle Liu. Its life is precarious, If I do not slay it soon, it shall not endure for long. Lu Mingli appeared profoundly frightened. She pondered too much at once. Without Liu Bacon's Liu Sword Art School, he would no longer belong to the Liu family, and his exalted status since birth would vanish from the public eye. For her, this felt akin to plummeting from an altar into a toilet in a single day. Liu Jianyun regarded her, evidently less urgent than before. In his view, with Liu Bacon's passing, Lu Mingli's identity had irrevocably transformed. Merely from a standpoint of interest, the opposing party could no longer fulfill his ambitions. Do not hesitate. We shall immediately proceed to Liu Sword Academy, swiftly inform them of Liu Bacon's demise, and compel Jian Sword Academy to mobilize all forces to seek the whereabouts of this creature. Even if it is deceased, we must certainly locate the body. Jinhu nodded in agreement, yet spoke little. Li Kuzhou had suffered grievous harm twice. The first sword rendered him devoid of the strength to fight once more, leaving his body teetering on the brink of collapse. The second sword, though the blade of the sword spirit did not pierce his flesh anew, still inflicted a grievous blow upon him with its ethereal essence. Meanwhile, other kites, akin to those severed from their strings, relied solely on the remnants of their willpower. The blade remained unscattered as it plummeted through the thick cloud cover, hurtling towards the forest below. Just as he emerged from the trees, he succumbed to unconsciousness, the wings of the sword dissipating, and he fell to the ground like a sack, unprotected and vulnerable. At Wuming Mountain, by the living water pool, amidst the verdant grass, the leaves of the tiny blades rustled slightly as a hand emerged, gently parting two green leaves to reveal a pair of burning eyes. The man's intentions were unmistakable, his gaze fixed upon the pond, which reflected a curvaceous and wondrous silhouette. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically as he looked to the sky, where a figure was plummeting from above, buzzing, water splashed. As anticipated, a shrill scream rent the air. The one lurking in the shadows, taken aback, leapt forth, exclaiming, "Who is it?" The woman in the pool was startled by the sudden descent. At that moment, she heard a loud shout followed by a scream. "Miss, do not panic. Confucius is here. Whoever he may be, he kneels and begs for mercy." This man displayed a lack of respect toward the young lady. How could he contemplate her demise? He hurried toward her, appearing as though he might leap into the pool. "Stay back, Brother Jin Gang," the woman cried out in alarm, hastily halting him. "No, miss, the villain," the man insisted. The woman smiled calmly. "This man is not a book. It's merely a coincidence. Since he is a friend of Kong, he cannot possibly be a villain. Yet, I am perplexed as to why he has truly fallen from the heavens. Is this real?" Her eyes sparkled with intensity. "This man, born of the Yuan dynasty, capable of wielding a sword while flying, engaging in battle mid-air, capable of vanquishing foes and sustaining grievous wounds. Could it be?" "Ha ha ha." Kong Lin laughed heartily. "Miss, you hold this man in too high regard. I encountered him only 2 or 3 months prior during his cultivation. He had yet to enter the realm of Ning Dan. His current strength must be akin to that." The woman nodded, bending down to extend a jade finger, streaked with green and white, to lightly check on the unconsciously Kuzhou. The more she sensed, the deeper her frown became. Meanwhile, Confucius observed from another side, delighted to see, "Miss, this man," he in despair. The woman remained silent for a moment before straightening up and sighing. "The extent of his injuries is unfathomable. It is hard to imagine that a person could sustain such wounds and yet still be alive. It is a miracle. What should I do?" The woman was reluctant to speak in terms of justice and righteousness. Since Confucius's son and brother knew each other, it implied they were not mere scoundrels. She awaited their meeting. Ever since they had crossed paths, the dead had not been seen again, and life could not be saved. "My master has bestowed upon me a capable hand to save the world." Although he was gravely injured, he felt compelled to exert every effort to save others. Confucius did not laugh, but rather sighed inwardly. His reputation was so immense that it became a burden. Everyone recognized him as a paragon of chivalry and courage, yet now he found himself unable to refute the perception that a person he knew was regarded as virtuous by others. The woman retrieved several vials of medicine from her pocket and poured out a few crimson pills. "No, miss, these medicines are exceedingly precious. How could they be squandered on this individual? If they cannot be healed, the death of this person would not represent a significant loss. He is not worthy of such a costly investment." Confucius harbored concerns that Li Kuzhou might perish upon witnessing the woman prepare to administer some medicine to him. Along with the various remedies he had previously consumed, he became aware of the extraordinary potency of these concoctions. He feared that if he truly saved the boy, he might hastily intervene to prevent her. The woman gently shook her head. The medicine is lifeless, incapable of further refinement, yet cannot be revived or obtained anew, as the master once said. Any miraculous remedy in existence, no matter how rare, is meant for human consumption. My ancestors saved a green cow with a 9-turn elixir. What am I even counting? Confucius found himself at a loss for words. The woman administered the medicine to Li Kaizhou and stood back to observe the transformation of his countenance. A group, led by a figure of authority, suddenly expressed astonishment. The abnormality of this individual's reaction immediately captured everyone's attention. He cast a glance at the sword in Li Kaizhou's hand, and his expression shifted dramatically. Calmly, he remarked, "Miss Lin's family is benevolent. He ought to be rewarded for providing valuable medicine to save lives. Regardless of whether this boy lives or dies, he deserves recognition." Jesus commanded a bystander. "You there, go and see if this child possesses anything of value." The spirit stones and treasures belonged to Miss Lin. One individual swiftly became increasingly prominent. "Brother Dick, wait a moment," the woman quickly interjected. "This person is gravely injured and still unconscious. It would be impolite for me to await his possessions. In my view." The one surnamed Dick, displaying a resolute expression, interrupted her before she could finish. "Miss Lin, I, Dylan, am an impatient and justice-driven individual. If someone saves me, I will report everything. Thus, I shall save others, and they should do the same. Although this boy is rescued by a girl, I cannot remain indifferent." In the words of a man of integrity, before the woman could utter another word, one of his subordinates had already begun to search Li Kaizhou thoroughly. Dylan furrowed his brow slightly. In the eyes of these individuals, the only valuable possession was the legal pouch, a type of ring. Since Li Kaizhou had acquired the universe's sleeve, such items had long been discarded. Dylan remarked, "It seems this man's treasures have been plundered. If that is the case, forget it. Remove his sword, for it is indeed his." His men received the order and advanced once more. Yet even in his unconscious state, Li Kaizhou clutched the sword tightly. His trembling arm bore the strength of a dragon, capable of turning iron to clay. Though he lay in a state of unconsciousness, his hand was as unyielding as iron. The next individual approached. His face flushed crimson, and his neck thick. His grip was impenetrable. This man was a late-stage Ningdan cultivator. Having not drawn a sword from a corpse for half a day, he felt as though his face had been brushed by an unseen force. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. The leader had commanded him to retrieve the sword, yet had not instructed him to sheath it. With a fierce determination, he grasped the hilt and bit down hard. This time, it was unimpeded, and the sword clanged as it was drawn from its scabbard. The blade was unveiled before all, their faces drained of color, as if they had lost their very sight. Behold the sword. The black flames, though fiery, appeared vividly alive, dazzling and extraordinary from a distance. It was the 9-needle sword. Some could not contain their inner dread and let out screams in silence. Distinguishing the 9-needle sword was not a challenge. The black fire was its illusion. Impossible. How could this child possess the 9-needle sword? Kong Lin's gaze grew vacant, and the crowd appeared paralyzed with terror. A group not far from him, hardly stronger than he, wore expressions of sheer horror. For these individuals, let alone a sword of 9 divisions, even a sword of 3 divisions had always been a rarity, and a 4-division sword had only been glimpsed before. The 5-division sword had remained confined to legend, and never had they imagined witnessing the divine sword of 9 divisions from myth. Ha! Dylan trembled with excitement, unable to suppress his overwhelming joy, laughing maniacally as he ascended to euphoria. "Quickly, hand me the sword." Yet, an odd occurrence transpired. In Dylan's own words, his subordinates completely disregarded his commands. They fixed their gaze upon the sword in their hands, their eyes locked onto it without reason. "Audacious! Do you dare defy my orders?" Dylan roared. Such beauty in this sword. Something was amiss. Observe old Yan's demeanor. This reminded everyone, and only then did they realize that the one holding the sword was as unyielding as a statue. Not only was he immobile, but his expression was frozen, and his very soul seemed to have vanished. Dylan suppressed his exhilaration and pushed forward, having just commanded, "Go, hand me the sword." The man's face turned pale. His legs began to tremble. "Go. If you do not comply, I shall slay you on the spot." Dylan, do you not perceive your own intelligence, considering others to be mere fools? You seem to wish to exploit me, much like yourself, to discern whether you can grasp this sword. Should you fail, it would signify the obliteration of my soul. If feasible, you might summon a throng to encircle me, and then eliminate me. Your schemes are exquisitely intricate. It is said that Dylan, at that moment, was troubled and despondent, rendered momentarily speechless. Yet for him, the instrument of the nine-needle sword did not manifest immediately. Now, it lay before him. Whatever he uttered, he could not simply let it slip away without cause. This sword is truly magnificent. I comprehend. Someone appeared to have an epiphany and suddenly exclaimed, "Speak." Dylan's words were succinct. The individual dared not delay and promptly replied, "It must be that the sheath in the young man's hand is exceedingly potent, capable of sealing malevolent spirits. Otherwise, such a demonic sword could not be contained." Dylan's eyes shimmered with brightness. At the opportune moment, an individual remarked, "Splendid, although I cannot discern the material of the sheath. The two embedded jade stones resemble the legendary magical jade, a wondrous gem that, regrettably, possesses the power to seal evil spirits." Dylan pointed at the speaker and said, "You, take this child's sheath. This individual's hand will strike me fiercely. I do not believe he can sprout a sheath from his hand." Upon hearing that he bore a sword without a sheath, the man sighed in relief and eagerly advanced. "What are you doing?" The woman's eyes glared with ire, her posture rigid, standing before Likajo. Guests behind him gazed at Dylan. Chapter 75. What use is it? Likajo departed from the Dan residence and became acquainted with the vast ocean. After 9 near-death experiences, Likajo finally obtained the treasured sword baby. The paramount function of this treasured sword baby is its indomitable power, destined to endure through time until its inevitable demise. This holds little significance for him. At the age of 9, he had entered the Wind Cave, determined to seize the scales of the sword spoken of by his ancestors. Now, with the treasured sword baby in hand and his wounds freshly healed, he naturally inquired about the matter. Sensing the divine presence of Likajo, he believed it was imminent. The ancestor of ZG was ensnared in silken threads of entrapment, prompting him to hastily inquire, "Young one, you have finally arrived. Where is the treasured sword?" Likajo replied, "I nearly perished in the endeavor to secure this sword for you. Should I discover that you have deceived me, I possess my own means to annihilate your soul." "What? Do you mean to say that you truly comprehend?" The elder's voice was filled with astonishment, unable to believe it. Although he had promised to allow the other party to seize the young sword, he perceived Likajo's power as still feeble. Furthermore, with the young sword in play, it would inevitably attract attention from all quarters, rendering the odds of success exceedingly slim. Yet, to his astonishment, such a slender chance was indeed realized by this boy, prolonging his existence and exposing him to even more extraordinary phenomena. Leaving him somewhat incredulous, he disregarded Likajo's threats, laughing joyously and exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. There is no escape. I am not so easily dispatched. Son, press on. Allow me to venture forth. When I emerge victorious, rest assured, I shall impart every detail without reservation, leaving no secrets concealed." Likajo remained indifferent. "The ancient sword has always been in my possession. It holds no value for me, but it is meant for you to seize. Sooner or later, it shall be yours, though not at this moment." Suddenly, the elder fell silent, his tone shifting from exhilaration to calmness. "You little devil. You are indeed cautious. Very well. First allow me to behold the sword to ensure you possess it, and then I shall divulge all that you seek to know." Likajo treaded carefully. This elder was not easily deceived. Wary of being tricked, only upon witnessing the genuine article would he reveal his secrets. He had nothing to articulate, nor any thoughts to entertain, for before him lay an object the size of a black cloth in the sea. This was the soul net, a magical web that alters souls, ensnaring them, rendering them soulless. Even the distraction of the mud spirits, combined with their essence, could be dissolved, demonstrating the unparalleled dominance of this method. As the sword toy glimmered in Likajo's grasp, its true nature began to reveal itself. This object appeared vividly alive, yet in essence, it was devoid of physical form, merely a fusion of spirit and ultimate crystallized sword energy, capable of being ensnared by the magical net, which was entirely reasonable. Witnessing its miraculous contraction, the purple elder involuntarily gasped. He now grasped why the other had audaciously proclaimed that his soul had been annihilated. This magical net served as retribution for all specters and souls in existence. Even if his divine essence persisted beneath its cover, it would be rendered pristine within 3 minutes. Boy, how could you comprehend such a disgraceful ancient soul technique? Though he endeavored to suppress it, the elder's trepidation was still palpable. Likajo ostentatiously proclaimed, "I am unafraid to disclose that, en route to the Blade Tunnel, I encountered a dark spirit, an ancient devil, who, with his focus and a wisp of murky essence, conjured the most venomous skeleton in the world. Alas, he crossed paths with me and was utterly dissolved by my magical net. The elder abruptly fell silent. Li Kazhou's voice resonated once more. Fear not for your predecessors. Having promised you this way of life, I shall not renege. You may now behold the sword toy among them, and I dare say I can state this much. The elder relinquished all notions of bargaining, exhaling deeply. Very well. I shall candidly inform you that my celestial abode lies within the vicinity of the Shenlong's sword. Li Kazhou's heart raced. It was precisely where he intended to venture next. The elder continued. Now, I shall not conceal from you that you previously inquired how I came to know of this fantastical dwelling, yet I did not seek it out. Indeed, at that time, you claimed that your life would wither and your heart would falter. The elder retreated into seclusion. At that time, in truth, I deceived you that I had grasped the balance of memory, yet it had awakened a century prior. My failure to search was not due to longevity, but rather to a frail-willed. Li Kazhou felt a profound unease as he remarked, "This old devil is truly a cunning old man. His words are nothing but deception." The elder continued, "Beck, I have heard that Li Kazhou bears no significant physical ailments, while Lin Shui appears to be in a state of disarray. It is indeed astonishing. Old Li, endowed with remarkable talent and robust health, perhaps due to my own limited knowledge, is someone I have neither encountered nor heard of before. The severity of his injuries, and yet, within a mere 2 days, he has recuperated to such an extent. It is simply unbelievable." The woman brimmed with curiosity, her eyes gleaming with an insatiable desire to dissect the situation, wearing an expression of unexpected intrigue as for the dragon's physique. Li found himself at a loss to elucidate it to her. While pondering how to satiate the woman's curiosity, his sleeve suddenly twitched. What could it be? This woman had spotted a small, furry creature. Li was taken aback as he recognized the form of the object emerging from his sleeve. It was, of course, a skunk. Ever since Li Kazhou had entered the Blade Wind Cave, the skunk had nestled within the confines of his sleeve. Perhaps it sensed tranquility outside and chose to venture forth. To his astonishment, the skunk had undergone a significant transformation. Once merely the size of a hand, it had now shed its rodent-like proportions and grown to a length of 2 feet. You see, the skunk had only accompanied him for a few days, and such rapid growth was truly remarkable. Upon sensing no immediate danger, the skunk leapt from his sleeve. It first noticed the snow blanketing the forest floor around it, its tiny eyes reflecting a uniquely human curiosity, and then it began to sniff incessantly. Gradually, the skunk's demeanor became more affable as it hopped into the woman's embrace, eagerly inhaling her scent. Lin Shueluo laughed. Cradling it in her arms and stroking its fur. Li Kazhou observed this scene with surprise, and after a moment's reflection, his heart began to settle. Lin Shueluo was a practitioner of medical spirituality, a discipline considered the purest form of natural essence in the world, and spiritual creatures typically thrive on spiritual herbs to cultivate their medicinal essence. It was easy to comprehend their close affinity with women. Curiously regarding the skunk, Li Kazhou inquired, "How have you grown so rapidly? In just a few days, you have more than doubled in size." The skunk poked its head out and chattered at him. Li Kazhou's expression shifted as he listened intently. Just moments ago, the skunk had informed him that within his sleeve lay a spiritual cave, where the potency of spiritual energy was nearly 100-fold that of external forces. Practicing indoors for several days was tantamount to hundreds of days of practice outdoors. Could it be that mountain? Li Kazhou pondered. He had never been particularly curious before. The old master had placed a towering mountain within. But what had he done? Listening to the skunk's words, he suddenly realized this was no ordinary mountain, but a mountain of spirit. Within it lay the Eastern Mansion, likely the ancestral home of the Ziji, a place designated for cultivation. Lin Shuo cradled the skunk gently, caressing its golden fur, and remarked, "Indeed, Brother Li is no ordinary man. He is surrounded by such spiritual creatures that I wonder what the name of this skunk is." Li Kazhou, who had never bestowed a name upon it, calmly replied, "It simply follows me. As for a name, it has yet to reveal one. Given your vast knowledge, it would be best for you to think of one." The woman's eyes sparkled with joy as she humbly responded, "Li Gij is truly remarkable. How can I refer to learning as the pursuit of vast knowledge?" She twisted her tongue and remarked, "I believe this skunk possesses a certain spirit. Though it is merely a cub now, its essence is remarkable. Even among the spiritual animals in my master's Butterfly Valley, there are no more than 10 that can compare. With that said, I think it would be more fitting to call it Xiao Huang." Li Kazhou smiled broadly and privately mused. What does this name have to do with his noble spirit? What does Li Dage think of this name? Lin Shuefu inquired solemnly. Li Kaizhou, chattering away, nodded in agreement. Haha, a name is simply a title, easy to remember and to shout, since it is a girl's name. Let us call her Xiao Huang. A pair of languid eyes, resting in the embrace of a woman, were the name of a so-called human. They seemed utterly indifferent, an expression of aloofness merely to draw from the spirit of the woman. Occasionally revealing a semblance of comfort. Li Kaizhou glanced over, and suddenly his eyes brightened. He inexplicably recalled one of the 3 treasures passed down from the ancestors of the Ziji clan, which was the scaly egg. The woman before us is akin to a legendary elixir. Listening to her dialect, it was clear she hailed from a distinguished teacher. The other party might be privy to the origins of that matter. With this thought, he turned to the woman and said, Miss Lin, I inadvertently acquired a scaly egg, and now I find myself perplexed. Li Kaizhou began to comprehend why this obscure scaly egg had stumped even the ancestors of Ziji. For if one truly wished to incubate it, as the woman indicated, one must enhance the bloodline within. Even if one had achieved the status of a sword immortal and joined the Tianju, this would be nearly impossible. Yet the most pressing issue is that no one knows precisely what remains within the egg. With billions of people in the world, they remain oblivious to their own nature. Even he does not know how to commence. It feels as though he possesses no key, having not seen a keyhole in ages. Clearly, opening it is an unrealistic endeavor. He cradled Lin Dan, resolute in his decision. It is essential to extract the origins of that mysterious creature from the demon's lips. Just as he set the egg down, a sudden shout erupted from outside the door. Blind fool, the voice unmistakably belonged to Nadalin. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a scuffle ensued, followed by a series of screams beneath the vigilant gaze of my swordsman. Dylan, the time has come for my assassination. Leaving my former life in the shadows, Dylan believes that all adversaries have been vanquished, yet he has never considered that previous assassins merely pave his path to demise. The true assassin has stealthily breached their defenses. Approaching the carriage, which fills him with a sense of humiliation, prompting him to brandish his sword immediately. This individual deserves the accolade of the finest swordsman. With a swift motion, the swordsman sweeps the assassin away like a gust of wind. The gentle breeze and the sword never collide. An invisible assassin. Before claiming a life, the sword drips with the blood of the piercing hole, and upon witnessing this unlawful act, Lin silently muses about the assassin's origins. Li Kaizhou's eyes gleam, and his heart comprehends that the murderer has finally arrived. The assassin can only set their sights on him. Lin Shuelao is a member of the Lin family from Jiandao, Zuanfeng County. He is also a revered figure worldwide, a rarity with few enemies. Lin Shuefei disembarks from the carriage. What is amiss? What has transpired? How could an assassin suddenly target us on our serene journey? Li remarks, if I am not mistaken, the assassin should have their sights trained on me. And you? Lin Shuelao inquires. Brotherly, these assassins act solely for their own gain. How could you provoke such disreputable individuals? Li Kaizhou chuckles softly, responding with calmness, because I have slain Liu Baijian. The Liuli Mingyue sword school now trembles in fear. They dare not confront me directly and can only resort to hiring assassins. His words, laden with gravity, swiftly stunned the crowd. Pa! Someone, unable to contain themselves, spat out in disbelief. Boy, do you know who Chen Lubai is? Are you aware of the significance of that name? Like you, in your lifetime, you may only dream of encountering such a person. Spouting such nonsensical drivel is utterly shameless. Little devil, today, it is also reflected upon Miss Lin's visage. Otherwise, for your disrespect towards the art of swordsmanship, I shall detain you and present you to the Liuli Sword School to earn merit. A group of individuals regarded Li Kaizhou as if he were a fool, their faces awash with disdain. Each assumed he sought to display himself before the enchanting lady, deliberately ingratiating himself with the public through his nonsensical prattle. Li Kaizhou disregarded their scorn, turning his attention to the woman. To avoid causing trouble for that girl. It seems we must part ways here. What? You intend to leave? The woman's expression shifted dramatically. Li Kaizhou nodded. Indeed, whether it be the Liuli Mingyue Sword School or the Tianmen Sword Soul of the Liu family. Chapter 76. Ever vigilant, a lone figure, accompanied by a ferret, pressed on. With the transformation of the skunk, now 30 miles away, an astonishing awareness burgeoned. After a journey, he was no longer the same. Each day brought forth a battle. Each 3 days of flight. Typically, the enemy would not approach them. They would detect the mongoose's presence in advance, thus easily circumventing numerous reckless confrontations that on the 3rd day of travel, after spending over a month in the mountains. Li Kaizhou finally emerged from the forest, drawing his attention within the boundless desert. The yellow sands engulfed the sky, and humanity vanished. Upon witnessing the scenery surrounding him, Li Kaizhou could hardly suppress the memories of his birthplace. Yinzi, the same yellow sands enveloped the sky, albeit on a scale hundreds of times broader in the desert, in terms of land area. The desert was no less than the entirety of Zunfeng's Baojian. However, the omnipresent yellow sands rendered the environment exceedingly harsh, compounded by a scarcity of sustenance, making it unsuitable for large-scale habitation. Thus, while the expanse was vast, few ventured to explore it. Gazing up at the heavens, he noticed a swirling mass of black flames beneath his feet. Just as he was about to discard his ham and continue his odyssey through the desert, a sudden sound pierced the air. From the sands, a long, serpentine object sprang forth. With keen reflexes, he evaded the swift and deadly attack. The object, a stinger, plunged into the sand, moving rapidly yet almost imperceptibly. What was that? Li Kaizhou inquired, his voice barely a whisper. His senses heightened. A skunk, suspended nearby, rose to its feet. Three sides emerging from within. It was too fast for him to discern. Just as the ferret finished speaking, a resounding beep echoed through the sky. Two elongated tendrils appeared on the beach, still moving with remarkable speed. A man and a weasel, intensely focused, finally recognized the threat, the tail of a scorpion, adorned with a venomous hook poised to strike. This time, they were prepared and deftly evaded the impending assault. Scorpions, two tails, likely of different species, Li Kaizhou pondered. Scorpions, like swallows, possessed this peculiar ability to conceal themselves, lurking beneath the sands in silent anticipation of their prey. Unfortunately, they had become the targets of a hunt themselves. With a thunderous crack, the sands erupted, and two massive pincers emerged, slicing through the ground. Li Kaizhou swiftly dodged, grasping the hilt of his sword, its scabbard glimmering as the dragon-shaped blades soared into the air. Simultaneously, the skunk's scythe-like claws whirled wildly, the blades spinning as they soared. A man and a weasel confronted the pincers, yet their hardness exceeded Li's expectations. Neither his dragon sword nor the skunk's scythe left a mark, let alone severing a limb. How could this scorpion possess such formidable defenses? Li Kaizhou's expression darkened. It was the size of a trailer, glistening like ink, resembling a suit of armor. It bore two scorpion tails, their toxic hooks hanging ominously, emanating a chilling aura. It evoked an immediate sense of dread. What manner of beast was this? It was undoubtedly not a mere scorpion. Born into a large family, Li Kaizhou prided himself on his extensive knowledge. Yet he had never encountered a monster such as this before. Xiao Huang, be cautious. This creature is peculiar and venomous. Do not approach it. As he issued his warning, the battle commenced. The scorpion's toxic hooks and pincers alternated in their assault, forcing him to leap and dodge in a desperate bid for survival. Amidst the chaos, his hands tirelessly wielded the sword and scythe, striking the giant scorpion's body repeatedly. Yet this monstrous entity repeatedly demonstrated the true meaning of terrifying defense. Two attacks landed upon it, yet caused no harm whatsoever. What a monster this was! This is not a demon's restoration. There is no demon within you. The words of the mongoose left Li Kaizhou astounded. It is not a demon. How could it possess such terrifying power? This was utterly unprecedented for him. First, break your legs. Li Kaizhou concluded his own life with a sword that posed no threat to the future. The blade, as delicate as silk, severed the scorpion in a face-to-face strike, creating a sharp crack. This monster, to what path does one take? The defense was utterly transformed. Hearing the trembling, heart-wrenching sound, Li Kaizhou felt a chill in his heart. Without flaws, the nine-needle sword could sever the sword's curse, yet in that moment, it lost its former potency, gradually fading amidst the jarring sound of tearing. Gazing at the scorpion's tail, it remained unbroken, merely bearing a distinct mark from the sword, from which deep green blood flowed. Suddenly, a dull wail echoed. The sound originated from the scorpion in the sand. The scorpion's body, the size of a trailer, spontaneously ignited without flame. The entire process was so swift that in an instant, its massive form had transformed into a pile of black ashes, the dry sand scattering with the wind. What happened? What is going on? This is the first time I've heard of a demon self-immolating after being slain. Li Kaizhou was stunned. Why? What is this? Li Kaizhou held it in his hands, examining it repeatedly. What is this? Li Kaizhou struggled to discern the sequence of events, attempting to sense it with divine power, but in an instant, his expression shifted slightly. unable to discern the presence of an unprecedented powerful force along the jade path. This power, as the skunk had said, was neither the magical force of a monster's restoration nor the magical force of a human sword repair, but rather a strange energy never before encountered. First death, then self-immolation. How peculiar. This substance remains after self-immolation. This was Li Kaizhou's first encounter with such an odd occurrence, leaving him unable to fathom the reason. Someone is in the desert, the skunk suddenly spoke. Now that the grass has withered and the birds do not defecate. How far are we from them? The skunk mused before finally stating. Approximately 20 miles away. 2 individuals and a matter are quite enraged. They seem to be fighting. Go. Look, something seems to have transpired in the desert. Perhaps you can meet the desert natives and inquire about what has happened. Li Kaizhou cast aside his ham towards the 20 miles away, but it was merely an instant at that moment. Somewhere in the desert, 2 individuals were battling against a scorpion the size of a car. One was an elderly man, appearing to be at the late stage of Ningden, while the other was a girl, seemingly in the early stage of Ningden as well. However, at this moment, their conditions were evidently not favorable, bearing numerous injuries, clearly struggling to endure. Suddenly, the scorpion's pincers twirled, like stones flying forth, and the girl was immediately hurled away. While the horse was poisoned and struck by lightning, causing the elderly man to be caught off guard and immediately wounded in the arm. The old man screamed in agony, yet he resolved to survive by breaking his own arm within a circle of sorts. I will hold off the monster for a while. The young lady must flee. This elder had a desire for death. The girl, blood in her mouth, stood up after being thrown aside. She gazed at the elderly man with sorrowful eyes, weeping for a brief moment. Yet she understood that if she did not seize the opportunity to flee, both of them would perish here. Suddenly, she turned on her heels, stretching out her legs in a desperate bid to save herself, only to find a ghostly figure materializing behind her. Who are you? She stammered in astonishment. Mockery echoed, as a slender sword cleaved the air. Over there, the old man was on the brink of death, about to be severed by a pair of formidable pincers. In an instant, a flash of sword light surged from behind Da. The woman's voice shifted in pitch, filled with surprise. The old man, having narrowly escaped death, turned to see the shooter, who, dragging his body forward, bent down in reverence and exclaimed, I am grateful to my forebears for rescuing us from the jaws of peril. A tempest stirred within the old man's heart. To him, this young man appeared scarcely older than his own young lady. Such an age was indeed worthy of wielding that fearsome sword. In his gratitude, he vaguely pushed the girl aside. The woman, suffering from internal injuries, was as pale as a ghost, her heart aching further. Although they had been rescued from the jaws of the short-snout crocodile, the identity of their savior remained shrouded in uncertainty. Li Kaizhou uttered not a word, his gaze fixated on the scorpion before him. This scorpion was tenfold larger than the one he had just encountered, possessing but a solitary stinger. This was the reason he had cleaved it in two with his sword moments prior. Suddenly, as he changed his expression, the bisected scorpion, much like the one he had slain earlier, was reduced to ashes. As the sandstorm rose, something emerged. The old man, having overheard the woman's nonsensical ramblings and her secret regarding the desert, ceased his speech, gently clearing his throat, as if reluctant to allow her to continue. The woman regarded him and said, Grandfather, this brother is a fine person. Without him, we could not have survived under the great pincers of the scorpion. She sensed his suspicions, but the old man exhibited a troubled demeanor, solemnly nodding as he stood aside, silent. After listening for a while, Li Kaizhou began to comprehend the situation that it turned out that every century, the desert would witness a daily shower of blood rain, which lasted no more than 3 days, during which the monsters within the desert would undergo a slight mutation. Following this transformation, their cultivated powers would alter, rendering their bodies exceedingly robust. Before this, the size of the scorpions would soar tenfold, and both their strength and speed would undergo earth-shattering enhancement. As for the deities that self-immolated upon death, the woman claimed they resembled gods. To Li Kaizhou, this sounded akin to a mythical tale. As the woman spoke, Li Kaizhou inquired, What purpose does this emblem serve? For it is most extraordinary. The woman shook her head in response, stating, This item is of no use for my sword cultivation. Upon hearing her words, Li Kaizhou immediately recognized that the girl was not as honest as she appeared. Previously, he had distinctly observed a glimmer of desire in her eyes when she held this object. He held the symbol of the divine in his hand, weighing it briefly before carelessly tossing it to the girl. This is your reward for enlightening me. and considering I have saved your life, you ought to conceal your words." The old man, leaning to one side, trembled upon hearing this. Despite the girl's adept concealment, he managed to find her, her eyes shimmering with confusion. Li Kaijo remarked nonchalantly, "I am the most beautiful person in the world that I owe others tenfold, and they owe me tenfold in return that I do not seek tenfold repayment. But at the very least, I desire satisfaction that if I am not satisfied, I shall reclaim what is owed to me." The woman, clutching the divine emblem, displayed a conflicted expression. Finally, she brushed her lips together. "Very well, let me tell you, Miss." No, the old man was taken aback, yet he did not finish his sentence. He felt as though he were a hole in the ice. Others were shrouded in a murderous intent, akin to a sword hanging over their heads, ready to claim their lives in the next moment. The girl spoke. "What I wish to convey next pertains to the secret of the desert, known to very few in the region of the five-edged sword. You must swear before the blade not to reveal the secret I am about to share with you to a second person. If you agree, I shall divulge it. If you refuse, even if you were to kill us, I would remain silent, for this concerns the interests of my entire desert." The more he listened, the more curious he became. He nodded, saying, "What difficulty could there be? I swear by the sword in my hand that I shall never reveal your secret to another." "Change? Where is the change? For whom?" Li Kaijo inquired, puzzled. Suddenly, the girl's voice dropped. "To the white desert camel, the mysterious travel agent." Li Kaijo's brow furrowed slightly, for he had never heard of this before. The girl regarded his expression with no surprise. "This secret is known only in my desert. In your five-pointed sword fields, no one is aware of this matter. Only a select few know, and every 100 years, what you know may not be passed down. Even as a desert dweller, I have many doubts regarding this legend. But since a month ago, when blood and rain fell, and the devil appeared, no one has doubted it since." Li Kaijo pressed further. "Where exactly does this traveler merchant appear?" "In the Valley of White Camels." "The Spring of Gold?" She seemed to anticipate the next question he wished to ask, then added, "If you are curious about how the traveler merchant arrives, I can assure you that no one knows. Otherwise, there would be no mystery. However, according to ancient texts, when this traveler appears, he is always riding a white camel. All the treasures of the world are in his possession as long as you possess sufficient divinity. You can alter everything you desire." The more Li Kaijo heard, the more incredulous he became that he muttered to himself, reluctant to attempt it, for he inexplicably believed that within the sleeves of heaven and earth, it was impossible for one man alone to achieve such feats. Chapter 77. The symbol of the Blackstone Swordsman, Yan Huitian. Someone recognized the figure and whispered his name. Terrifying. Before us stands an individual, confronted by a divine figure in the form of a boy. How could there possibly be a place for us in this? Yan Huitian must certainly be embroiled in yet another altercation. This person, referred to as a gambler, embodies overwhelming force. However, how can the strength of his adversaries suffice when faced with such might? They can only unite with the emblem of the divine. The wise choose to distance themselves from the tribulations of the corporeal and the ephemeral. Who is Yan Huitian? He ranks as the 24th among the 36 heroes, a world master. Haishi indeed holds considerable renown. The formidable prowess of this bandit is beyond imagination. For a swordsman of divine caliber to be ranked 24th undoubtedly signifies that within the contemporary realm of Ningdan, amidst millions of masters, only 23 possess the capability to subdue him, as long as those 23 have yet to be born. Such power shall not enter the Yuan dynasty, and none shall stand as his equal. The one daring enough to slay serpents in the desert, relying on his vigilance, has repeatedly evaded capture. Now, at the terminus of this path, let this person gaze intently, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The momentum of the two escalates to its zenith, their physical force conjuring two mighty winds that clash and resound. Raising my first blade, the black sky rends. Yan Huitian grips his weapon fiercely with both hands, turning boldly to cleave downwards, sweeping like a river. Simultaneously, Li Kaijo unsheaths his treasured sword. As the sound of the blade resonates, the dragon-shaped sword emerges. The second realm of sword's spirit manifests as the dragon form. This child's hands are not feeble, yet where there is strength, there is invariably greater strength. Today, he encounters one he should not have met, yet remains unable to evade his fate, as the last words of a man echo. The dragon-shaped sword aura collides with the black blade's energy, producing a thunderous roar, waves crashing and surging 10 feet high, casting the heavens and earth into darkness. Amidst them, silhouettes stand resolute, never retreating an inch. This child is a barrier. No wonder those who dare to slay serpents in the desert are indeed wealthy. Merely wielding Yin Huitian's blade suffices to attest to this individual's might. In Ningden, he must surely be an exceptional adversary. Li Kaizhou's voice rings out. Your strength is not as formidable as you imagine. I have no time for idle tests. Let us instead showcase our prowess together. The expression of the man shifts to one of unprecedented gravity. He harbors thoughts of swift combat and rapid decision-making. Thus the blade he just wielded remains steadfastly in his grasp, emboldened to exploit its potential. Yet, even so, though his opponent does not yield an inch, he comprehends that after a day spent hunting geese, the goose has finally pecked at the eye. Today, he has encountered a rare master, in Ningden. Few can thwart me. You ought not to be an unknown nobody. Li Kaizhou asserts. As for the names of your 36 swordsmen, I am truly without name or title. Since the gambling game is set, it should yield a result, your divine insignia and mine. One movement shall belong to me. The man first slices through the nail and iron with precision, then proceeds to cut with his blade. If you pick me up, you shall slay me. The rising sun's sword ascends, and the people take a deep breath. Soaring into the sky, Li Kaizhou raised his head. The silhouette of Yin Huitian obscuring the blazing sun.it was, in fact, his black blade. Sprawled across him, resembling a collapsed mountain. Others seemed to seek refuge from the sweltering rays. This sword, too, was forged beneath the relentless sun. Its formidable presence was palpable, instilling a sense of tension among the bystanders. Could this be the sword of the rising sun? Is the black stone blade destined to take lives? It undeniably deserves the illustrious title of Divine Blade, and Yin Huitian is worthy of being called a divine knight. Now, in Ningden, who could possibly stand in the way of this sword? A voice trembled. This child.it is fated to be severed by 2 blades. The power of this sword has transcended what is customary for a master of Ningden, drawing perilously close to the strength of Yuan Ci. Even if you are the master of the Yuan Tai, you dare not be careless. Li Kaizhou's gaze was grave. The might of this sword was indeed the most formidable he had ever witnessed. It was a far cry from Lu Jianyun's Moon Palace strategy of slaying foes. Before the blade struck, his entire being required a sensation of being torn apart. At last, in that very moment, a figure descended from the tree, wielding a massive dagger. Yet now, upon hearing this, I cannot help but ask, I must use it. What is this? Yin Huitian uttered no words, but something materialized in his hand. Li Kaizhou focused intently on it. It was an object resembling a mark. Its metallic texture was somewhat primitive, appearing as though it had originated many years prior. What purpose does this object serve? He inquired once more. Yin Huitian replied, since you have seized the divine emblem, it is imperative to understand its function and significance. Hence it is essential to ascertain the location of the White Camel Valley. Li Sukatang of Guizhou Industrial nodded. Yin Huitian continued. However, you may not be aware that the White Camel Valley is an unimaginable territory, a forbidden ground for the old camel herders, without proper identity or prior notice. Venturing forth is tantamount to self-destruction. Li Kaizhou, upon hearing this, felt a profound respect. What do you mean by that? Can one enter without hindrance? Yin Huitian nodded. My black stone was born in the desert. During my master's lifetime, he did not recognize his predecessor but befriended the Order of Camels. This mark, if left within the valley, will grant you unimpeded access. Li Kaizhou appeared to mutter to himself. Ultimately nodding in agreement, he grasped it in his hand and observed that it indeed bore the inscription of Shenu. Undoubtedly, he was right there. Casually, he picked it up. Wherever he passed, the surrounding guests instinctively recoiled. As this figure vanished from sight, all eyes turned towards Li Kaizhou. A miracle. An unknown child has triumphed over the Blackstone swordsman Yin Huitian. Today, this momentous battle will be known across the world within 3 days. The 36 swordsmen shall find a place in honor of this individual. This boy, who will undoubtedly achieve fame. Whispers circulated, and for a brief moment, the matter of the emblem was deliberately forgotten. One person, capable of vanquishing a chivalrous soul, understood that anyone who perished would fight for their life. No one wishes to die as a leading bird. These individuals are timid and averse to confrontation. Yet the desert serpent shows no signs of retreat. Within this organization, a quintessential middle-aged man, adorned in a manner that draws the attention of an ever-growing crowd, proclaims, "Youngster, what a clever strategy. Even Yin Huidian cannot contend with you. It is no wonder you dare provoke me. The desert serpent at that moment. Another individual strides forth, exclaiming, "In my desert, dragon, you must sit. Tiger, you must lie down. From the very beginning until now, you have slain at least 100 of us. How do you intend to resolve this matter?" Only those acquainted with the desert comprehend the desert serpent's tyranny and audacity. As it stands, discussions regarding solutions to this predicament are nearly non-existent. Li Kuzhou, meandering about, is attired in the same garments. There are dozens gathered here, with more than half being serpents and marauders from the desert. He casts a cursory glance. The number should exceed 20, but remain below 30. The individuals dispatched to pursue him are far from feeble, each a master in the mid to late stages of Ningdan. There are no fewer than 5 formidable masters among them. Yet, he perceives no semblance of strength in their ranks. He appears contemplative and, after a brief pause, states, "Since you desire a peaceful resolution, I shall not be combative. Very well, you desert serpents. Grant me 100 deities, and today's affairs will reach a conclusion." What? A shriek reverberates through the crowd. The bandits bristle with indignation. Li Kuzhou continues. "If you cannot accept my proposed method, is there a superior alternative? Let us engage in dialogue." A ripple of unrest courses through the throng as a bandit steps forward. Upon his emergence, the surrounding brigands instinctively recoil, casting their gazes downward. Li Kuzhou observes the man raise an eyebrow slightly. Before him stands a woman cloaked in a black veil. She is clad in a trench coat. Her figure alluring, revealing a pair of athletic legs, her waist and limbs accentuated, showcasing remarkable prowess. With a faint voice, Li Kuzhou remarks, "Joining the desert serpent, even for a day, let alone 10 years, does not pique my interest." The girl must have mistaken her target. A sudden commotion ensues. The desert serpent is a bandit, and all eyes blaze with fury upon her. He sharpens his blade, intent on slaying her. This youth has lost his mind. Rebuffing Mu Qingtong's proposal, is this not the path he ought to traverse? Yet, he declines it with an absolute finality, showing no regard for the opposing party. She is the esteemed lady of the desert serpent. That individual is doomed, possessing immense power, yet failing to cherish it, awaiting the earth's embrace. All is but a fade. This person, I believe, is entirely reckless and exposed. He perceives himself as having vanquished Yin Huitian, believing himself invincible in this world, daring to challenge the face of Lady Mu. The tragic outcome is all too foreseeable. Upon hearing Li Kuzhou's unwavering rejection, the woman furrows her brow. Her voice, frigid as ice, declares, "It appears you underestimate my desert serpent. Thus, I shall demonstrate the true strength of my desert serpent." She extends a delicate jade hand, making a gentle gesture. The clash ensues. 9 figures materialize, impeccably synchronized before the woman. This companion gazes down at my desert serpent. You 9 individuals, step forward and seek counsel. The ladies of Qi bow their arms in unison. The entire motion is executed with such precision, as if molded from a single cast. Li Kuzhou's expression grows grave in his eyes. These 9 individuals had, without exception, achieved the pinnacle of Ningdan. What could this possibly mean? He sensed that these 9 were enveloped by an enigmatic force. He beheld the 9, yet only when perceiving them with his soul did one truly exist. They spoke not a word of nonsense. They stood in perfect formation, their swords angled just so. Just before Li Kuzhou met his demise, 8 of the 9 vanished, appearing in 8 distinct directions. This was 99-1. The Divine Crown Sword Battle. 9 souls were summoned forth. The Divine Crown Sword Combat. It was said that once encircled by these 9, one could do naught but await death. They were indeed rigorously trained, akin to serpents in the desert. This child, even if endowed with an innate understanding of nature, stood no chance of survival, for even Yuan Tai, ensnared by the 9, would meet a demise of 9 lives, let alone himself. Amidst the applause of the onlookers, the battle commenced. Indeed, the Divine Crown Sword peak had reached its mysterious zenith. The 9 appeared to share a singular thought. They emerged from their swords as one, crucially striking from varied angles. Even if Li Kuzhou possessed a means to communicate with the heavens, he could not contend with them alone. That he bore but 3 heads and 6 arms, insufficient to fend off attacks from all sides. Unable to defend himself, he failed to perform adequately, allowing the 9 to bring about his end. "Miss, the child is on the brink of death." One stepped forward, whispering a warning. In the woman's gaze, Gu Jing remained unperturbed. those she had witnessed were not so easily vanquished. Just as he spoke, Li Kaiju's sword cocoon manifested, the swordplay of the nine, no less than a millimeter precise, pierced 8 critical points on his body from all directions. Yet, as the blade struck, they were repelled by the cocoon, collapsing entirely. Impossible. This is the sword cocoon. It is said that such swordplay is exceedingly formidable, capable of forming a cocoon that provides astonishing defensive power. Today, it appears the rumors hold true. How did this child come to possess such prowess? Merely a sorcerer in this world, with a sword spirit that realizes the legendary cocoon. Those witnessing the divine crown sword battle now see that there is no escape. This child has but a cocooned form. Let us see how long he can endure it. At a look of astonishment graced Mu Qingtong's face. This individual. Indeed, you are human, but regardless of the strength of your swordplay, how long can you persevere? When your sword spirit is unleashed, you shall still be defeated. Li Kaizhou had no intention of exerting himself. The cocoon obstructed attacks from all around. Then he unleashed an invisible strategy of slaughter. The dragon turned over, the heavens trembled, the earth quaked, and the sands blew. What is happening? What method does this child intend to employ? Some stood unsteadily, trembling as if the ground itself quaked. For the first time, Mu Qingtong's expression shifted. He felt as though a fearsome killer was rising beneath his feet. Li Kaizhou's voice arrived at just the right moment. The earth dragon had turned over, wreaking havoc so fiercely that even I could not contain it. If that girl had to break through the net with me, there would be no one left. Chapter 78. A glimmer of light. The volcanic worm possessed an insatiable appetite, devouring millions of sand rats. Yet it remained unsatisfied, its gaping maw obscured by a throng of women. No, someone cried out in despair. However, before the devil, all strength seemed feeble. A single person, as if well-fed, was flung into the devil's dark maw. The women had never engaged in anything else. At that moment, she had long since regained her composure, her pallid visage transformed, leaving only despair within her heart. Suddenly, another force drew near. Although this pull was vastly more powerful than the devil's, it slowed her descent. It was the dragon's suction of Li Kaizhou. Having been honed over a millennium, in the heart of the sky, a rainbow flashed, and a figure soared upwards. He grasped the woman by the waist and limbs, shattering the wings of his sword. A thunderclap, unable to resist the devil's voracity, as he fled into the winds, escaping for his life. It is you. The woman, having narrowly escaped death, clearly recognized her rescuer. A look of astonishment crossed her pale face. Why did you save me? Just moments ago, I captured you. Li Kaizhou removed her black veil, smiling as he spoke, because I wished to see the face concealed beneath the veil. Now I understand. My efforts to save you were not in vain. Before him stood a beautiful woman, yet her beauty was overshadowed by the rare heroism that most men sought to conquer in such wild women. Upon hearing his implicit praise, a rare glimmer appeared in her eyes. Just as this heartwarming scene unfolded, an explosive sound disrupted the moment. On the beach, another devil worm emerged, seemingly the tail of the fiend before us. As it extended its appendage, it ceased its ravenous swallowing, covering the heads of the two with its vast maw. It was too swift and immense. Li had little time to react, yet no chance to escape. His heart felt cold and piercing. Unexpectedly, the woman, faced with death, did not scream or panic. Instead, she raised her head to gaze at the stranger in her arms. How surprising! I, who shepherds the flock, would die alongside a stranger. You saved my life. If there is an afterlife, I shall repay this kindness. Upon uttering these words, she plunged into the darkness, as though entering an abyss. They fell for what felt like an eternity before finally feeling the ground beneath them. Yet, the earth was not solid, but rather a soft surface coated in a viscous slime. How can it be? I am not dead. The woman's eyes widened, seemingly speaking to herself. You wish to perish in this manner? His ears burned with the sound of a man's voice. Were you not dead? Of course not. I have died. Can you still live? The venom of this devil worm was exceedingly potent. Without my sword's wings, we had ventured into its innards, only to be completely transformed halfway through. Sword wings? The woman's voice brimmed with curiosity. Li Kaizhou offered little explanation, stating, though my sword wings are formidable, they cannot endure for more than a few hours. We must devise a means to escape swiftly. Indeed, how much do you know about this demon from the desert? Does it possess any weaknesses? After a moment of silence, the woman pondered and replied, this creature is merely a rumor. No one has ever spoken of it. I suspect its emergence is linked to my desert blood demon and its frailty. I am uncertain. Li Kaijo fell silent. Lost in contemplation, he sighed inwardly, lamenting, what a pity. If only my drop of murky water were still available, the demon's power could be reduced to ashes in a mere 1 to 3 minutes. Alas, it was used against Liu Bacon. There seems to be no viable solution. One can only resort to brute force. He grasped the Qixing demon sword and executed the Kunlun broken sword technique. Enveloped in darkness, where not even 5 fingers could be discerned, he was unaware of his surroundings and could only swing the sword into the void. The laughter echoed as the blade swept through, resonating clearly, annihilating decay along its path. Regardless of how defensively a creature's exterior is fortified, its internal organs remain the most vulnerable. He flailed the sword indiscriminately, unsure of where to strike, only hearing the sound of the blade breaking through. Suddenly, the space around him began to tremble violently, twisting beneath his feet